surprised they didn't lose. I mean, people in Moscow were leaving. You know, they knew that Germans would take the place in like a day or so. And then Stalingrad, and then all of a sudden, you know, what's his name, Zhukov, general, and then he turned it around, man, and they just started kicking German ass. So the Russians are used to that. They're used to losing and losing and losing, but still winning. You know, they'll lose, but they'll still come out the winner. I don't know.
I mean, Russians are really wild animals. I mean, they are the most racist, disgusting animals which is out there. Like, don't get me wrong. I really wish they lose. Even Chinese hate Russians. Everybody hates Russian in this planet.
Yeah, but Russia's not going to lose to Ukraine. They're not going to lose to Ukraine. It's not going to happen.
Right.
All of Europe will have to be a world war again. All of Europe will have to get involved.
But the policy that, I mean, what Russia wants, I mean, this is actually, it goes back. So technically, this war is not about Ukraine. So Russia and I think ExxonMobil, they had this agreement because Russia's oil industry is bankrupt and it's really out of date. And their production is just down because they don't have technology. It's a corrupt state. Russia is a corrupt state. It doesn't have technology. It's not like China. And ExxonMobil was working with them with their oil. And Obama was the one who sanctioned Russia. This is like after that Russia attacked Georgia, if you remember, after those sanctions, and they forced ExxonMobil come out. So the first Trump administration, his Secretary of State was the CEO of ExxonMobil. And it came to power to actually fix that problem because ExxonMobil do want to access to those fields, but the United States absolutely doesn't let it happen. So the problem of Russia is really not Ukraine. It's just poking everyone to get access to oil technology. And it doesn't seem West wants to give it to them. So I think Russia will lose over time because Russia doesn't have anything.
With all the sanctions, and plus the $500 billion that they froze of Russia's GDP is still greater than all of Europe combined right now. It's like fucking wild. You're telling me, man?
Russian GDP?
Yeah, man, these guys are growing like crazy.
I
GDP growth is like 4 point something, or 3 point something, whatever it is. It's insane, man. I mean, you're making money. That's why they're trying to stop India and others from buying Russian oil. It's not going to happen.
know, but the technology is outdated.
No, the technology is good, man. They got some of the most dangerous hackers in the world.
Absolutely.
No, I mean their oil technology. They're not a player, like for example, offshore drilling and they really do want to go to North Pole. You don't have those kind of technology.
But they're one of the largest oil suppliers in the world, friend. You know that, right?
They are, but they don't like for example, Iran has a lot of reserves, but cannot pull it out. And the thing about the oil well is that it dies. So you really need to have technology to keep oil well alive. So Iranian oil wells are dying. Russia's oil wells are dying too. You need technology to keep oil well alive. Otherwise, very fast you start losing money off a well, and you just have to.
But even China is backing.
I'm saying China hates Russia. Everybody hates Russia. I don't think China.
No, China isn't China an ally of Russia?
In a sense that China is fighting with US, so in that sense, like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yeah, China is very advanced. Like the level
No, not China. I'm talking about Russia. Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does. And they sell it to anybody.
Yeah,
Anybody can go to Russia and buy it.
possible. I mean, I'm not questioning the
Yeah, you know the AK-47 is from Russia. It's a pretty famous weapon that's been used by. Yeah. Those are those are from.
They used to be great, man. They used to be like I was reading that in after World War II, I think in 50s or 60s, there was this thing coming orbiting over the U.S. sky. That was the first satellite they shoot off. So everybody in the United States was scared to shit. And Russia put the eye on the U.S. They were the one. They literally were the one who created the technology of satellites. They were great. And right now they are in this misery. Honestly.
Yeah, so Russia, I mean, I don't know how you're gonna stop that. He's got his eyes set on taking Ukraine, and people are doing all they can, spending all the money they've got to try to help Ukraine. So I don't know. How you gonna stop them?
So, I was right actually. China is supplying them with the equipment and stuff from when the oil wells way from to Russia. Um,
It's possible. I'm not saying, but the oil technologies, I think, is the big players are all Westerns.
yeah, but the China's pretty big on everything.
I don't know if
Because
they have this offshore technology stuff. I don't know. Maybe they have, but I haven't heard about it. This thing that I'm telling, I read a book which was 2016, but maybe by now they have acquired. But this offshore drilling is a really advanced technology. I would be surprised if they had. Because you have to go under the ocean and create a well and then, bring the oil on. The thing is that I'm sure if they are given the chance, they can develop it. China doesn't have its oil.
Actually, they do. Way from they do. They do for offshore drilling equipment and support Russia.
Could be. I mean, maybe they are developing it, the technology, because if you give them the figure, they can develop it.
It's called the Nanhai 8 semi-submersible rig owned by China Oilfield Service Limited. Has repeatedly been deployed in the Russian Arctic to drill for Gazprom, contributing to major gas discoveries. Huge. So China is doing some big things, man, with Russia.
They use discounts, and they get all the oil through discount.
Yeah, and China gets the oil for cheap.
And it comes from land too. And they do it through land. They can, they don't need ships.
I'm sure if you give them the well, they will develop the technology. Not that they have the technology, they're developing it. You have to put your engineers and let them figure it out.
Do you know
These
that Russia is
technologies are already developed.
you know Russia is the third largest oil exporter in the world, After the United States, Saudi Arabia, Russia's number 3.
I thought they even have bigger reserve than Saudi Arabia. They are big. That's why
I don't
Germany
know if they have a
attacked
reserve
Russia.
that large. I know the largest reserves are in Venezuela. That's number 1 in the world.
Oh, largest reserve. I thought.
In the world was Venezuela, but I don't know where Russia stands. But as producing, they're producing like 10 million barrels a day. It's a lot of oil, and it's all going to places like India
Oh yeah, Venezuela.
at a discount. It's going discount.
I mean, even Pakistan.
Yep, look at that. They're getting it cheaper than, it's like, what, like $3 off the dollar, $3 off the price. So like if it's at $65, China's getting it for 62. That's a lot when you're buying like 500 billion barrels a day.
And they buy it from
Yeah,
Iran
$3.
as well for cheap. From
Yep.
Iran as well.
You got it.
I think
Oh
Iran
yeah,
sells to
China is
Pakistan.
getting big, man. China is.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people making in China.
No. I mean, all these wars in the Europe and Middle East, China is the winner. I mean, they're taking the best out of all these countries.
But I think it's a good sort of like I think to become an alliance with China, I think it's a good thing, right? To be able to depend on China for certain things because China can give you a whole bunch of stuff, even like the from day-to-day use items. I mean, even a can opener, they get in China. A freaking straws from China.
China.
It's China.
You have to pronounce it as China. China.
Do you speak
No, I-
Chinese? Do you speak Chinese?
Not a lot. It's a very difficult language.
But it's what language do you speak in the country you're in? You're in I think Thailand.
Taiwan.
What language do you speak?
You're Chinese. Mandarin.
You speak Hokkien, right? Hokkien?
They have Haki also, and there's a three language.
Cantonese.
No,
Oh,
Cantonese is Hong Kong. So here's
Oh, that's right, Hong
Taiwanese.
Kong. Yeah, I apologize, yeah. Right.
So here Taiwanese and Hakka and Mandarin. But Mandarin most of
Mandarin. Mandarin, yeah.
But I don't know. So I normally don't talk. That's my own business. I come to Clubhouse.
I know.
I mean, that's one of the reasons that Trump is so angry because Trump came to power to really one of his main things is to control China, and he cannot finish the wars in Europe and Middle East. See U.S. I think it was Obama which said this in 2011 or those time frames said that U.S. does not have any strategic interest in Europe and Middle East. The only strategic interest of U.S. I'm talking about strategy. I'm not talking about low-hanging religious kind of interest. The only strategic interest of U.S. is in Asia to control China, and this U.S. just wants to get out of Europe and Middle East. It has been trying in the last, I'd say, 15 years after this announcement. And Trump was supposed to come in power. That was what he was saying. Finish these wars and get out. U.S. really wants to get out. But he's failing. And China is winning. China. The reason that Russia attacked Ukraine is this because the U.S. said they don't care. Maybe this was 30 years ago. Russia would not dare to attack.
I mean, America would not have a cause. I think it would have been good, but America just like to they like to put their nose in everything, and our tax dollars, just like the Iranian person that was in here, I should be crying about why is my tax dollar being used? What do I do? He was complaining. Why is it giving to the proxies? I mean, because of the proxies, I think Iran is kind of protected.
No, Iran also is doing the same thing. So, I mean, this proxy thing, for example, if you are a country, these lines, these borders, really, if you are the ruler of a country, it doesn't have any meaning. I mean, international laws is not something that people care about. When it comes to international law, it is the law of jungle. There is no law. Who those states. If you're in the jungle, laws are for inside the states. For example, like when you go outside, the international law is a joke. When it comes to like Iran, just goes as far as it can. And this you know, when Iranian says why our tax dollar goes to proxies, and even the Americans, why our tax dollar goes, this is the way the world works. And Iran was really taking over Middle East, and Iran is taking over the Middle East. I mean, this is why Israel is so pissed. US is living and literally in Middle East. I don't think anybody can compete because Iran has the population, Iran has the money, and has the geography. You cannot compete with that. Saudi Arabia has money, doesn't have population. Turkey has population.
But I don't see them taking over. I mean, Iran to
They
me
will.
has just as much influence in the Middle East as Turkey does right now.
Right now, because
And
US
you might as well say Turkey is taking over the Middle East because Turkey
Turkey doesn't have money.
And Iran does has more than Turkey? I don't think so.
Iran has gas and oil. Turkey relies on Iran for its gas. If Iran shut down the gas pipe, Turkey dies. All the gas in Turkey is from Iran. You need to have natural resources if you want to be a power. You cannot rely on your resources on other countries. So Saudi Arabia and all the Gulf states rely on their population on India, on like, I don't know, other Arab states. They don't have population. So you need to have these three components. You need to have the resources, population, and land. The only country which in Middle East has these is Iran. And once United States leaves, which US is saying that they are leaving, Iran will take over. It's just a matter of time. Israel doesn't like it. There's a slang in Persian. It says that it will burn sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Simple math.
I don't see Iran wanting to take over. That's the thing.
I mean, it's not a matter of 1-0. This
I mean,
is
they'll support
like,
people. I mean, they'll support other groups just like everyone else does. You know, France will support somebody, and other countries, Venezuela will support someone, Brazil will support somebody that they have a similar, perspective. And so Iran, I can see them helping Lebanon, the people of Lebanon, and the people of Syria a little bit. But I don't see them trying to take over like Saudi Arabia or Oman. I don't see them trying to take it over.
so think about Europe, for example. Europe right now is in the hand of Germany. I mean, the European economy is controlled by Germans. So at the beginning, in the First World War and Second World War, they wanted to take over militarily, and they failed. But eventually they took over. Right now, Germans kicked England, British out also. You see, they are not part of the European Union. They just kicked them out. This is the same thing. Iran, after the revolution.
You talking about England voluntarily left.
Yeah, sure, voluntarily.
They have voted out.
Yeah, because they were. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that Europe is now belong to Germany. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Or you disagree with that?
Europe belongs to the fucking Zionists. That's the problem. We're all suffering now. Look at Europe now. I don't even recognize it anymore. They're destroying as we're speaking. What's left because of the fucking Zionists and they're creating agendas, Fuck Israel.
Oh yeah, that's a different story. I'm talking about like country, like the effect that Zionists have on the politician worldwide, because Zionists like in charge of money and stuff. That's a different story.
And that's why Hitler wanted to, wipe them out. But he knew they were evil, they were very, very bad for humanity. He knew it. That's why they needed to go, really, really, they needed to go. Look how horrible. I don't know, sir. I don't know what life is like in Taiwan, but here in America is shit. Europe is shit because of the fucking Zionists. It's so bad. I'm telling you. I'm a bit older than you. I assume. I've seen a better Europe before. Now, don't even bother coming to Europe. It's so shit.
Okay, I'm totally against what you said. I like Jews, and so I'm not going to Hitler was like had a reason. He was a fucking racist. The reason that he killed Jews has nothing to do with the Jews are bad. And it just like he wants. I'm not going that. The point I'm taking is about Iran. So Iran, for a long time, wanted to take over militarily, and right now he has changed his approach. He wants to take over by like the way that Germany took over Europe. But you have to understand, like just look at the map. Iran is the only country which has resources, population, and land. So the same as Germany. So it will take over.
I admire all these countries that was being sovereign. I don't know what they did, that they never been taken by the Zionists. Like Iran, China, they have the Freimauer. Freimauer is the same fucking Zionist, just a different name. Whereas Russia, North Korea, I don't know how they did to stay away from all the Zionist shit.
I mean, the reason that Zionists are much stronger in the West than East is because for the longest, Christians and Muslims, they let like Jews to handle money. So especially for Christians, money, handling money was a bad thing. Was like if you do that, you go to hell. So they historically have control over money. And when you have control over money, it's the golden rules, gold rules. So they have a lot of influence because they have a lot of influence on the money. But in the East, they don't. In the East, I don't think they have that much control over money.
Wherever are the Federal Reserves, they have control.
I think that China would actually definitely need to get involved, but I think it's gonna take some time because China would need to, if China was to get involved in Gaza thing, if there was anybody who was to get involved in Gaza to rebuild and whatever, there would need some sort of a guarantee that Israel is not gonna. I think that's why Hamas has changed its stances that they want to actually get a two-state solution as soon as possible. So they got what is it? They got I think 8 or 10 live hostages now, and then the rest of them I think dead or something. So that's what it is, and let's see if they get the people. I mean, if they can get the people from the other side and exchange it for these live hostages or whatever. But the second thing, these demonic people, they don't care about their own hostage. It's better to just kill them.
Yeah. Did I not give you a link where that this doctor came back to just testify what he's seen as demons? Where those Israeli hostage came out, was waving a white flag on the IDF didn't care to still shoot them.
Yeah.
I like what you said. Deep demonic indeed. Indeed. They need to be gone. They need to leave planet Earth so planet Earth can heal and save humanity.
Yeah, it's a criminal Zionist entity. I mean, what do we expect? These people are just demonic. They live in the la la land, you know.
We're gonna have to send it back to him where they came from because somehow if you keep going back apparently to the origin, the less facts, documents, whatever you have. I'm on the thing. They didn't. I think they just came from hell as well. Somehow find a way, look like a human being and then there's all kind of sorts. I don't know. And they're worshiping the devil. I told you that they actually worship the devil. Send them back there. They are happy down there. We are happy when they're gone.
Hey, what's up, Layla? Sorry.
Walaikum salam. How are you?
I'm Layla. What's up with you?
Oh, I don't just finished work.
Yep. Yep, they're about to occupy the whole thing, and let's see what happens.
Is that confirmed?
Yeah, I mean, it says it was passed in the Knesset. It's 75% is already under occupation, just 25% more to go. But he was crying in that article about.
What usually happens in that case? So the Gazans now, what's going to happen to them?
I don't know. So according to that Times of Israel article, Trump did say about the what is it called? According to Axios, Trump did say about. Mitch, there's a lot of noise from the microphone. So according to Axios article, it talked about that Trump is worried about getting milk to the baby, about the mothers and the babies. I don't know. That's the only thing he's worried about. And they did talk about the humanitarian aid part of the thing, but they don't have a proper plan, right? But the issue is GHF is literally funded by, and he said he wants the Arab nations and European countries to come and help America, with this aid and whatever. He doesn't want to be held responsible for it. Even though he provided them weapons, here, go kill more people.
Yeah.
America is basically complicit, is responsible behind this weaponry.
So are they planning, just so I can get this clear, are they planning that, like, they're going to occupy whole Gaza and build, Gaza and have just like Tel Aviv and Israel?
I don't know, so there are 22 Knesset members, right? They had a bill that was passed by the defense minister for them to go survey the land, northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements in the future. So, by the looks of it, anything's possible. Once they're in, they ain't leaving.
Yeah.
And they're going to try to get the hostage, but I think the hostages will be killed.
It was never about hostages.
Yep, it's never about the hostages.
Correct. They don't care. They just want to kill. And they don't want to be stopped. There's
the 7th of October against, it was a minority or smaller number against Netanyahu. And suddenly the 7th of October happened, and you know, and the rating for Netanyahu went up. Even the leftists that did not want Netanyahu, they sided with Netanyahu because he was fighting Hamas. And then now the rating kind of went down, and then it's getting big. You know, so every time he fights Hamas, they all agree on it. This is the problem with these Zionist criminals, you know, the baby killers. And so they did protest, but now they're, you know, but they have a problem with internal affairs. And Leila, you know, those people that are protesting, you know, against genocide, whatever. One thing I don't get, right? The Israeli settlers, they're literally, you know, having their kids lay down on the road to stop the aid from going into Gaza. Jordan complained about this the second time.
Yeah.
And those people that are protesting against genocide, these guys are such hypocrites. They don't even have the balls to stand up against the settlers.
They say they're against the genocide, Amir, but they also want their hostages. That's the whole thing. It's
Yeah,
not like they're.
They don't care about the Palestinians.
Yeah. But they have to say we want peace. You know, we want this war to stop because we want our hostages back. They don't care about the Palestinians. Did you see the images? And there was also a video of one of the hostages where he's also starving, and they made him dig his own grave.
That triggered that pissed them off.
Yeah.
They come here, they talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
I'm like,
And you're starving husband, so
yeah, no, they said that it's Hamas starving them. The guy that handed them a can of bean. I went back and forth with Samson. Remember that idiot Samson?
yeah.
He goes, how come that guy was healthy? That guy was buffed up. I said, do you think that I didn't know he was whether he was taking protein shake, 14 bars. We don't know about that. I don't know. These people that come up with these weirdest fucking arguments, I can't believe it. Oh my god. That's what it is, but
I was having a chat with someone today who's, into this whole IT business, and we're talking about the next steps for AI. That they're going up there, like they're actually AI is gonna replace doctors, educators. You can walk down the street and see an AI where you think it's a human. Does that make sense? So I asked a question, and he's like, so it's gonna obviously become a big thing, but then it's gonna crash down eventually. I'm like, what about in regards to wars and how's AI gonna play a part in that? It's like each country they'll set it up into their own, they have their own setup, how they want it to run, and that's it. AI is just it goes by codes and by numbers, and yeah. So it's going to be very, very interesting that this is going to come up, especially because it's big in America. How it's all going to, maybe they're going to get AI to, build Gaza again for them. You never know.
you mean they're gonna have a large enough 3D printer?
Oh, yeah.
That's wild. I like to see that.
You seen a 3D printer, right, Zero?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a house idea I'd like to do myself. If I could borrow that printer, please.
Look, Levy, come on up, man. Not the balls to come up, engage. Instead of freaking, sitting in the audience all day long, getting triggered by this rule.
IDF is having fun. IDF is committing suicides right now.
Yeah, they're committing suicide, and they're tired. They're tired of this whole thing, but what do we do? Netanyahu just wants them to keep fighting.
Netanyahu. That Netanyahu, he looks like, I don't know, he comes across, he's like the Antichrist, honestly. All the categories that he has.
They were calling Trump Antichrist.
Yeah, I think
Trump is tired. He wants to get out. He's like, what do I do? He was asked, are you okay with that?
He's
Trump wants to enjoy his time being a president. He only became a president in January.
he's a dicker. I'm going to start a deep state. Yeah, what is it? He licked the asses now. Oh my god. I don't know. They should really, shoot him in the head for that. Honestly, if it's something happened to me, it's only fear.
No, Trump literally wants a legacy. I mean, if you go
What
back,
legacy when the whole world hates you? Look when the whole fucking
why
world
why
hates you.
even ran for presidency? It was a dinner in White House, and Obama specifically made fun of him in front of so many people. From that moment, Trump is obsessed to get a legacy to prove that he's better than Obama. And Obama has a couple of legacies. He has a legacy with the healthcare that Trump couldn't do anything about. He had a legacy with Iran, which Trump came and fucked it up. But Trump doesn't have any legacy. Like first presidency ended up in COVID, and this presidency doesn't seem it's going anywhere.
Is it true they can only run for being a president twice only?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
so this is
the
his last time.
Constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah, because FDR was 4 times, and after that they put it in the Constitution that it's limited to 2 times. So
Yeah,
Trump
so
is
he
out.
wants to go down in history.
Nobody wants to change the Constitution, Basil.
You cannot.
He wants to change it.
Yeah, he wants. You have to ratify by 2/3 of states, and it's impossible.
Trump is a hostage. He's honestly a hostage.
I mean, they
Why
got
do you
something
say
on him. They got something on him, right? I mean, can you imagine?
Yeah.
So we have
Must be.
FEMA here. Yeah, we have FEMA here. He wanted to put the $1.9 billion, right? The FEMA disaster organization. That you cannot boycott Israel. Like, because of the disaster, so many millions of people can be killed, right? He wants to hold the money, if you boycott Israel, we're going to take the money away. And then even relate to, and then he had to walk back on his statement 3 hours later. And then Canada said that we're going to recognize Palestine state. He goes, if you do that, we're going to have a terror war. Like, what's on those files? I think there's something on the file that connects Israel and a lot of the politicians together. If it was to get released, oh my God, something the hell will get loose. And what else was that? Oh yeah, the Ghislaine Maxwell, the sidekick of Epstein. She was actually told. She was sent to minimum security prison. I wonder why. Are they gonna kill her, or what's the deal?
Definitely, F-5 is a big thing. Also, I think when it comes to Israel, Trump wants this Ibrahim Accord to be the reason that there will be a peace. So, like any states and going like against this, like for example, Canada recognized Palestine without U.S. permission is basically against Ibrahim Accord. comes back for these politicians to be elected. So this is a chain that the economy, I said, these people
So
in
would
Israel,
you
they
say
make money.
would you say that the world's strongest country, you know, with power and everything is controlled by Israel? They've got them by the balls?
I wouldn't say they got them by the balls. I say they know how to play the game, the U.S. politics games. They are really good at playing these games. Other countries can't play this game, like Saudi Arabia can play this game. I mean, they're doing pretty good. I mean, right now in Middle East, I think Saudi Arabia, look at this MBS, is literally a person which did, what did he do, Khashoggi? That, for any politician, that was the end. But right now, he's doing very good. I mean, Saudi Arabia, because they're doing the American politics. You have to play American politics. And Jews play pretty good. I mean, Israelis. I want to distinguish between them. It's not like if Muslims start playing the politics of US, you can easily change the direction. I don't see it as Israel is taking United States by balls. I don't see it that way. I see that they know how to play the game. It's a game. US politics is a game. You just have to play. Whoever plays better wins. I mean, you should be capitalism. You cannot be like a socialist country, like for example China. You cannot be China or Soviet Union. You have to be capitalistic system. So the ideology of United is capitalism. Once you have that ideology, then you can play the game.
Yep, I mean, you have to play your cards right, you know. If you don't play your cards right, especially, you know, at the government level, it can go sideways. And if it does happen, but a lot of these nations, they're coming out, they're about to recognize the Palestine as a state. But I don't know, where do we go from here? What's next? I just don't get it. What, I mean,
I don't think
is there,
Benjamin Netanyahu cares about other countries recognizing Palestinian as a state. Like, he's going way too far doing stuff that no one agrees on.
yeah, no, I mean, they got scared and they start calling them, like, even Germany went to recognize the Palestinian state, they just start calling them Nazi, whatever. It was in the reporting times of Israel, one of the ministers. So what they did emergency annexation plan in the Knesset. It's a non-binary, right? It was just for the show, just to get a reaction out of America and see what America is, how is going to respond. But then Trump, his campaign when he was, going from state to state, there's this lady, Zionist lady, she actually funded his campaign $100 million, and she wants Trump to, help them annex the West Bank. And Arkansas, the state of Arkansas, they already passed a ruling. They're calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria. In the Americans, in the Congress, there's a bill. If it gets passed, they will call it Judea and Samaria. And
how you doing, pal?
what's up, Mark?
I'm Harrison, if you remember.
Yeah, what's up with you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I've been looking for Ludwig for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You can come over to find him in other rooms. So what I was saying was, in Arkansas, they passed the bill. They're calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria, and they're calling what else did they think 70 families or 100 people are living on that land, and it's just full of nothing but the racist, white supremacist piece of shit that are living there. And I think people like them normal, right? And people that are, not from that land, and they are from Ukraine, Poland, or whatever, they should just live with these people. Arkansas, and they respect the white people, and that's the way to go. But anyways, that's where we're at right now. Hey, by the way, lady.
Did you hear about Benjamin Netanyahu sanctioned Australia?
Yeah, he told me. So what is the sanction for?
Where Australians can't travel to Israel. That's pretty much it.
I know, but why did he do the sanction on Australia?
Because first of all, Albanese was one of the countries recognised a Palestinian state, and also that the 300,000 protests at the Harbour Bridge really triggered everyone because he allowed it.
That's funny. Thursday, that was it?
Yeah. Damn, I was dying to go to Tel Aviv.
See. There's officials. There's officials. You wouldn't believe it. There's actually travel ban against two far right cabinet, right? The National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. That's one of the reasons. So Australia joined the UK, Canada, and New Zealand and Norway, and issuing.
We're not allowed to enter Australia.
These are genocidal maniacs. The sanctions were imposed due to their roles in inciting extreme violence, supporting illegal settlement expansion, advocating policies while they see that undermine Palestinian rights and two-state solution. So the second reason, was earlier in July 2024, Australia sanctioned 7 individual Israeli settlers and the extremist Hilltop Youth Group for involvement in violent attacks on Palestinians, including beatings, torture, and sexual assault. Right, and then this was reported in Al Jazeera and Guardian and ABC. What else do we have? And these measures are, they're in violation into a court of justice ruling deeming Israeli settlements illegal under international law. Australia's justification and response, Foreign Minister Penny Wong emphasized the targeted nature of the sanctions. They were aimed at violent individuals and groups and not the Israeli state to uphold international human rights norms and working toward a two-state solution. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese explained that while Australia still supports Israel's right to exist, it expects adherence to international obligations and the protection of basic human rights. International national reaction and tensions. Israel's government condemned the sanctions as outrageous, with its foreign minister pledging to respond diplomatically. The United States, particularly Secretary of State Marco Rubio, criticized the move, calling it extremely unhelpful and warning it could undermine U.S.-led peace efforts. Australian advocacy groups such as Australian Centre for International Justice welcomed the sanctions as a meaningful step toward accountability. Yeah, so it was like the settlers was number one reason, right? And the two ministers, they can't go, right? And even their assets freeze. So whatever, I don't know, did they own anything in Australia? Ben Gvir and Smotrich?
I haven't looked into it.
No, I don't know. If they own.
That is a big thing for them.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know what? I actually forgot to tell you guys. After that protest on Tuesday, there was an attempted school shooting at Islamic private school.
Really?
Yep.
Australian did the shooter was, you said that was Islamophobe. Was he a Jew?
We don't know yet. But you know why? Because it's not on the news yet. I don't know why they don't want to put it on the news yet. The whole school was under lockdown. None of the parents could enter.
Easy as Islamophobia, das weißt du auch nicht.
Oh, I'm waiting. On Monday, I'm calling the news myself. He was actually Australian, Levy. He was a whitewashed Australian. He got caught, so you can't say he's one of our own or, you know. He's a whitewashed Australian redneck that went into a school that wanted to kill kids.
So you say this is happening right now,
It happened on
Leslie, Layla? You said it's happening right now?
Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday it happened.
Yeah.
So they got him.
Oh, yeah.
So they got
Yeah.
Nobody got hurt then.
No, thank God.
Yeah, right? But the maniacs out there, man. They're all out there. Yes, we be called sore loser, man. These people, man.
That's
Like
terrorism.
everybody's Zion.
That's actually terrorism.
Yeah, they're sore losers, man. They can't win on the battlefield, so they go out and try to attack, civilian people, kids, women, things like that.
I just looked at your picture, Zero. I like it. I like it.
That was the closest I can get in what I created to the girl that they say the girl Virginia Guffey. You know what I mean? The one that they say that she supposedly committed suicide in April, which is bullshit. She was the most vocal one, the one that she's the one that Epstein took from Trump's Mar-a-Lago spa, and then took her and then right away him and his girlfriend started raping her. You know what I'm talking about? The girl Virginia? No. You don't know the whole story, right? But Epstein? But anyway, it kind of looks a little bit like her. That's why I did it. I made it kind of look like her. Because that's all she wanted. And then all of a sudden, oh, she committed suicide. Bullshit.
So you are doing this with AI, Zero?
Yeah.
This is power. This is what can help Palestinian way. These stories that these ideas people are doing or settlers are doing to Palestinian using AI to make it graphic and then push it up American consciousness. That will really be playing your cards right. I mean, as an idea, I don't know, it's up to you. Like, if you can advertise, like, people, each person has a little talent. Like, somebody provide a story, somebody bring the AI capability. Like, I know some computers, but somebody which can organize these strengths together. And you can make videos and just keep pushing it into YouTube and advertise for it. I think that is what will win eventually this war. Who is on the right side of history?
also that girl Virginia Guffrey. She's the one that what is King Charles's brother Andrew had to pay the millions of dollars to. That's the same girl. He had to pay the millions of dollars to her.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, for the Epstein thing. Yeah,
God, these sick fucks, man.
yeah, yep.
Also, a little bit of an update. Amir, I was not expecting this from Starmer so quickly, but he's he's right now speaking out against Israel's invasion pound. I don't think Amir is there.
I think I hear in the background. I know for him it's only like 1:30 or something over there, but
Yeah.
people on the East Coast it's like 4 something. You're in the States, right? Sam, right now?
Yeah. I'm in
I'm over here.
Texas. Center.
Texas. Okay, so you're at like what 2:30 or something?
It's 3:30 for me. It must be like
Oh, 3:30.
5:30 for you, right?
No, I'm in Asia right now. I'm at 4:30 afternoon.
4:30 though. That's crazy.
Yeah, 4:30 in the afternoon.
Man, every time I get into this room, you guys make me miss Singapore so much.
Yeah, we were just talking to this young man, Andrew. I don't know if you ever talked to him. You were in the room with him, right? When he was just here about an hour ago.
No. I was in different.
Nice young guy, man. His wife is suffering from cancer, and they're in Prague. He's from California. They went to England, and then they moved to Czechoslovakia. But he was asking, what is it like over here? Because he has a job offer from Singapore. And I was like, take it, man, take it. Singapore's a nice place to live.
Yeah.
It's not like Thailand or Philippines or Cambodia or wherever else. If I were 2 countries to go to, it would be either Malaysia or Singapore. That's about it.
No, 100%. I'm still trying to decide the country I want to go to to settle down for the rest of my life, but dude, one thing's for sure, America ain't it for a calm, older life. Yeah.
I mean, if I wanted to go to Europe, a lot of Americans are going to Malta. Malta. I saw that this couple that does videos about it just yesterday. And you're like, welcome to, I think, Gozo, I think it's called. And let me show you how we can live here on $3,000 or whatever it was, a month or whatever. It was real low. It was beautiful looking. And Portugal's another place people go to. They like Spain. Spain's another place people are going to a lot. A lot of retirees, man, when they get out of as soon as they hit retirement age, they leave, man. They leave. This big expat community, that all over the place, you run into them all the time.
Man, I cannot wait until I get the experience to become an expat. The moment I do, I am gone.
What do you do for a living? Do you do anything where you could become a nomad?
I'm
A digital
cybersecurity.
nomad? Oh yes. Cybersecurity. See, you could be a digital nomad then, right?
Yeah, 100%. What the problem is right now, I don't have, I just barely got out of college. It's only been like 3 years, right? So it's gonna take me, I think, like another 3, maybe 4 years to get into anything expat, cybersecurity wise. I think, yeah, go ahead.
So you weren't on your job during COVID, right? Yet.
Yeah,
You
no,
were
I
still
was
in
in
college.
college. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna ask you how are you working from home? Or can you work from home spending X amount of dollars on me here. If I become a digital nomad, say in Bali, if you give me like just $2,000, $3,000 a month for living expenses, it will save you X. I mean, with 2, 3,000 in living expenses, you can live like a king. That's on top of your salary. I mean, tell your boss that I can save you a bunch of money. You send me to Bali. I'll work out of Bali.
See, my position is really unique in the sense that, like, how do I put it? I'll put it like this. So my company does work with Israel. Okay, so right now it's what do you say? A lot of the workforce that I was working with for the past like 6 months, especially that in Israel, have been laid off, right? So, uh, especially like with my bosses and everything, they're recalibrating to figure out like what they want to do, everything like that. They're just keeping work from home for at least people in my team because, you know, uh, they said we deserved it. As for expat, one of the reasons why they chose me was because of my U.S. citizen designation, and they got kickbacks for it. So they don't want to let that go. Um, I tried having a conversation, especially with my bosses. They're completely fine, but the company themselves don't want to sponsor an expat in my position. They said that I need more experience.
The CFO, Chief
Yeah,
Financial Officer, want to make some money decision.
yeah, I think so. I think it was the CFO that said that, but they were very specific on my experience.
Well, you're very young, man, so
Yeah,
you'll get it. When you get a little more experience, you can start making demands.
100%.
Right
I
now,
did
your
find
car, right now, your car in the parking lot is like way back there.
yeah. No, I can't wait to also jump ship from this movie as well. But yeah, at least I got a nice chuckle out of the fact that they played off a bunch of Israelis.
Yeah, it's happening over there, man. A lot of the tech guys are like just leaving the country. They're like, forget it, I gotta go somewhere else. Because a lot of companies like Samsung and Intel, right? I don't know which company.
Yeah.
I don't want to get in dox you or anything. I get into the name of the
Yeah,
company
I
you're
wouldn't
working
say
with.
my company
Yeah.
specifically because right now it's pissed off the Israeli government several times.
Exactly. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
But
A lot of these companies
yeah,
over there are like, a lot of foreign people are like closing it down because financially. I mean, you can love the country, but if people are bombing your building and destroying your building and you can't get work going over there and the infrastructure is being messed up, get out.
yeah, it's not
If
even
you're an
that.
investor, get out.
It's not even that. Apparently, so one of the things is like, um, so they laid off the Israeli people specifically because they cited three things. One, they weren't doing the work, right? So they were just hemorrhaging money. Uh, Two, every time they they were trying to like get something done or whatever, the government will randomly ask for like something from a loyalty thing. And three, and this is where I was involved. Um, we had to give an exchange of information, but the problem is that every time, so this is very specific for both Turkey and Israel. They both of those countries are pretty much um, assholes to deal with when it comes to what information you're allowed to, um, you're allowed to give. And when we say like, hey, we can't give certain information because they don't pertain to your country or your citizens, Israel and Turkey are very specific in saying, no, we don't care. We want to take control of all of your information. So that was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back, and they like because of all three events, we're just laying off the entire Israeli team.
Yeah, everybody does that. They want
two-state solution?
Yeah, I believe majority of them believes it's a two-state solution.
Should have been like that years ago.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, matter of fact, 100 years since 1917.
It's not even
No, but why?
1917.
If you say 1917, why? In 1917, it was one place. And everybody was living together, but then you have the, yeah, no. But 1917, those people were at home in Europe. So why would it be a two-state with people who live in another land? It's like right now I say, no, let me just finish this. Okay, let me just say I have my country here. And I call somebody in Japan and say, hey, you Japanese, come over here and we'll have two states. Why am I gonna do that?
You have to just deal with the inevitable, right? We all know Britain is the cause of a lot of shit that's going on around the world. Okay? India is split into three countries because of who? Britain. The Middle East carve up with the French. Okay? They're the cause of that. After a while, you just have to see the writing on the wall. You can't stop it. So just agree. They should have just agreed to it, but they didn't want to. So now we're in this mess, right? I don't believe the Zionist Jews should have came over there and take the land. You know what I'm saying? With the help of a superior country. You know what I'm saying? And then the British just left and said, oh, they can't build it. So they just left it up to the UN. Before it was the League of Nations. You know what I'm saying? So now you get a state that becomes a state. I mean, you get a nation that becomes a state in 48. Then you get the 6-Day War in 67. Now you still got this mess. Now you got radicalists running around, killing people in their settlements, taking land, and it's like nobody is just doing nothing about it. The UN is saying, oh, it's illegal, but you guys can't do nothing about it either. So now what?
No, I'm just saying, I can see people arguing for something now, but it's like in 1917, they weren't there. And so why, I'm just saying, like, why would you call somebody up and say, hey,
A few of them
yes,
were there. They were
yeah,
just
they were living in
harmony.
peace.
Yeah, they were living in
Yeah.
peace. Yeah, but you had the problem is.
So why did you need a two-state? You didn't need two states back then.
All right. The problem is.
Okay.
You have an issue when you have a superior country comes into the region, carves up the land, saying, "Oh, look, okay, look, right? Jews never had control of that land since I could date back. I mean, the Egyptians had control of it. Who came next? Roman, and who came next? The Caliphates. They never had control of that land ever, from my knowledge. They never did. Now they see that, oh, we got the opportunity with a backing of a strong country, which is the U.S., that gives them $3.3 billion per year plus more. After a while, you just gotta have to give in, like every other freaking country did.
Oh, what do you mean give in? What does that mean?
India, they gave in. India gave in.
To whom?
To the Brit. To the Brit. Oh my gosh.
The British are there now?
No, they left. No, they left, but
Okay, so they didn't give in.
They did give in because their country got split into three. That's giving in.
Well, it got split. Yeah, but they didn't give in because the British are not in either one of the three.
How is not giving in if the country split into three? It used to be all India. Then it was East Pakistan,
Yeah.
West Pakistan, and India. Then it changed to Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. All because a couple of Caucasian people don't understand the region. They don't understand the ethnic background. They don't understand the religion. They try to force Christianity onto a bunch of Hindus, which they have one of the oldest religion known to man. They come over there, fuck shit up. Then you have Mahatma Gandhi around that time telling them, yo, you need to leave. You're causing too much chaos. They didn't leave until after World War II.
1948.
Exactly. So, that's giving in. You allow somebody to infiltrate your country, tell you guys how you should live, lost. And then after a while, you just gave in and said, you know what? And then now you got other people that's there. They believe, oh, we should have our own country. We're Muslim. We're not Hindus. And then you get this mess. Now you got two countries that they don't even agree with each other. And actually, you guys are the same people, just with different religions. So that's, to me, that's giving in. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, like look at the French. I mean, Vietnam kicked them out. Algeria kicked them out. You know, friggin' Niger just kicked them out last month.
Right. So, and then you have a situation ongoing right now between Cambodia and Thailand, arguing over border dispute. All that is European carve-up, creating a line, and then they leave the area in disarray, and then have the locals fight over for what?
Yeah, but again, I'm just saying that when you said 1917, that's where I was like, what? Because it's like I said, if they're not there, you can't have a two-state solution with someone who's not there.
Well, it wasn't a two-state solution at that time. It wasn't thought of.
But I mean, you can't even have the idea of one because they're not there. They don't exist
I don't think
until
you
they
can
come
say,
over.
no, you can't say they wasn't there. They were there, some of them, but it was just predominantly Islam in that region.
Yeah, but they didn't want a nation. They just wanted to live there. They didn't want a nation. There was the Zionists who came up with this idea in Europe.
Yeah, we know that. They was from England. Both
Yeah,
of
so
them.
the Zionists started this idea of having a state and building a state and
Well,
da-da-da.
actually, it started with a dream from a journalist, a Jewish journalist. His name is Herzl or something like that. It started from him. And they had three choices of which land they wanted to see where they can go. It's Palestine, Argentina, and I think it was a country in Africa.
Like Uganda or something like that.
Yeah, something like
Some
that.
crazy place over there.
Yeah, so he had a dream, and the only place he ever been to was Palestine. One time in his whole life, from what I read. So he had a dream, and you gotta remember, Jews across Europe were being ostracized. They're being kicked out everywhere they go.
And that's their own problem. That's
Yeah, it is a problem. It is a
that's
problem.
not a Palestine problem. That's your own problem. If you're being kicked out over there and they mistreat you over there, then you got to deal with it over there. You know, I mean that's not the answer, man. That's like Trump today, man. He's like he wants Nigeria.
So let's just say this.
Okay.
If the British, it's either two things. The British and French don't come into the area, seize control of the area from the Ottoman Empire, who caused mass genocide on a Christian Armenian people, right? So if they don't take over, you're still underneath somebody. They're gonna have to deal with that empire. That empire no longer exists. Now it's modern day Turkey. So what choice do you have? You still would have been under control over somebody would have been under control over you.
Bro, I'm back real quick. I think the British actually decided not to give them a state. You should go read up the Peel Commission report and the White Papers 1939. You see what I'm saying? They decided not to give them a state. The state was created by terrorizing the countries. They even approached Hitler 1940 to 41. You see what I'm saying? To get help from the Nazi, to get rid of the British mandate leader and whatnot, because they were getting in their way to creating their Jewish state. And that's why they did a whole bunch of attacks in 45, 46, and in 47. You see what I'm saying? And even that partition plan that they came up with by the UN, and that was, Harry S. Truman was a U.S. president. He was terrorized. He received letter bombs in the mail. His daughter wrote it in her book, and received 1 million postcards to terrorize the F out of the president of America, and that's how he was part of the UN partition plan. And the Arabs, they argued it was unfair from the jump because they got a smaller piece of a pie, and because they were majority population. But the Jews, right, they were in minority, and they got a bigger piece of a pie. You see what I'm saying? And the next day, when you see inside in 1947, they started, I think, cleansing Palestinians from one village to another to another.
Yeah, the The
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
The Nakba, it turned into a full-blown war in 1948. You see what I'm saying? But if you look at the Zionists, they always bring up this point that, oh, no, it was a war, they fought, and we won the war. Even the war wasn't even freaking equal, because the war, they had less than 40,000 soldiers on one side, which was the Arabs, and some of the Arabs didn't even have proper uniforms. They didn't even have the proper equipment to fight the stupid war. And all these other Zionists, they actually were trained. They worked for a whole bunch of other, fighting, whatnot. They had the weapons and whatnot. They had access to a whole bunch of shit.
The French and British just.
You see what I'm saying?
The
So-
French and British just messed that area up. The French
And
Syria.
And guess what? They won the so-called war. The UN mediator comes around. His name was Bernard in 1948. He comes around and he wanted to, mediate the situation between the Arabs and the Jews, right? He writes a whole bunch of reports. He's trying to communicate with both of the parties. He was on his way back to his office. He gets assassinated by who? Jewish militia. And this is how IDF was formed, from Jewish militias.
Right, but
So,
you think if Nassau would have still been alive, he'd have, galvanized all the Arabs in that area?
Yeah, but I think it has nothing to do with being Arab or whatever. The Arabs, they were able to coexist with them. They did not want, these people mass migrating into that land. They didn't have a problem with the smaller piece of a pie, small numbers of people coming into the land. They had a problem with the mass migration. You see what I'm saying?
Nobody really knows who owns that land. Nobody. This, come on, man. This conflict been going on since way beyond me. Way beyond everybody in this room. Nobody from that era is even alive today. And this shit's still going on. And it shit will continue to keep going on. Beyond us. Now, you bombing Iran, you know what I'm saying? You're doing all this extraness. You're bringing America into this freaking mess we shouldn't even be a part of. You got idiots in Congress who don't know anything, like Ted Cruz. He's out there quoting the Bible saying that, oh, we should protect Israel. He don't even know what the fucking shit means. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know, man. I see why they hate America. It's disgusting, man. It's very disgusting how you just starve out people for 3 months and think that shit is okay. That's disgusting. These people so believe in God that God will punish them. And they so believe in God because you don't do that good shit to people. If you want to fight a militia, Hamas or Houthis or Hezbollah, all right, fine. But to starve out a population and then lie and say, oh, well, it's Hamas that's stealing the food. Okay. So Hamas is stopping aid from sea, air, and land. That's crazy.
Thing is, when you say for 4 months, that's crazy. It should have been never that long.
Yeah, it was
I'm surprised we just sitting back and watching like it's wrong with us every other day.
because America aids this foolishness and has been aiding this foolishness since '67. The only president that didn't want to deal with this problem is JFK. Well, miraculously, he gets shot in the fucking head. alliance with Saudi Arabia. So, like, what's the problem? You topple a
They would
government,
have made
you want a
the birds
regime,
out of there, man.
you topple a government, you want a regime to like you because you want to put a puppet government to agree with everything you say, and once they say no one time, they terrorists. They do that shit to every country. That's how they got Patrice Lumumba out of presidency in Republic of Congo.
Now, for serious though, like, where y'all see the world going headed in the next 10 years?
Israel is going to forever be in war. And sooner or later, their aid is going to stop. Countries are going to get fed up. You have a few that's getting fed up right now. They're going to get fed up, and then you guys, they're going to be isolated, and you're not going to get any help, and then you're going to be crying. That's why mainstream media cannot criticize them, because now they call you anti-Semitic. We can't criticize you for. How are we anti-Semitic?
I think that's changing.
No, it's not changing yet, because people are going outside of mainstream media.
It's starting to change.
Until CNN, BBC News, Fox.
I don't think nobody listens to that no more.
I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of people that listen to
There's a bunch of old heads that's only doing that.
Yeah, did you hear what Marjorie Taylor Greene was said about that? He said that Fox, you know, who's lying to the what do you call the boomers, you know, Republicans, and CNN was lying to the boomer, you know, Democrats. She knows, man. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she knows.
Yeah, but is she lying?
And nobody caught up on that.
She only likes it when they talk good about her. You know, that's what they like. As soon as they criticize you, they full of shit. Oh, they this, they that. Because they've been criticizing them, both. You know what I'm saying? So now she's coming back after them. But she's not wrong with what she said. You cannot starve out a mass majority of innocent people that has nothing to do with what Hamas is doing. You can't do that shit, man. Don't give a fuck who you are. And then they want to throw out, oh, the Holocaust. We've been mass genocide in Poland, Auschwitz, and Warsaw. Okay? Nobody's complaining. You don't hear the Armenian people complaining when the Ottoman Empire did it to them. They don't complain, and that's one of the oldest Christian countries in the world. Nobody's complaining. They just go on with their lives. And that's it. Majority of the Israeli prime ministers, the foreign ones, they're not even from it. Their background is Ukrainian. One, their first prime minister, Polish. So like what are we doing here? Even Netanyahu, he's Ukrainian background.
Milikowski. He's from Poland. Mr. Milikowski. That's his real name.
That's his real name. He's Polish. I thought he was from a
Yeah.
Ukrainian background.
No, Milikowski.
You know, the funny thing is, how all these people, other than they're atheists,
I don't know.
God wrath is about to hit them. That's right. Are they doing that in the Holy Land? They're playing with fire. I hope they know that.
I'll put it like this, right? Israel is too late. They're too late. They started to do this in modern time, which is like by brute force and colonization of a land. They're too late. They should have been around in the 1800s. That was the time for people to do that. Because that's what a lot of countries were doing, especially European countries. Too late.
So, do you think that there's you know, when you think about America and Epstein files, and we have the Trump in bed with Zionist entities. Did you vote for Trump, by the way?
No. But I'll tell you like this though. days later, you tweet, well, hand over the hostages, and then the war would stop. Yeah, okay. Like, obviously, like, they kind of stopped that shit. So now, and then he comes out and say, oh, that file will never get out.
But it's not about the hostages, right?
I don't
Now,
think so either.
can you imagine if Hamas had the access to the file? And can you imagine what they can do with the Trump? That would have been good, huh? The Hamas could control the outcome of this war if they had the access to this file. And I think that's what it is. But is it one party that has access to it, or is it multiple parties like throughout the world that they hacked into the system?
Probably the Jews was the only one who got it. That's honest. Remember, Epstein used to go back and forth.
They got no
Yeah.
face, man. They probably give it to all the other people. If shit goes right.
But
You know,
this situation is beyond Epstein, man. I just feel like if we cut, I'm not saying completely stop all aid, right? But if you slash that shit down, or you force them, ceasefire, or we're stopping aid immediately, and you truly a word, and you stop that shit coming in for months, that's gonna cripple their economy. I mean, they got crippled a little bit. Look what the Yemenis did. Started bombing some of their ships, and they felt it.
I mean, Iran, look at Iran with the 12-day war.
Yeah,
If it would have lasted for 10 more days, I think it would have been flattened. The whole Tel Aviv and is state called Israel.
Israel doesn't want to tell America that they have nuclear arms. You don't think that's fucking weird? Every other country is listed that have nuclear arms, even North Korea.
America knows they got it, man.
Yeah, but you're supposed to tell. You're supposed to say it.
They know, but you're trying to blind their eye to it.
Every other country is on the list. How many countries have nuclear arms? Okay, so we have Pakistan, we have India, we have North Korea, we have China, we have England, Russia, America. Israel's the only one that's lying. I feel like Iran should get nuclear arms.
Trust me, they
Now,
do.
for them to be using it,
They low-key do got it.
Huh?
Trust me, they low-key do got it. I believe that.
Pretty sure they got it, but listen, countries that get nuclear power, nobody fucks with them. You don't see nobody invading North Korea. Nobody wants to take that chance.
No, that's not the way. That's why they got it, no.
No, I'm just saying, listen, like, look, if everybody in here had their own country, right, and only a few of us get nuclear weapons, right, and then somebody in here just decide, I want nuclear weapons too, because I don't want you big powerhouse super countries coming in here, invading me whenever you feel like it. So if I get nuclear power and nuclear weapons, you're gonna think twice. Since the 50s, has anybody invaded North Korea since the 50s?
Anybody.
Exactly.
But you know, do you see better in their life?
Say that again?
They stuck in the same way.
Yeah, they can be stuck in the same way, but nobody wants to invade North Korea because they have nuclear power. You don't hear no countries. They want to topple the government, but they don't even know how to do it. They don't know what to do. You go ahead and try and see. There's going to be a nuclear freaking fight. Keep pushing that button. So nobody wants to take that chance.
I don't even got a big tummies.
Yeah, he's cool. We're like, yeah, I'm crazy. I'm crazy, but yeah, I'm crazy.
saying? So it's like, I just don't want none of you idiots coming in here invading when you feel like it. And it's a scare tactic. Like, yo, I feel like you're gonna topple on nothing. You're gonna try to get me out of there. You're gonna try to get somebody you like, and then change the whole shit and maybe try to unite South and North Korea together again. No, this is not gonna happen. So come in if you try that.
But even in a world where Russia and this other niggas is leading, China, they'll probably unite.
You hear all of them in Congress. They talk. You hear them when you listen to them. Like I was watching Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson. He's basically saying, I don't wanna go into war with Russia. Yeah, we know why. We know why.
Sam, you're right about that. I think the EU, if the EU, European Union, puts a freeze on Israel, Daniel, what do you think that would do?
It will go down slightly, but America is still sending 3.3 billion.
No, so
Yeah, but you know, from the 7th of October, we have sent about 66 billion. Actually, it wasn't 66, it was more than 100.
yeah, so just to speak more about the EU trade freeze, right?
It looks like a dump.
Just to speak more about the EU trade freeze. So basically, the idea that has been pitched is they want to make it basically impossible for Israel to grow their economy due to this entire war, and make an extremely strict control, basically forcing Israel to bend the knee. And with that being the case, if Israel takes any more actions that do not align with human rights values, then further sanctions will be put on Israel, further destroying its economy. So they're basically just putting a leash on Israel and tightening it more and more if it doesn't do what they say, which is really funny, to say the least. Now, there's another problem with this whole like EU trade thing, which a couple of analysts have been talking about. Israel is now trying to develop like in-house like what do you call those? They're trying to make stuff in-house. I don't know what exactly they're trying to scale up in-house, other than missiles, but they're trying to cut off their reliance with the EU, and they're trying to open up trade with other places that are not the EU at this point, to combat this. So yeah, these sanctions are going to be devastating to Israel if they get put in place very soon.
But isn't it a race? I think that's why he wants to take over the West. But that's why they want to take over the West Bank and Gaza.
Oh, 100% it's a race thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's a race thing because like you have multiple countries now going to the UN and said they're going to recognize Palestine as a state.
Yeah.
And once that happens, oh, it's over now.
Yeah, so they're trying to do a 1-2 hit, right? So if they put the what do you say? If they put the sanctions on Israel and then immediately recognize the Palestinian state after they put the sanctions, basically it will cripple Israel enough to where they can't even fight the Palestinian state. And then further on, it will allow the Palestinian state to have the time to thrive and prosper, rebuilding itself. That's the argument laid out as of right now.
Daniel, what do you think about that? Sanctions on Israel. You think Israel will stop? No, I don't think they'll stop. Now, if they do put sanctions, right? If they put permanent sanctions on Israel, what do you think about that? I think Israel will have to suffer.
The EU is anti-Semitic.
There's a lot of countries that they're part of the European Union. So that's going to be crazy for Israel. And Germany, one of the guys guys came from Germany. They said they were going to recognize Palestine as a state as well.
Germany said that.
Yeah, one of the guys from Germany said it was posted in Times of Israel.
So they next
And
meeting is in September, right?
so one of the ministers started calling them Nazi.
It is my time.
You see what I'm talking about? The only country in the world you cannot criticize an anti-Semitic. You're a Holocaust enabler.
Denier.
Oh yeah, denier. Yep. Enabler, denier, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
If the Germans call me a Nazi, what are you waiting?
so it was a Nazi regime that did that to you, not the actual German people.
So hold on, I want to just say this was a quote that just came out. This is a quote from someone named Rivera, right, who actually has authority over this. She said, recognition is a good step forward, but is not enough to build peace, stability, and respect. This is why we are advocating for the EU to completely put an entire freeze with any engagement to Israel, allowing the Palestinian state to be built while preventing prolonged suffering. Senior EU officials speaking with Reuters have described the Gaza humanitarian situation extremely severe, despite some progress, including increased fuel deliveries, reopened the routes with more aid trucks entering the strip. We cannot allow this to happen again. In fact, we must make sure this never happens again. Yeah, they're gearing up to make sure that whatever comes up in the case of Palestinian state, Israel cannot fight back in any way, shape, or form. I think they're also looking to, affect the Israeli military.
The question is, why did it have to come to this? Or this could have been addressed in '67.
Because of Israel's unique ties with America.
You know, I have a
That's all
feeling
that
it's still bigger than
Yeah, but the Gaza Strip was bigger than this. Okay, it was looking like an L shape from the maps of the old days. You know,
So,
and then once after the 6 Day War, they took more land.
yeah, so I'll just explain this, right? Israel's history with America, especially after Israel betrayed the USSR to be with America, is what kind of really started off and kicked off, especially with the involvement of Robert Maxwell, right? May he be cursed in his grave, and may God put him into the deepest pits of hell. So he essentially made to where that the lobbying groups were putting money into the hands of the politicians that would support Israel, so on and so forth. The understanding being that as long as there is a understanding of foreign policy that benefits Israel, right, systematically in a proper manner, because they wanted to do it slowly. Trump, being the idiot that he is, sped it up, and now everyone can see it for what it is. So they're gonna lose everything just because they sped it up out of nowhere, and that's how it came to this.
So I do want to respond. Stand by the way. U.S. was the first country to recognize. I'm talking to the Sen down in the audience, the Zionists, Sen. U.S. was the first country to recognize the Jewish state. You gotta get your facts straight, instead of bullshitting. Since and even the UN partition plan, the U.S. was part of it. Amos is here. He's actually a Nazi. Let's talk to the Nazi. What's up with you, Amos? How you doing? Good morning. Are you okay today, Amos? Is it gonna be showering match again? You never answer any questions. I ask you a whole bunch of questions. You never answer a single question. You always ask who pays me, why I get paid, am I pooping, I poop here, I shit here on this fucking app.
So if you don't answer me, why should I answer you?
You never answer. I do answer you. I gave you a whole bunch of answers.
You answer me. Who pay you to sit here all day?
I gave you the answer. You're just a Nazi. What do you want me to do?
That's the answer?
Yeah, well, I gave you the answer. Who paid me? Nobody paid me.
So you waste all your day to quarrel with people here, to block people,
That's it.
to shout on people.
That's
your time in life.
You're wasting my time. You don't answer any questions.
I'm wasting your time. I don't answer
Hey.
you any dummy
You
question.
never answer any questions. You never answer any questions.
You expect me to answer what you want me to answer.
Yes, I ask you yes or no question, but you never answer any fucking questions.
There is no yes or no for them.
It's either yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
No, that's what you want. It's not what I will.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. Is Israel starving kids in Gaza?
No question, don't ask. If it is yes, no, and I cannot respond.
Is Israel?
You give me the example only to say yes or no. That's the only opportunity.
That's the only thing, yeah. Yes, I don't want your stupid speech.
You don't want me to speak. You want.
No, you can speak. You can speak, but you have to say yes or no.
Lies and lies.
You can explain. Stop acting like a fucking Nazi. Actually, worse than a fucking Nazi.
I'm a Nazi.
You're worse than a Nazi.
I am a Nazi.
You're worse than a Nazi.
I am a Nazi.
No, worse than a Nazi.
Worse than a Nazi? What?
Yeah.
Do that I'm worse than a Nazi.
Yeah. You are worse than a Nazi.
What about you? Did you look in the mirror this morning? Did you look in the
You look in the mirror yourself, a Nazi? You look in the mirror yourself? You kill people? You want to kill 20,000 babies to save your fucking 20 hostages? I don't know what you're on about, man.
Let's say that you represent the Palestinian, even that you sit in a house, in an office, in the state, with air condition, coffee, leg on leg, you sit and speak, you're not in Gaza, you don't have any connection with them. But you think you are intelligent, yes? You think yourself.
I know I'm intelligent.
You're so
Yeah.
more dummy,
So it's a yes or no question again. Is Israel starving children?
There is no yes or no question.
Is Israel starving children?
You know the title in your picture. You know this tree under the flag. What is it showing this tree?
What is it showing? What kind of tree is it? Tell me.
I think you don't know. I know what is this tree.
No, I know what is this tree.
What is this tree?
Tell me, what tree is this?
I'll tell you after you tell me. What is
It's an olive tree. Olive tree.
this is an olive tree. It looks like Jolani's tree.
Yeah, it's not Jelani, it's olive tree that you steal. Your people, they steal even the fucking olive tree from the West Bank. The thief, the settlers are a bunch of fucking thieves. They don't even leave the olive tree. They literally take it out of the root. And I actually try to look into it. And guess what they use? They bring in the equipment to fucking take it off the root. How the fuck would you take this tree out? You know? Like if they're fucking thieves. And they're allergic to olive trees, by the way.
You stupid who do you represent? But let's say that you represent them. They choose those Palestinian leaders, by the way, it's not the Palestinians, it's the stupid leaders. They choose in a war. In a war, violently, I'm stronger than you. You can say lies and lies in this room, but in the real life, I'm stronger than you with my airplanes, with my tanks. Even there is, what is Amos?
With your tanks, with your American tanks, American money, American begging America.
Do you know what is Amos in the
My
sky?
tax dollar, American tax dollar.
What is Amos in
Fucking
the sky?
dummy.
I ask you a simple question. Let's see if you know what is Amos 1 in the sky. In the sky, not in the ground, on the sky. What is Amos 1?
Amos wants to kill 20,000 babies to 20, save 20 hostages.
One in submarine in the sky. What you call the American when they say to send to the moon? What you call this machine?
The rocket?
Not a rocket, a machine. People is
Satellite?
satellite.
You want to sit inside a satellite?
So there is a famous satellite from Israel, the first satellite of Israel, that's name is Amos 1. Let me teach you a little bit about Israel. Amos 1 can see everywhere where you go. You can't run away from Amos 1. He controls you. So there's Amos 1 in the sky who control you, control every Palestinian leader everywhere he go. The people who sit in the ground can translate it.
So it's okay to spy on people.
Exactly. So
It's okay to spy on people.
the Jewish people are more clever than the Muslim,
You're no different than a fucking Nazi. That's a problem. You're just a Nazi.
They educated the people.
Yeah.
Educated, not
You
violent.
know Amos is...
You,
Yeah.
let's say
You Zionist Nazi.
I suspect you are an Indian, you are not a Muslim, but let's
You
say
Zionist Nazi.
you, since you born, what your mother teach you when you were a little baby?
What did your mother teach you?
What she teach you is
What did she teach you? To kill Palestinians? How to fucking rape Palestinian kids?
And how to kill. What is ISIS did? What is
ISIS is literally funded by fucking Israel.
in the 7th of October?
7th of October. What happened before the 7th of October? Did you kill people? Did you kill innocent children?
5 years, they didn't train nothing.
75 years.
So what happened in the 7th of October?
What happened on 7th of October? Hannibal Directive happened. Hannibal Directive happened.
20,000 children.
Yeah. The testimony idea was told not to show up at the border. You forgot about the testimony, huh? Idea of testimony says that they were told not to cancel they were told not to show up at the checkpoints. You forgot about that, huh? Fucking idiot. I played the testimony. I played the clip for you the other day.
What? No, I don't play any clips.
I did play the clip yesterday for you.
I know them. I don't need
You're an idiot. You are a Nazi fucking idiot.
every clip you put, like with two old people talking, joking, we keep Palestinians when we were young.
I put the clip. Hold on. I played the clip about the idea. It was in Hebrew.
Then you clip a soldier, and I tell you that my nephew was together with this soldier in the same place, even in
How do you know? Yeah, maybe he's arrived.
No, I heard
Maybe he's arrived. No, you weren't there on 7th of October.
everything you think you know, I know better than you.
You were not there on 7th of October. Stop.
As I told you.
You were hiding in your kibbutznik.
You are so dummy. You're so stupid.
Were you driving a taxi on 7th of October?
I'm in the 7th of October was Saturday. Nobody's working on Saturday.
Okay, so you were sitting home. You were sitting home.
So dummy. You're so dummy.
You weren't going at the rape party and dancing with the girls?
In the morning, kids and I give evidence. Give evidence.
stupid fucktard.
The lies and lies from the morning till night, sitting in clubhouse, saying lies and lies. And all the people are Hamasniks, you know, it's like Bibi Netanyahu sit in the coalition and all is finished to you. Bibi Netanyahu, like, obey to the king. You know, that's his rule. You obey to the king. Everything is similar between you to Bibi Netanyahu. A lot of things very, very similar. I can call you Bibi Netanyahu. It will be the same.
I call you a Nazi. You're a Nazi.
You call me from the beginning.
You're Hitler. You're Hitler.
You think you're better than Chucky? Chucky called
You
me.
think you're better than a Hitler? You're worse than a Hitler. You're worse than a Hitler. You were worse than a Hitler.
Who is better, you and Chucky?
I talk with facts.
Who hates me more, you or Chucky?
Shuki is mentally retarded truck driver. I'm not a truck driver. I don't smoke. He's a smoker. He's a crackhead.
Comparing between you and
Shuki is a crackhead. He's a piece of shit crackhead.
You are all dictators. You all
Shuki is a piece of shit crackhead.
And if somebody don't agree with you, is Hitler and Nazi and
I have the data. I played the clip the other day. You deny the fucking clip. You deny everything. I sent you a bunch of articles in the back channel.
Netanyahu, we just remove him. You know where he is?
I send you Times of Israel. I send you Jerusalem Post. You deny everything.
You are a liar.
You don't even look at Haaretz. You know, you don't even, all you care about, you listen to your stupid, disgusting radio that barely speaks about anything.
You know what is Haaretz? You know what is a newspaper Haaretz?
Yeah. You know when it was established? What year was it established? Go tell me. Tell me what year was it established?
I just want you to know what is Haaretz in Israel. Do you know? Yes or no?
What year was it established?
You don't know the
What year was it established? What year?
The leftists of the leftists, more leftists than me.
Yes, what year was it established?
So when you understand the head of those people who write in Haaretz, then you know who are the people and what subjects they are writing about.
What year? What year was it established?
Nothing, not about Israel.
What year? Amos.
You come to teach Amos. You think, Amir will teach Amos.
You're a dummy.
Everything you come with me in any subject, I know better than you about subject you bring. Idona Aretz, two old people who are talking, a soldier would you have a lot of you like to take a lot of gossip. And from this gossip, you make the truth and the only truth. And you don't know that your food is gossip, it's nothing. It's nothing in Israel.
Israel is full of criminals.
You find 80 years old, maybe 90 years old, two old people who speak what they did in 48, in 56. So they were, at that time, the same Muslims did a lot of much more awful things.
No, they did not. Muslim protected the Jews. Muslim protected the Jews.
You're so dummy.
Muslim protected the Jews.
And then you take a simple soldier, I don't know who he is, he said about the chaos what happened in the 7th of October. You tell Amos, and I tell you my nephew is an officer in the 7th of October on the board. One of the Span soldiers who been killed. So you come to tell me, Amos, about what this soldier know or didn't know.
You were not there.
I don't need to
Okay. What happened on 7th of October?
Listen.
They lie all the time.
No, learn to listen, you dummy, dictator. Learn to listen. I have all the records that my nephew give orders. I have it alive. I just don't know how to put it here, but I have it.
Where's it? Give it IDF lies?
How can they lie about the records when
Oh
they
my God, they fucking lie all the time.
They go to the Mazen and tell her our soldier died in the war. They must tell her the truth. They give a record of a soldier speaking. And they even say how good he was. And
So IDF never lies. IDF never lies,
That's
Amos.
what I'm saying. Why are you asking too many how? They always lie. We know that.
IDF never lies, Amos. IDF is infallible, right? They're honest, pious people that never lie.
listen, Amir, you are
How could they lie?
you are a wash brain. You have your opinion and nobody can change your opinion. And I'm
Read
not
the
so
evidence,
sure-
read the videos.
and I'm not so sure that nobody pay you for this opinion to sit here. I'm not so sure. Something is stinking in Amos's nose. Stinking. Why a person clever like Amir, I find myself looking after him. The first thing I come to Clubhouse, I find myself looking, where is Amir? Where is Amir? It's the first thing I do when I come to Clubhouse. But let's be honest.
They like
So
you.
you're not stupid. So you're not stupid. So you're not stupid. And I ask
Oh, I'm not
you're not stupid. So I ask myself, what a not stupid like Amir doing it from the morning till the night? I ask myself questions, but I don't believe your answers. You know, I don't believe everything. I'm not so dummy, Amir. Clever, you see, someone come talk, it's fine, and then he go. They come, yes, and then he go. You stay, sit here. You and AC, yeah? So let me understand, what are you doing here from morning till night? Who pay you money for that? And before you give me a truth answer, I know if you are lying or not. Believe me, I have enough experience in life to understand when you are lying or not.
I just told you I don't get paid almost. It's free. I do for free. Because I care about the kids in Gaza. I care about the innocent people getting killed, the genocide. You know, that's why. I came from Twitter. You know Twitter?
But you don't care about the kids of Be'eri, and you don't care about the
I do.
Halon, and you don't care about the kids of Niri.
Almost. What kids? What kids? The combatant? The one with the gun? The one with the gun?
You don't care about the kids who go to dancing.
How many? So dancing, they didn't have the gun? They never walked over to their cars to grab the gun.
You just care about the
No, Amos, listen to the question. Listen to the question. They ran over to their cars to grab their weapon. Yes or no? Yes. The answer is yes. They ran over to their cars to grab their weapon. You know, they...
Yes or no, I even don't listen to your questions, so you can ask and ask.
Okay, my question to you. At the party.
Daniel and Hannah, look on the chat. Daniel and Hannah listening to you.
My question to you, at the LA party, right, where they're smoking, doing a whole bunch of drugs, right? Whole bunch of drugs. They're doing, all types of drugs. And, when this attack happened, right, the 7th of October, they did not go to their cars to grab their weapon because a lot of them have served in the IDF and they have weapons. They have open carry law for the people that are reservists that have served in the military. Did they walk over to their cars? Yes, no. To grab their weapon. That's my question. And the answer is yes, they did. They did go to their fucking car to grab their weapon. And the next thing, the head of the directive was applied. We have testimony from the IDF. He got in touch with the on a WhatsApp group from the people that are on the ground.
I wonder, Amir, how much you care about those children that you say that they go to the cars to bring their guns and blah, 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 blah. All these lies and lies and lies you're telling.
Yes.
But I wonder if you care the same about those children of the Palestinians. If you care all the children or only one side children.
No. And this is the problem. If you have served in the military and you have a weapon, you're a combatant.
How many
This is what you don't get. Majority of the people, the Israeli Jews, they have served in the military.
You tell me how many children under 18 were in the party of Nova, you know?
How many were there?
How many children that
At the party, hold on.
mother was, babies with their mother were in the party, you know?
Almost at the rape party, this was with the drugs or whatever. The kids were not allowed. You know this, right? It was a drug party with the drugs. One day prior.
Let's say that it was a party.
Oh my God.
Let's say, what is it of your business?
Why would the kids be allowed at the drug party? Why would the kids be allowed? It's literally young people dancing at the fucking party.
So what? What is it of your
So it wasn't the kids. It was combatant. They had fucking weapons.
So you want to explain that those kids were on drugs, they were smoking drugs, and
They were doing drugs.
So it's around to kill them, to rape them, to murder them, to cut them.
No rape. What is it? Can you give me the name of the victim? Can you give me the name of the victim? Who got raped? Give me the name of the victim. Yeah, give me the name of the victim. Who got raped?
It's written over there, the victim and the...
No, I need to know. Can you please give me the name so I can look into it? Because I don't know who got raped. Can you please give me the name?
You know, after the kid, now they cut their breasts, and now they cut their head, and I was what they did to the body after the killing. You stupid. You say, I'm a Nazi, yes. I'm a Nazi.
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped on 7th of October?
I don't know the names.
You don't know the fucking name, then why are you making a claim?
There is a movie they took from the body of the Nuh.
Give me the name of the person that got raped.
There are movies of what I said. This movie, where did they make this movie? From the body of the...
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped?
The cameras themselves about...
Okay, can you give me the name? Fucking no name.
I don't know the names. Why should I say names?
Okay, then you don't know the name, then shut your fucking mouth. You don't know the fucking name.
How many kids are 1,500? How do I...
No. Hold on. It was almost, it was 1395 first, and then they went out to the figure 1195. You know those 200 are Palestinian civilians. Alright? Your people killed the Palestinians with the Hannibal Directive. The bodies were so burnt really badly, they couldn't even tell which were Palestinians versus the Israelis. And out of the 1195, 500 of them were fucking IDF soldiers. 695 were civilian. Hold on.
So who caused to this chaos? Who caused it?
Who caused it? What do you mean who caused it?
Who caused it?
Your people did.
Yeah,
Netanyahu did. Netanyahu told them not to show up at work on 7th of October. Did you hear the testimony? Do you want me to play it again?
I had a soldier about, he didn't say that they get older, he just said that he wanted information. The only record you have that soldier was questions, that's all. And he didn't get any answer, by the way. I heard what the soldier said, and I heard about what this testimony about one soldier. At least I can identify another soldier, I know. Yes?
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped on 7th of October?
Well, I say, why you have only one soldier? You know how many in dude in the Pluga? You know how many soldiers? We're all, only one soldier you give me, that's all. Believe me, if there was...
What's up, Maximilian?
Together with the Magaz.
Who is this schmuck? Is he an Israeli?
This guy is Israeli, he's a Cuban snake. He lives inside Israel.
Israeli that partially makes him okay with his ignorance, but I really want to ask this guy, I don't know you, Amos, right? But I am Jewish.
Did you say Amos?
Pardon? Amos.
I thought he said Amos.
Maximilian, this is your picture? Maximilian.
Pardon?
This is your picture on the title? Is it you?
Yeah, you don't even have a picture, and if you want to make fun of my looks,
statement. On condition we have the same time to talk.
Yes, okay, we can even have, if you like, seems like a very reasonable fellow, how about he keeps 1 minute or something, you say what you want to say, and I'll say what I want to say. What do you think about that?
As long as you let me say what I want to say.
I will, I absolutely will. But when I'm there, I'm there, we can talk.
Yeah, let's speak. I don't have to time you guys. I must let him speak for 1 minute and then you respond back, okay? So go on Maximilian and then when you're done, just let
We're not
respond.
done. I actually like you to actually time it. I like this official, no just guessing, okay?
Okay, all right.
No, really, Amir, I mean it.
Let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna start with my statement is that Amos, as an American Jew, I feel that you have a view of the world which is making it more dangerous for Israel, that makes it more dangerous for me as a Jew, and is having a 180-degree opposite effect on myself, especially as a non-Israeli Jew. What you guys do there and how you look at it, I might think it's full of it, but I'm not feeling. I put America first. I do not think that Israel comes first before the United States as an American. We're going to have differences. I can understand you want to do what you want to do, so to speak, in Israel, but I also feel like it's kind of a, well, I guess I'll say it, it's very ignorant. It's hard for me to imagine that the Israelis think that you guys did not know what was going on at the border before this attack. It's been said, and I believe it, that even a cockroach can move on that border. And Israel goes in and kills people inside of Iran, far away, inside of their government, and then they don't know they're going to be attacked. So I think that's obvious that the Likud and the greater Israel, which I find abhorrent and terrible personally, is in control and pushing their agenda. And I also believe that the Netanyahu and you'll probably call this a conspiracy theory, but nevertheless, I believe they've got.
It's time.
Okay, go ahead. Well, thank you.
All right, Amos, you got a minute going. Amos.
People I don't know. They like to speak and speak. They so lonely in the house. There is no wife, no children to listen to him. So they like to come out, speak and speak and speak. So many nonsense. I'm Jewish, American. Don't know what they want to say, what they want to ask. Is a Jewish American? What is this connection? Is it Israeli, Palestinian? Who is he come from? He said by himself that I'm going to joke about this booking, so it's okay. He has a problem of outsider booking, but it's a problem that he don't have the tact to know how many rubbish in so short time he's speaking.
Are you done, Amos? That was your response?
What to the response for?
You're just a dumbass, man. Seriously, you can't even respond to what Max has said. Oh my God.
Amos. I think that you, personally, I believe Jews have and I've read it, we have a higher IQ than most Americans, and this might sound insulting, or we're not supposed to say that, and, however, I think you single-handedly, you by yourself, Amos, have lowered the Jewish IQ, because you're not even making sense. For me, for the United States, it's like as if I had a best friend
$6 billion every year, almost 3%.
How much money you give to Israel?
Well, okay, I just wanna make sure we're following a rule here, Amos, cause you could talk another minute. I can answer you now if you would like.
Yeah, but try to be honest and direct.
Oh, okay, so,
Please, come on, down.
2 million I give to a hospital in Beersheba in Soroka. I built a room for emergency something. Tell the truth. Who are you?
well, first of all, I don't understand the logic of it. The fact that you wanna do something within your country for people that, it sounds like you wanna do good for certain people, I find that commendable. I'm not gonna complain about that. But you know, there's a lot of countries, there's the Kurds. I can name
To ask
20
you a simple question. How much money
Zero.
you have and how
Zero.
much money you
Not a
can get
shekel.
for it?
Not a nickel, not a dime. Can you hear that? Amos.
So tell I didn't give it for 1 shekel. That's all. That's a direct, not a philosophic question of 1 hour. Say, I was here wrong. I have no money. I'm a bus driver in the United States. I didn't give any shekel to the Israelis. Say, can you say it loudly and clearly that you didn't give any shekel to Israel?
Amir, would you do the 1 minute with this guy because he's clearly a schmuck. He can't follow rules even. I think he has Alzheimer's a little bit, and maybe we shouldn't pick on him.
I don't know, man. This guy, I've been trying to get an answer.
Well, you're like a martyr. You're like the Mother Teresa of Palestinians.
I've been trying to get an answer out of this.
Well, I don't even understand what you get out of talking to individuals like this because you can't even make a coherent. You can't make a coherent thought.
And I tell you now.
He's trying to come out right now. Just like we did come out.
Let me 1 minute. I don't need more than.
Okay, go on, Amos, go on.
In my experience, all those rich Americans who give Israel money, they think they have the right to be rightist and Zionist and try to curse me. And then I said, who are you? Who are you, Maximilian? That you come with a strong opinion for America against America. What you connect to the conflict? Keep your mouth shut a little bit. Even that you're 77, usually I'm looking to all people as a clever one. Not you, Maximilian, you dummy.
Okay, are you done? Okay, go on, Maximilian.
Well, first of all, I've given zero to Israel. Let's put it that way. I'd rather give money to a homeless cause in the United States than any money to Israel, first of all. And first of all, it doesn't make sense to me what you say. First you tell me I'm a millionaire, then you tell me I have no money. I'd like you to make your own decision about that. And I'd like to see the top of your head to see if you have any hair. But aside from that, your lack of testosterone and your lack of, you just don't have good logic. You know, I understand you're emotional, but it feels like I'm talking to an hysterical woman or a teenager that's not making any sense. That just wants to insult me. You know, I understand you have a difficult situation, right? But take care of it yourself. I'm done. And it's
You cancel it. Nobody dying there for feeding. Israel without America, there ain't nothing.
Pardon?
No, he's talking about Israel. Israel without America, there ain't nothing. We
Yeah, that's
make
what I
it worse
said.
for them.
Well, that's what I mean. I think we should just let them quit pushing us around, and you know, there's plenty of other places we can put our money. And people that want to put us in a war, countries that want to put us, they're doing things directly against what I think is.
We're going against the whole world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's how they treating us like they're saying, oh, we ain't doing shit.
Right, but if you got a knucklehead like this, I understand it's a little bit. I enjoy being able to vent my emotions about a knucklehead like this, right?
problem with this guy, right? Apparently, Amos, this is what happens with the Jewish people that don't support Israel.
Yeah, then you
They don't
consider
stand.
it, yeah.
They self-hating Jews. They wrote it in the chat for you, Max. Of these people, Daniel is an atheist. I don't even know how he's a Jewish person. You have the other people like Sam. He's another idiot, right? Doesn't have any fucking knowledge.
I want to know who is it? Who is the man I'm speaking with? And I want to know who is Maximilian.
You don't answer any questions. Why do you lie all the
I
time?
don't know what his profession, what he's in a pension now, what is he doing in his pension, if he is married, if he has grandchildren, he has something else to do instead of sitting in clubhouse and argument about things he don't understand nothing about. I wonder what is a 77 years old American, Jewish American, it doesn't matter, he can be Christian or Buddhist or whatever. What is of this business? What's going on in Israel? Why not in between Russia and Ukraine now? Why not in
I'm against that also, by the way, but,
Sudan? What
well,
do you understand? Because you're Jewish, you give yourself something to attack Israel maybe. Well, who are you? Well, tell me something about yourself. Married, children, grandchildren. What you can
I've been married for 35 years. I've had
75 years old?
Yeah, 77. I got married when I was 42. So, Anus, I don't even understand your line of thought. It's like basically you're saying somebody has a different opinion of you and your country, and the majority of the people in your country might be in favor, but at least 10% of the people in Israel probably think like I do, I imagine. And you probably think they're stupid, right? Would I agree with that?
You only imagine.
Oh, okay. There's like 10
Who
people
casting
that,
you in the chat? At least 5 people are casting you in the chat, so who are you? You don't read the chat, I read the chat sometimes. What do
I
you
could
think?
read it, but I don't care about the chat. I'm not having a discussion with you, Anus.
I see you the first time, I don't know you, but I see how people casting you
Well,
in
you
the chat.
make a lot of statements. Well, what other people think is irrelevant right now, too, Anus. I mean, I don't ask you. I have no idea what your sex life has been over through your life. How many people have reviled you and don't like you in business? Whether you've done any real business in your life, whether you've worked as an electrician, whether you've been a plumber, whether you're a geophysicist, I don't know. I'm just talking about your idea.
I'm a bus driver.
Well, my gosh. You know, why are you on such a high horse? Why are you talking as if that's some kind of special position that gives you a right to talk, and you're talking about, well, what am I? Am I whatever? I don't know.
I tell you what.
You're implying I'm a homosexual.
I tell you what. I live in Israel. I live in this country.
I live in the United
Since the
States.
day I born. Since the day I born, I live the conflict.
I
But
agree.
you're
If I was
Jewish in
in America,
America. Would you connect that maybe you have some relatives? So what? You live in America. Stay in America. What's of your business? Don't
well,
stay
in America, if you think,
Don't
listen,
go
you
to
let
Obama.
Anus. Shit. You won't even let me talk. You ask questions, but you won't let me respond. Can I respond? Okay. I agree with your argument. I should have nothing to do with Israel, and Israel should have nothing to do with us, in the sense of us giving you all that money, right? If you agree that it doesn't make sense for me to give an opinion about Israel, then you should think that Israel should have no opinion or not need the help of the United States. Why do you care about the United States? Why do you care that you want us to help you? Because you're not strong enough as a country without blackmailing the United States into doing stuff they do not want to do. That's my opinion. That's not in our self-interest. I understand you as an Israeli wanting what you want to do. I don't care about that, or well, it makes sense to me, right? But it's out of proportion the fact that the Congress and
Maximilian, to add to your point, Amos, do you know that Maximilian, he's a Jew, okay? Thanks to Netanyahu, hold on, I'm not done. Hold on. Thanks to your criminal Zionist entity, anytime you kill a baby, or mother, or father, do you know what's happening throughout the world? They're starting to hate the Jews because they're looking at that the Jews are killing the babies, killing everybody. Unlike yourself, this is what's happening.
Okay.
So, hang on. Jerusalem is a holy place for all the Jews. You see what I'm saying? And you don't own the Israel. Okay? So calm your tits down. If Maximilian tomorrow, if he wants to do Aliyah and get a citizenship, he has as much right as you do. Okay?
Okay, mute yourself, Amir. Now you, Maximilian, I give you 2 minutes of speech about the Americans. You know, Americans represented by Biden, by Donald Trump, by Obama. You're controlling Israel. You could do a great thing if you control Israel by your money. But don't think that everything what you do is the right thing. And don't think that Bibi represent the Israelians. The Donald Trump, oh wow, if they don't do it, the sky will open and eat all the Nukhbut, all the Hamas, oh yo. No Bibi, no Donald Trump, no Biden, they cannot tell the Hamas underground in the channel, 40, 50 meters underground what to do. They are terrorists. We kill all their leaders. Until today, they keep 20 alive, 50 hostages, 20 alive, nobody know which conditions. They, from their favorites, want to show a movie of the hostages, what they're doing to them, how they starving them, those animals under the ground. So they bring outside the movie to make us fighting each other against the other. But you as an American, with a lot of people say, now Donald Trump will tell Bibi, Donald Trump, the airplane of the Israelis were going to attack Iran. Donald Trump said, Bibi, take your airplanes back with all your bombs and don't bomb Iran. So Bibi tell the airplanes to come back. 50 airplanes were on the way to Iran and they turn around without attacking Iran. So if Donald Trump would say, Bibi, take all your IDF outside Gaza and come to agreement with the Palestinians and push more Bibi than the Palestinians because he cannot control the Palestinians, he can't control Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't know who are all those Jewish American advisors he had around him, but he make a mistake. He make a big mistake that he let Bibi do what he wants. But now he sees the results of what he give a free hand to Bibi. Bibi want to go out tomorrow and take all Gaza. Who give educated to these 2 million? Who give them medicine? Who give them food? Who give all those people? No, this we don't do. So this clever person do exactly what he wants. He give Ben-Gvir and sponsorship to keep us coalition out.
Hang on. The mic was on Amos, let him finish. Hold on.
So if Donald Trump was clever and he had a good advisor, we tell him to start push a little bit more Bibi than the Palestinian, which he had no control of. Maybe, I'm not so sure, because we lost, from my perspective, we lost this war. Israel, inside the Nova, inside the kibbutzim,
There was no Holocaust.
running,
Stop it.
raping, murdering.
Stop it. There was no Holocaust number 2.
Amos, I want to respond to your one point. You made a claim that Trump told them to come back. They were on a fighter jet. Do you know what they did with the bombs? They threw them on Gazans. I think you forgot about that. You need to look into it. When they were coming back, they started throwing the leftover bombs.
You lies. When you
Yes,
start
no,
with you
no,
lies
it's a
and
fact.
you start with you
It's a
lies.
fact. It's a
I
fact.
don't
It's
know
a fact.
where you bring all these lies from.
That's a
Where
fact.
did they put all the bombs they go to Iran, they put on Gaza. Gaza is a little
Yes.
secret.
They did.
You got
They
the
did.
nerve.
The lies and lies and lies again and again and again. I mean,
Are you
I'm not the
finished?
one who lies.
Are you finished?
Wednesday,
Are you finished speaking?
everything what connected with you, I'm not finished now.
Are you finished speaking?
With you, yes.
Okay, well, I don't give a fuck if it's with me. You're on a panel with people in the public, so I'm gonna speak now. So shush. I mean, for you to say Holocaust number 2, are you serious? Because I think the Germans killed 6 million of them.
Take care, Max.
6 million. I mean, that's ridiculous that you are just grandstanding and exaggerating. And if Hamas is such a terrorist group, why did
Maximum, bye-bye. You're going, bye-bye.
I said shut up. Why did Bibi Netanyahu hand them money since 2014 through Qatar? When he didn't have to directly hand Hamas money. He could have worked through a third party like the UN, or they have so much data, so much face recognition, has a whole record of every family living in the Gaza Strip. They could have gave that money to the civilians instead of handing it to Hamas. So you're the ones that are working with terrorists. If they're such terrorists, why are you working with them? There's other ways of giving that money to the Gazan civilians in the Gaza Strip. Through the United Nations, a third party, or you could have just gave like a budget or like an allowance to every family member in Gaza. You guys got so much information on them. You know every family that lives there. So this whole thing of like, oh, Hamas was the acting government in the Gaza Strip, that's weird. That's weird, because you just gave money to a fucking terrorist group. That's why when Amir says it's a self-inflicted October 7th, it is. And just you saying, Holocaust number 2. Bro, shut the fuck up. You're projecting what happened in Nazi Germany, which was a horrible thing that happened to the Jews, to the Gypsies, to people of color, because they killed black Germans too, people with disabilities, to the Arabs. Listen, the Arabs did not commit the Holocaust. You guys been projecting what happened to you guys since 1945 on the, no, 48 on the Arabs. Get over it already.
47,
Not
47.
direct that anger. 47, sorry. Direct that answer or direct that anger to who did it. To the Germans. Fuck, man.
Your people are doing Holocaust to the Palestinians.
I agree.
You don't know that, huh? More than 60,000 people dead.
And it's like you learn from the Germans. Y'all obviously learned something from the Germans. guys being the victim anymore. You're not the victim. Y'all were able to use that Holocaust card a long time ago. But it's not anymore. It's the 21st century. Can't do it. You guys are the enemy. You guys have become Nazis. And you guys don't see it. You don't see it. But the world sees it. The world sees it. And then you guys gonna hide behind everyone being anti-Semitic. Everybody being anti-Semitic. The whole world can't be anti-Semitic. At this point, you're the fucking problem.
You wanna respond, Alma?
I have to respond to every lies and every crazy woman.
No, that's not a crazy woman. Don't be misogynist. Don't be misogynist. Don't be misogynist. You just had a whole fucking monologue with fucking lies. Talking about Holocaust number 2. What? Compared to what? Compared to what? You gonna compare October 7th to what happened to you guys in Nazi Germany? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Tell me something, Wednesday, where are you right now?
Are you fucking not? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Where are you right now?
Why the fuck you care, bro?
I ask you, where are you now? It's a secret. I come to
Why
your
do
house.
you care?
I wonder.
Why don't you wonder anything about me, sir?
What city
Sir,
in the
of all
United
places,
States?
of all people to wonder about, don't wonder about me. Be a married man and wonder about your wife. Such an odd question to ask a single woman when you're a married man.
Did you open the room?
Such an odd question to ask. Such an odd question. Such an odd question. I was trolling you. Get over it. Get over it. Oh my god. It was a troll. Oh my god. See, this is why you can't. Amir, this is why you can't give old people some kind of you can't troll them this way. Because I'm gonna forever hold this down.
Can you explain what did you meant?
Oh my god, you're like a dog that's been abandoned for years. Anybody shows any affection to you. Oh my god. I was trolling you. You threw me down to the audience. So I wanted to fucking troll you. Get over it.
Yes, get over this.
God, jeez.
Dummy, you're so uneducated.
I'm a dummy.
So stupid.
You're the dummy. But I am glad that you admit that you guys lost. Almost 2 years. 2 years you still haven't gotten a mouse.
Depends who am I talking with, you know.
The only reason your economy is doing okay right now is because it's an average war.
When
And the
you
United
look
States
from
keep
outside,
on giving you money. And the United States keep on giving you money. And the United States keeps on giving you money.
when you look from
When the United
outside,
States giving you money. But I think Trump trying to do some stupid shit when it comes to FEMA. I think that you can't out-talk me, I'm a woman. You can't out-talk me, I'm a woman. I can talk for days. I don't care where you look for outside. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
You come in just to lie, to say rubbish.
It's not a lie, it's not rubbish.
When I say
brainwashed.
when I say
You are brainwashed.
to an
You are
American person,
brainwashed. You are brainwashed. You're brainwashed. You brainwashed to think that the Israelis are brainwashed to think you guys are better than everybody in the world. I asked you the question, and you couldn't answer me this question last time. I said, as an atheist, how do you feel that other religious Jews feel that they're superior to everyone else, that everyone is a goy, and you couldn't answer me that?
was so hard to get an answer out of you. I give you one thing, no, lie, lie, lie. Open your mind. Look into the facts and data. I don't know, man.
Yes, bro, know what's the time now?
I don't know what the time is. Coexistence?
You don't know what's the time now in Israel?
You can open coexistence?
No, in the afternoon, it's a sleeping time now. So I'm not going to waste my time on Wednesday on you. I'm going to sleep now.
Okay. Good night.
I want to make commercials before I sleep. 12 o'clock, it's time. Come Daniel, come Ace. Why Ace is not on the stage? What she's doing there?
I think she has a glitch. Ace, try unmute and come on up.
You know, I think I was really upset. Amir, I was really upset to hear that Daniel was trying to put his phone.
I had you beg and I picked you tonight, love.
Let's go to sleep, old man.
Go to sleep, almost go to sleep.
Go to sleep, old man.
Stay in the room, I give you a more.
Go to sleep, old man.
I'm talking to Last now and tell her to come to my
Nobody
room.
cares. Shh, good night.
Wednesday the 3rd,
Who is last, Amos? Who's last?
Last, I got a moderator in my room. And she finished the room.
But I don't know, is this the same last?
She finished the room? What do you mean she cleaned the room?
She closed it. Saturday I find myself without a moderator. Down on the stage, not in my room.
I would have cleaned the room.
Amos, is this the same last or is it different last?
I think it's the same.
Are you sure this is different last?
I think it's the same. Because I had her back now. I was so angry.
Yeah, but this last is I think maybe it's a guy.
She wanted
Oh, it's the same? Why didn't you tell me? I have to block this bitch. Get lost. I didn't know it was the same one. Get lost, get out of my room. I didn't know. Because she accused me of fucking whole bunch of words in the back channel. She called me a whole bunch of names. Get lost.
You already
Yeah. Out of my room. Get lost.
Listen.
Yeah. Block. Yeah. Because I don't want that bitch coming in. She attacked everybody in my room. She attacked me on the back channel. That I follow her. I come to the room. I am a creep. I try to flirt with her. Fucking bitch. I said provide proof. She doesn't have any proof. Fucking bitch. Cunt.
I've never.
No, she literally called me a pedophile and a whole bunch of shit on the back channel. I said, fuck you.
So what? So she called you.
Yeah. You can't do that when you don't have any evidence. I asked for the evidence, no evidence.
You know how many Israelis call me pedophile? So what?
I don't care. I'm not almost. I'm not a low life like yourself.
Fuck that bitch.
That was last, right?
Yeah. She's trying to do the same thing to me, bro. And she's trying to.
I think she opened the room on you there. She called me pedophile. Right?
She sent me a message and it was like a paragraph. Mad love trying to abuse me. And I was like, join the queue, honey. I've got a lot of admirers on this app. You know what I mean? This is the first. And then she tried to screenshot it and I was like, read the whole thing, bro. Said the whole thing. You know what I mean? There's nothing. She tried, man. And she's like, she's done that before with someone else in one of my UK rooms. She tried to
Yeah.
what are you doing, man? At this point, it's too obvious, darling. You know?
I know. I kicked her up. I thought it was a he. This was a new one. I thought.
But you know how much you see a woman in the room? You get a little woozy in the room. You give her the moderator when Amos in the room. You know? Amos, you give the ladies the
Wait,
one in the room.
isn't Last from Canada? Isn't she Fatima's friend? Is that the last?
Yeah. She likes to start drama with everybody.
Yeah, she's weird. She's a
said she made a claim that I go into incognito mode and I am a creep. I go into her room, I watch her and do this. I'm like, what?
Nah, bro.
I said, provide evidence. I said, provide evidence that I came to your room. And then she called me a predator. She called me a pedo. What's your fucking word?
I think she's paranoid because of this incognito mode.
No. She called me a whole bunch of other words as well. I said, okay, provide evidence. You're making a claim, provide evidence. I come in and I told her, if you have a problem, stop following me around. Stop coming to my rooms. You're not allowed in my rooms. I blocked her. She actually blocked me first and then I blocked her. And again, she started coming in here. I'm like, what? You don't do that. You know, and it's permanent block from this room. Yes, just a second.
Why does he sound like not so close to
What did you say, Andrew?
We can barely hear you, bro.
We can barely hear you, Andrew. Yeah, a little bit better, yes.
Alright.
Nothing, we're doing what? Yeah, it's approved in the Knesset. This room was opened based on that. I actually posted a Times of Israel article. Yesterday, they were saying that on Thursday it's going to be approved. It was yesterday. And today, yesterday, time, California time, they approved it. So they are going to go in there. So 75% is already under occupation, and they're gonna come in, take over another 25%. And Trump was asked, "Are you okay with the occupation?" He said, "I'll leave it to the Israelis." And the humanitarian aid, Trump is worried about those mothers that are that have to give breast milk to kids, babies, whatever. And what else was it? Yeah, what's up for you, something?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brother, Germany just announced that they're placing an arms embargo on Israel.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard
Oh,
it.
Germany. Oh,
It just came.
you know when Germany turn around. Oh my god.
Yeah, they said we're not gonna approve any weapons to be sent out to
Because
Israel.
those guys have been cucks, you know. Those are the real cucks, right?
Isn't Daniel from Germany? Isn't Daniel in Germany?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Daniel, stop trying to control Edward, okay? I know you're fascinated with him, and I don't understand how you try to dictate how someone needs to speak and police tone someone. That's so fucking weird, bro.
Yeah.
Aren't you married? Stop police toning people.
He was telling. I heard Daniel, you were trying to tell him to critique Palestinians and Palestine and Hamas in this room. I mean, have you ever done it yourself? Have you ever criticized and condemned the idea?
Never.
Right? And then you come in here and you want us to fucking condemn everything. Yeah, fuck you and fuck your condemnation. We don't give two fucks.
Never do it.
I want to add this. Edward is a straight man. Okay? He's a straight man. What do you do about it? He's a straight man.
Leave that man alone. Leave that man alone.
No, bro. You're a married man. Stop it.
Shit. Crazy, man. He's stalking, man. That dad, he's stalking, bro. He's stalking. I'm watching you, Dad.
chat, she's like all in about Palestine. She's always against the Zionists, but I don't know about the spectrum itself.
Accusing me that I go into a room, I creep up on her, I try to flirt with her. What the fuck did I flirt with this bitch?
I swear she said that to me as well in the back channel. She's like, you always try to flirt with me. I didn't even know what she sounds like, who she was. I was like, bro, I didn't even know who you are, bro. Like, I didn't even recognize her. Talking about flirting with her. The hell? What's wrong with this woman? I told her, yeah, she's just weird, bro. She's just like, you know, some women, they just want, drama, So, that's just what it is.
Well, she has to be weird. She hangs around Fatima.
Since you date her,
Whoa. Whoa, what?
I heard you in a room talking about investing and trading investing.
Nah, I do, swing trading, bro.
You?
Yeah,
You heard about Soundhound?
yeah.
What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's got potential. I do more CrowdStrike. I do a lot of NVIDIA CrowdStrike AI stocks.
This is an AI stock, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I don't know much about it, to be honest. I heard it's good, I heard it's growing, but I don't know.
I went in on it
Yeah. Yeah, no, this last 3 months has been crazy, bro. My portfolio is insane.
in a good way, or
Then you wrote that needs to be re-educated. It can't happen. Not by the sense of bringing in an industry that doesn't exploit benefit. I think the Zionist Jews, they need to be re-educated. The reason why you can't, we have the clips from the yeshivas that are inside Israel. They teach their kids Jewish supremacy. I have a testimony from Emrose. Daniel, you remember you met Emrose? Yeah? She was born and raised inside Israel, and she's anti-Zionist. She said the same thing, Jewish supremacy. And I came across some videos, I was in a shock. They're literally talking about, getting rid of the Arabs, or if you blow up Masjid al-Aqsa, what would happen, and a whole bunch of other crazy shit. So this is the type of mentality you have inside Israel. And this is what they cheat in, this is what they teach inside some of the yeshivas inside Israel. And it's very disturbing. I would suggest you to try to, what is it called? I think they need to be educated really good, right? I think the new yeshivas will probably have to open up, once, the Palestinians have their own state. And if they get the Jew state, definitely, most definitely, stay on the fucking Jewish side of the, whatever land it's called. And let them live their own thing, and stop freaking occupying it every other day, or every day coming in and trying to, kill kids, or, when you're occupying the land, they're throwing rocks at your fucking truck. This is
They can't help
type of, they do this all the time. Right now, there's a Mahmoud Ibrahim, the kid, he's actually inside Israeli prison without due process. They're making a claim that he threw a rock at the fucking IDF truck. His brother, Palestinian American, that owned the ice cream shop in Tampa, Florida, he got killed, murdered by the settlers in the West Bank, and they let the settlers out. They took the settlers in for a day, they let them out. Like, what kind of a fucking apartheid system is this?
This is what they support,
Garbage, shitty, no laws for the Palestinians, and
They
no
support
protection for the Palestinians in the West Bank. It's only about fucking Israeli settlers and Israel, and that's it. You should look into it. That kid, he was 18-year-old kid, right? Tampa, Florida. He's a Palestinian American. He was sitting on his porch But the stupid fucking settlers, these criminal, Zionist fucking settlers, they came in this property. They started first time stealing the tree, and then they started setting up a caddy, and then he called them out. He said, "Get lost." They started beating the shit out of the kid, and they beat him to death. And guess what? Even the ambulance wasn't even allowed. There were so many fucking checkpoints, ambulance couldn't even make it over there. And the kid actually died. Such a disgusting, what happens with the Palestinians in the West Bank. You seriously need to educate the settlers. And actually, as a matter of fact, all of you guys are fucking settlers. This is why Amos was saying yesterday that we have to sleep between 2 to 4 or something. We can't go out, it's bad for our skin. It's because you're not from that fucking country. If you were from that country, you'd be able to, go out and do what you need to do. You're from Ukraine, Russia, Poland, a whole bunch of these fucking countries. But they're never gonna learn. And you have the Arab Jews, you have a problem with that? And they're actually Arab Jews, I know you probably title them Israeli Jews. They used to discriminate against Israeli Jews as well. Mohsen, you want to come on up? Are you Zionist? Do you support Israel or Palestine? What's up, Saul?
Half of Israel has turned on the country, let's be honest. They realize they don't think it's a democracy, they don't think it's a democracy, they don't think it's democratic, they don't think any of these things, bro. They hit the streets, Daniel's becoming a minority even in his own country, of Israel.
Bro, he lives in Germany, he ran away like a little bitch because he did not want to serve in the military. Mohsen, are you there? Mohsen?
Yeah, I'm here, man. Good morning, guys.
Do you support Israel?
No, man, it's just my parents are Egyptian, and I was born in New York, and I was raised in Miami. I'm Muslim, and this is a horrible situation to watch. My question is, why are the Arab nations so silent? Why is everybody, not being even vocal and just speaking up? And I
have a counter question to you. Why is the Egyptian government is so buddy-buddy with the Zionist entity? Why did they stop the Tunisian protesters? Did not allow them into Egypt. They were going to go to the border and protest. Why is Al-Sisi was involved in blockade during, from 2007 and after that? Why is Al-Sisi, it has the Rafah border crossings, blocked off? You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that led to Egypt.
Why is his son selling getaway packages to Palestinians? His son was selling entrances into Egypt. Sisi's son.
So they were charging money.
Yeah, that guy's. I don't like that guy, man. I've only been to Egypt once. I want to go there and really see my parents, where they came from and stuff. So I don't know, much about my country, as far as what I hadn't learned, just in school and doing research. But just watching this, and not hearing any of no nations, man. Saudi Arabia, everybody has alliances with Israel, which I understand they want to keep the relationship good, but it's horrible for them to just sit here and be silent and not stand up.
So the aid that's coming in, that it's coming to the Egyptian side. A lot of the countries are actually putting the aid in there, so they're investing money. Now the issue here is the only border that you see is Egyptian border.
Yes.
It's not the other way around, right?
Yeah,
Saudi Arabia is trying to do the diplomatic way. They're supporting the ICJ, they condemn it, they want everybody to recognize the Palestinian state. It's just a mouthpiece, right? And then you have the UAE that has diplomatic relations with Israel. They're not going to do anything. While they were starving during the Ramadan, these fuckers were having their iftar party with the Israelis. Disgusting scumbags.
I spent a year listening to rooms, specifically on Twitter Spaces, with thousands of people. Salomon's rooms, Yahuda's rooms.
You've been in Suleiman and Nazir. Okay, cool.
I've learned so much over the past year, and I've been in pro-Palestinian rooms, and I've been in pro-Zionist
Hamas chartered the agree on 67 borders, right? This is Hamas's position, and they asked what is it called? Netanyahu wanted them to demilitarize, take the arms off, whatever, and they said nope until we have a state, right? So now they because yesterday's news they're about to occupy the whole Gaza. So they're going to occupy. It was already under occupation, 75% of it. Now there's another 25% that was left. They're going to occupy the whole thing. About 3 days ago, the Knesset, 22 of these psychopaths, genocidal maniacs, they were trying to pass a bill, a resolution or something, to go into Gaza, to tour northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements or whatever. That guy Katz, the defense minister, he came out and he said, I'm going to, and he actually approved it. And I don't know if they already went inside or not. 22 out of fucking 34. This is how genocidal maniac these people are. They're already thinking about building settlements in the, in northern Gaza. So the solution is Hamas charters have 67 borders. Netanyahu denied it twice, once in 2015, once in 2023, right before the 7th of October in front of the Security Council, UN Security Council.
Yeah, I read something where Trump has a partnership for like a Riviera hotel resort over there.
Oh no, that was what's the term? That was satire. The creator of the video came out and he said that it was satire, and he came back.
I've been in the entertainment industry for almost 15 years, guys. I start on my educational doctorate degree this month. I went to film school. I've worked with hundreds of celebrities over the years, music videos, commercials, and documentaries.
Did you cut out?
Yes, that's me. My Instagram is disabled right now because of a reality show I shot. That something happened, so I'm getting my Instagram back. But what I wanted to say is the power of media is, I can't tell you guys how much influence media accomplishes, the messages that we put through the media. I worked on The Apprentice with Donald Trump when I was in film school. I have a contract with Live Golf. I'm at Trump's golf course once a year, working the tournament, and I live 10 minutes from his house in West Palm Beach. I ride by his house on my bicycle, and I talk to his Secret Service all the time. There's no kind of, with the exception of people like Salman, there's no Muslims, the media, we need to push more and put more, the influencers and the power of social media is very important in letting people know and showing. And I think that there has been, I don't know, on a 100% scale, 60 to 65 compared to the Zionist media. And it's very hard to control. But I think that we need to do more speaking like this, Clubhouse, Twitter Spaces, social media posts, commercials, and, continue to make the kids aware, because the kids have the power, believe it or not, when it comes to this game with the media. I know people that, do millions of views.
Listen, I got a question for you. The talking points. Why don't you get Suleiman Ahmad on CNN? spaces on that idiot. He was stealing money from it.
I think Yehuda realized something, and I think his spaces are more discussion based and hearing people out now compared to then. And Jonathan Bing and those guys, you know, I had a conversation about them managing the brand, managing their brand for that room. And I, you know, Nelson and him, I don't know, I didn't like the energy, so we just kind of went our own ways. But
So you worked with Zionists?
no, I didn't. We didn't do it. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, but Yehuda is a Zionist.
Yeah, I never worked with him. That's what I'm saying. I was talking about Nelson and Jonathan Bing. I had a conversation with Nelson about managing his brand, but I did not do it. I didn't do it. I liked those guys in the beginning, and then when I heard some of the things they were saying, I just didn't agree with. And yeah.
And the Yehuda was the same. There's a whole bunch of recorded spaces. You should go listen to a whole bunch of what he did on Million Marathon.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Yehuda is another piece of shit, garbage. He came on this app as well, and he disappeared.
Where are you from?
I can't say because I got death threats for running these spaces every day.
I was big on Clubhouse for years, man. When this thing opened, I had rooms, thousands of people in them. We used to have all kinds of different topic rooms and networking rooms, and I used to do celebrity interviews. Yeah, this was during COVID times.
Yeah, 20 days ago.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. We had fun on this app back then, man. But yeah, now I just jump on, man. I just jump into topics that I like. I look, you know, if there's nothing going on Twitter Spaces, I come on here. But you guys, I appreciate you guys letting me speak, and I appreciate you guys having a conversation about this topic as well. So I'm gonna.
We talk about the solution all the time, also, but I mean, look, if you support the state called Israel, right, the Zionist entity, and if you want Israel to exist, that actually makes you a Zionist, right? Now, if you say you want the Israel to exist, which means you support how the state was created in the first place. In 47, you had the ethnic cleansing happen after the Arabs denied the partition land. And it turned into a full-blown war in 48. And then after they called it Israel, whatever, right? They kicked out a whole bunch of people, women, a lot of people, you know, they even raped little girls from one village to another. And then they, they even did, when they called it Israel, right after that, there was a war, but the Arab side wasn't prepared for the war. They didn't have proper uniform, they weren't ready to fight, and these other Zionist mofos, they were ready to fight, they had the freaking weapons, because they've been doing attacks, you know, since the 40s. Actually, in 1937, they did a Black Sunday, and they booby-trapped fucking cucumber boxes, little containers and whatnot. And they even tried to approach Hitler because British had decided not to give these people a state. After the, you know, the Peel Commissioner Board, the White Papers, they decided not to give these people a state in 1939. You know what I'm saying? And then 10 years from that day, it was supposed to be a Palestinian state, not a fucking Israeli state. You know, and this is why they approached Hitler 1940 to 41. It was a Lehi Jewish militia here. And, you know, then it turned into a shit show. The Nazis, they denied it. They're like, nope, I'm not going to help you, whatever. And then they slowly started doing a bunch of these attacks. The first attack they did was, I believe, 44, 45. And then 47, 45, 46. Even in 47, they actually killed, what was it, two commanders from the British Mandate. You know, even the U.S. president was fucking terrorized. They sent letter bombs to the U.S. president, Harry Truman.
You know, you should do voiceovers through a YouTube, and you should put all of this information on YouTube and make a bunch of money, and just have a documentary channel and just teach people. You know.
No, everybody knows.
You know what else?
A lot of people are well aware of it.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you can just, you know, if you like doing that and like having these discussions, you should monetize it. I was gonna say too, you know.
that makes him a Zionist.
Gotcha. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So now, let's say you come across somebody, a Jewish person that says it doesn't need to exist or whatever, the way it was created. So that person believes in political Zionism. So that believes in religious Zionism.
Is that the same as a Jewish person that thinks a two-state is fair and wants to just live in peace?
Yeah. But if they say the right to exist, for Israel, then that makes you Zionist. Now, if they go two-state solution, that's a different thing. But you have to keep in mind political and religious Zionism. So some people they believe in religious Zionism that are protesting, that are anti-Israel because this is the way the state was created. It was created which goes against the scripture. You know what I'm saying? So the people that believe in religious Zionism, they believe in the end times that when Mashiach comes in and they're gonna go back to their homeland. That's a different story. That's like for the end times.
You know what else was very interesting to see, Amir? When October 7th happened, there was a lot of influence for the Zionism, even now, but then more. But then look what happened probably somewhere around 3 to 4 months ago. I feel like there was a lot more people that were realizing what Israel was doing and started speaking out more, even in public. Somewhere around 3 or 4 months ago, everybody started waking up and they're like, man, this is not right. It's got to stop at some point, right? So now it's even more, awareness, which was very interesting to see.
Yep. I mean, so look on this app right after the 7th of October, everybody was, pretty much, they were looking at Hamas terrorists, Palestinian terrorists, blah blah blah. And then as soon as they start doing more and more attacks to schools, hospitals, and this and that, I mean, people started changing their positions. And now this app is a majority pro-Palestinian. The pro-Israeli side is like you could say maybe less than maybe 100 people or 200 people or maybe 500 people, but the rest of the other rooms, even the black spaces, they're majority they support the pro-Palestinian because they see it resonates with how the black folks in America were enslaved or whatnot, how they were treated. That's how Israel is treating the Palestinians for over 70 years, treating them like fucking slaves, treating them like shit.
Yeah, I go into random rooms and I hear, excuse me, I hear a lot of people blaming a lot of things on Israel. Even if it's not related to Gaza, just direct relation to our, politicians and just political and APAC and all that stuff that's going on. And there's a lot of just white Americans that are not, in favor of, being partnered with Israel in any way. So there's a lot of those spaces that I'm hearing people speak up on, or I'm not calling against Israel. I'm just curious to see where this is all going to end up, because you got Donald Trump coming in here, and, I supported Donald Trump for a long time, more as an entertainer, the fact that he wasn't a politician, he was more of a businessman. I wanted him to have more of an Elon Musk approach when he came into this position, but I think his emotion carries a lot of his conversations and statements and actions, which is very dangerous for us here in America. And 6 months into his presidency, or 7 months now, he's upset a lot of people. And I'm very curious to see where that goes. And then we got 3.5 more years with him. So I just don't think none of this is going to end well. I think a lot of emotions are going to make the decisions rather than logic. And we're going to.
But the logic, Mohsin, the logic says DOJ came out. They said his name's on the Epstein files. The logic says they just moved Ghislaine Maxwell to a lower minimum security prison, right? Why did they move her over there? Do you know that minimum security? I heard that they're not supposed to allow the pedophiles over there, and she's a pedophile. How is a pedophile allowed at that minimum security
were citizens. Like my parents came from Egypt in the 70s and became citizens. But now Trump has made it where you can get deported even if you're a citizen or a son of a citizen or whatever. So they're grabbing anybody up on the street if you look a certain type of way or talk a certain type of way. It's crazy here, man.
100%, bro. I'm in Los Angeles.
I lived there in 4 years. I came back last year. I couldn't stand that place, bro. I had to get out. I had to go, bro. I was in.
But the weather is nice.
Bro, I did not like. I like visiting there, but I don't like living there. I was in North Hollywood, the Hesby. I lived at the Hesby.
North Hollywood, okay.
Yeah, by Magnolia.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I think the Epstein thing, it's a big thing, man, with the Epstein, and I think, you know that Barack, the former Israeli prime minister, visited Epstein's island more than 30 times.
Have you been in diligence rooms on Twitter or no?
On about what? About Epstein?
Yeah, he's been breaking down that case, and what he does, that's pretty cool. He uses Grok, and he has Grok as a speaker, and he asks Grok questions, bro. I mean, he super detailed questions, unbelievable. And Grok is such a dope, awesome, amazing invention. It's so much. It just knows how to articulate exactly what you want, so many different ways. The information data bank that it has is incredible. So, guys, if you're in this room listening, check out that app that Elon made, Grok. If you want to pay the app fee, isn't that $30?
I used it too.
Super cool, man. So he
But it
uses
was
that to
pro
break down.
Hitler, by the way. Most of it was pro Hitler. You heard about it?
What?
They had to change the settings, or they had to re-educate him.
Yeah,
The Grok was like pro Hitler.
yeah, somebody's in there probably messing around, man. One of the kids working there, you know, he can't control everything, man. He's got so much stuff going on, that guy. I don't think it was intentional.
Well, I know, but the thing with Twitter is there's a lot of Jew hating. Over there they just directly call it Jew. They don't even use the term science anymore. This is another thing, but the thing is, in America we got a lot of them. They're evangelical. They're Zionists. They support this state called Israel. And there's a lot of even on this app right now we have a few Jewish people. They don't support Israel. They come into this all the time.
I've met a lot of people like Jewish people like that. Bro, I'm telling you, I grew up with Jewish people. I have never had any issues with Jewish people. Like I've had friendships from the age of 10, and just normal. To me, they seem like white Americans basically here, and I've never had any issues, no arguments, no fights. I've made money with a lot of Jewish people. I've never been treated a certain way as a Muslim, Egyptian Muslim. So I just, to see this and for them to see this, it puts a lot of Jewish people in bad scenarios. A lot of Jewish people had to leave a lot of countries, Egypt and a lot of countries, they had to go back home to where they know that they're safe. But I think, what Netanyahu's doing is, by extending this so long, is really putting them in a very, very bad position, Jewish citizens.
Yeah, but you said they had to go back where? Back to America, or wherever they came from?
Well, it's probably to Israel, because I learned that, my friends told me this too, and from a young age, a lot of Jewish
the first place. Now, the indoctrination, yes, they do teach Jewish supremacy. And there's a yeshivas inside Israel. They teach them that they're above everybody. They're the God chosen people, right? They're above the Arabs that are living there, and it's crazy, right? This type of mentality, they need to change this mindset. And but if you look at the historical facts, it's just like their narrative is, oh, we went to war and the Arabs lost, and and we took over the land. They don't realize how much that is a big of a lie, because the war happened in 48. In 47, that's when they started ethnically cleansing the Arabs, the Palestinians, out of their own homes. Even the Jewish neighbors, they sold them out to the Jewish militias that were ethnically cleansing them from one village to another and the third. So all I'm saying is there's this context to it that they'll never mention. And then they'll bring up the point, oh, we bought the land. Motherfucker, how much land did you buy? 6.6%. It's available all over. If you Google it or ask Gronk or whatever, it'll tell you 6.6% land was purchased. Not the full 100%, not the full 50%, not the 75%. And the British decided not to give these people a state because they terrorized everybody on that land, British and Arabs. You know? So
So
what
how
I'm
from
saying
that
is just
point,
scary.
how from that point to now, it went from, being Palestine on the map to being Israel? At what point did everything go wrong for them? Lack of an army, lack of agreements, and having a conversation between both sides in so many years. Like, what happened where now, they're fenced up somewhere in a part of their own country?
So many, there's if you look at the wars and whatnot that took place after the ethnic cleansing, that's why UNRWA was created in 49 to look after the refugees in Gaza, right? And Gaza was controlled by Egypt, right? And what they did is ethnic cleansing, that part did not stop in 48. It stopped all the way up to 1956. What they would do is that, there was leftover Palestinians. They wanted to control how many Palestinians would be allowed. They had to keep it at 20%. And then the rest of them, they would load them up in backward truck and dump them, in Gaza or wherever. And up till now, there's been deals, but every deal always missed out on the right of return. And there's a UN resolution that says right of return. More than 750,000 that were kicked, they're supposed to be allowed back in proper Israel. They have keys, deed, paperwork, you know, and that's always off the table. And it's always, if you look at all the deals that they have, there's always missing pieces. One deal, they missed out on the East Jerusalem. The Jerusalem would be controlled by Israel. According to the 67 borders, when you look at it from the UN side, it's actually West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, right? That's where the Masjid al-Aqsa is, to be part of, what you call it, Palestine. But what they do is they always play around in the West Bank. You know how many checkpoints are there, Moses? 920 checkpoints in the West Bank.
You know what? I think the responsibility equally falls on the Arab nations that are sitting there silent. I think I think that they are taking political stances too serious and are forgetting what really matters. Um, and it's more of a brotherhood than borders and nations and being your king or the president. It's more of a brotherhood. It doesn't matter if I know you or not. If I know you're Muslim, the
guys that are in there, Egyptian government, Jordan government, the Hashemite kingdom. You got people, even in the West Bank, the PA is in bed with Israel. And that guy actually, there's a documentation that he makes money off occupation.
How do you feel about Putin?
Putin, I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I mean, he's a genocide maniac as well. But the Ukraine Russia thing, I kind of look at it as, I don't know, they're same people, man. I mean, Russia, if Russia was to take over Ukraine, right, they're not gonna kick people out. They're gonna let them live over there, like Israel does. Israel wants to take over Gaza and West Bank. They want them gone or genocided. You see the difference there? So, and the war with Ukraine Russia, I feel like it was started from the NATO side, the Ukraine side, and I don't know. Why would you start something with Russia? So, and their claim is that there's a puppet that Russia planted in there, for a while, and blah blah blah, bullshit, bullshit.
Did you hear Putin's interview about Trump last week?
What did he say?
He basically said that Trump's living in a reality show and he talks peace, but he sends 2 nuclear submarines. Well, we have more, positions in place against the U.S. than you have against us. Dude, he really wanted to look it up. Last week he destroyed he destroyed Trump. In the interview, he destroyed him, man. It was like the whole interview, he was just bashing him.
Yeah, Trump is just an idiot. So the warheads, I think Mario Nafo, the guy on Twitter, did a space on this. So he had this video on his Twitter page. The video showed how they would be activated, and apparently Russia had 4,500, I think, warheads. America has 3,900 warheads. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And let's say if they were to annihilate Russia, right? Like do a full nuclear, right? So it would automatically activate the system for the nuclear. Then apparently their warheads are hidden outside of Russia somewhere. We don't know where. They would get activated, and they would automatically be, towards America. They will come towards America. America won't be able to do shit. You see what I'm saying? America's our target.
Yeah.
Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does.
Yeah, Putin's not playing, man. He was the head of the KGB or whatever they call him. And then he became the president.
Intelligence.
Yeah, the last guy, he kind of put him into office. It wasn't really, a democracy kind of scenario. It was just like, hey, let me introduce you guys to Putin, and then boom, he was the president. So, I think also that Israel wants that Gaza's portion of Gaza because they want to do that canal, like how Egypt has the Suez Canal. They want to build that I think they call it the Ben something canal, where it will challenge the Suez Canal. Yes.
I don't know, man. So I kind of feel like it won't be possible without, Hamas or somebody coming in and bombing the shit out of it. You see what I'm saying? So they would either, if they want to build a canal of any sort, either they would have to genocide everybody in Gaza, or and not do it. Either or. Because if they build a canal and let's say they have a small piece of land, they take over, but then what do we do from the other side? They could have weaponry, the tunnel, whatever, they can shoot that shit, and that could damage the canal. And it's a multi-billion-dollar project if they were to build a canal. So, yeah, that's what it is. The solution, I believe, I wish it was possible from one state, right? But who wants to live with the rapist, man? These Israelis, the survey, 82% of them, they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza, right? Israeli Jews. Israeli Jews, they did another survey, 56% of them, they want to kick the Arab Israelis out, the Palestinian Israelis out. There's another survey that says 64% of them, they agree on what's happening to people in Gaza. Right? Now, if you look at another survey back in 2015, same fucking problem. In 2015, there was a survey was done by Pew Research, and it's the Israeli Jews. They wanted the Arabs out, and it was at 48%. See what I'm saying? The discrimination level in 2016 against the Arabs was about 72%. You know what I'm saying? And then there was another survey that was done in 2022. The discrimination against the Arabs inside Israel was at about 37%. And now after the 7th of October, I'm sure it probably went up to 80%.
How do you sit down at a table and negotiate with people like that?
That's what I'm saying, bro. What do we do? And I look at them as rapists. Fucking rapists. They want people, they want Hamas to put down the weapon. Palestinians not to resist. And just, bend over and get raped in the ass. That's all they want. They've been raping these people. Like, I'll give you a recent story. About 4 or 5, this was, I think, last week. A Palestinian American from the same place where you're from, Tampa, Florida. This young kid, he's 18 or 19. I know, actually, he was 20, I think, or 19. He actually owned an ice cream shop over there. You probably know him. You're Florida, right, Mossad?
Yes.
So this kid, 18, 19-year-old, he was sitting on a porch inside in the West Bank, right? And he's chilling, whatever. These settlers, they pull up and they start, messing around with the trees that had the property up, building a tent or whatever. And then he told them, get lost or whatever. They started beating the shit out of him. They beat him to death, and he died. The ambulance couldn't even make it in time because of the fucking checkpoints and a bunch of shit that was in the way. The kid died, and they arrested. They took some of these settlers in, the IDF, and they were let out. They let them out. And they asked America for help, and the American government is just garbage. It's fucking piece. It's a sellout. They're sellouts. And then you know what happened to his brother? His brother, apparently, they're making the claim, IDF, that his brother threw a rock at IDF truck, right? And that's why they took him in under administrative detention without due process. They're not even allowing the family members to see it, lawyers to see it, whatever. And he's actually, I think, 16 or 17 or 15, I think. And his name is Mahmoud Ibrahim. And if you get a chance, look into it. And the father, I actually played the clip yesterday. His father was saying, we're not allowed to see him. We don't know how he is. We don't know if they're abusing it. And he's a Palestinian American. Even the fucking Americans are not protected inside the West Bank. Like, what kind of fucking law is this?
Yeah.
Sick.
That's horrible, man.
Hey, welcome, Christ and Mark. If you guys want to chime in. Christ, did you want to say something? Anyways, I think she's busy. So that's where we're at, Mossad, And I actually like Cinema Space. I can just sit there, listen to it, get educated, And he runs pretty good space again. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I like his spaces too. I've been in them for a long time.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of breaks a lot of news too in his spaces. But they took his verification and something else. They basically shadow banned him on Twitter.
Yeah, they demonetized him. They took away his blue check mark. He can't make money off of any of his.
Yeah.
His posts aren't getting too many, it's not in his favor. It's, they took they got rid of the Bentley doesn't become popular. It's all has to do with the fucking Zionists, man.
Yeah.
They put his name on one of the rockets they shot at Gaza, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's
They did
wild.
that to him and Jackson Hinkle, that I think he's in his 20s as well.
Yeah, someone, his voice is out there, that's when his voice is shaking the block, things like that happen.
Yep.
And it comes from the support of his, yeah, it comes from the support of his people though, resharing the spaces and doing everything, just joining the space all the time. It's a lot of his fans and supporters that give him, that space. A lot of people don't understand how to contribute to a speaker and to help his cause, right? And some people do. And in my experience, Twitter, there's just far more intelligent people on there, you know, more rather intelligent people on that app than on Clubhouse. At this point, the best spaces usually on Clubhouse are the small spaces like this, but Twitter's a giant.
Yep, Twitter is interesting. I actually wanted to go over there and see if I can open up a space every day, because I actually cover the news in the morning, and I try to stay up to date with the news as well. And I usually and then we have psychopaths, genocide, Romania, they come in here as well as Zionists, and debate them sometimes back and forth, and then
But
we have people crashing out every day.
That's good though, Amir, because I want to hear the perspective of the Zionists. I want to hear them talk, right? I want to hear the perspective of the, Israeli citizen that supports what's going on, and I want to hear from the ones that don't support what's going on. So I think the more people you have that come into the room, it's all content, bro, at the end of the day. So if it's, as far as the space is concerned, you're going to have people that come in and want to say what they feel. And they might be Israeli citizens and they might be American Israelis, who knows. And I'm very interested in their thoughts and what they got to say. So I don't know, I think it's a good thing when you have that in the room because it answers a lot of questions and it shows their cards sometimes.
They lie too much, bro. And they just lie. You give them evidence, right? Today we had this new Zionist going back and forth. He kept on denying it. I even played the clip for him. Why, Hamas was funded. How Hamas was funded by Netanyahu and whatnot. And apparently, he did not really accept it. I'm like, what? I gave him evidence from his own sources, Jewish sources. Didn't accept it. We had somebody else, same thing, didn't accept it. I don't know, I think they live in sort of like in denial. Some of these Zionists, they live in denial.
At the end of the day, they have to support Israel and support their land. That's what they were taught to believe growing up, and that's what they're gonna do no matter what it is, bro. And I just, like I said, I think that at some point there's something that's gonna happen in either side's favor, how they want it to go, or someone's gonna step in and create a negotiation that nobody's gonna be happy with. To be honest with you. And the terrorism will probably continue. This is not gonna end. So it's a horrible situation, man.
That's true. We're gonna see what happens. It is terrible.
But I heard somebody yesterday, because in the Twitter spaces, I heard people in Gaza talking, and I heard they have all kinds of people in there. And one of the guys was telling us that they this scenario, no matter how you look at it, is just bad, bad, bad. And nobody wants to step in and take action, which is even more confusing.
That's true. And that's where we're at right now, man. I don't know. Hey, welcome, Nazi. How you doing, brother?
Sally.
Walaikum assalam. Yep. So, Nazi is what it is, my friend. I mean, we had look what this blue guy wrote in the chat. He's half German, half Israeli, right? Look at what he wrote. He goes, just wanted to say that without lies, Palestine dies. Thank you for the attention to this matter. This guy doesn't even believe in that Israel is starving children. He's a Zionist, born in Israel.
The
This guy
chat
thinks
GPT
it's
slogan.
What did you say, that?
There's a chat GPT slogan.
Maybe, yeah. And he doesn't believe in that it's apartheid. He doesn't believe that it's a genocide. You know, and then you talk to him intellectually dishonest. Every time you try to make a point, you know, he wouldn't even answer the question. He'll derail the fucking topic. That's all it is. It's people, and then some people they tend to crash out here. I mean, every day we have crash outs. You know, 2, 3 at least. People, you know, crash out on Zionists. Some Zionists, they get triggered, they crash out on pro-bellies. It goes crazy, man. But anyways, I think this room has served its purpose. Anybody else want to speak? And I think I'll probably end it. Jump on water to you guys. Happy Friday. And I think I'm going to bed now. Anybody want to speak? No? Alright. So it was nice meeting you, Mohsen. Keeps coming in, bro. I open the room every day, right? About it runs for 10 hours a day, 10 to 12 hours a day. Sometimes I'm late, sometimes a bit early. And I think you follow the house, so you'll get a notification. You know, if you're on Twitter, you can hop in here, listen to the conversation. Sometimes we have Zionists, so they can go in for hours. We have Palestinians that come into the space as well. We have a brother that actually lives inside the West Bank. He comes in here as well. We have another brother that lives in the West Bank. You can listen to him, you know. And we even had somebody come in here from Gaza, but I don't know what happened to him. He disappeared. But anyways, so I'll talk to you guys later. So have a good night. I mean, a good morning or good night. Take care, guys.
More likely to get a pardon, and they often do, or get a commutation. But, you know, I agree with you. I just wanted the acknowledgement that this is what happens, right? These people donate to someone's political campaign, or they donate to someone's thing, or they're huge donors, or and then they end up getting political favors that benefit them, which could be a pardon, could be a commutation, could be, you know, whatever.
Naveed, let me tell you something, bro. You're not even. The worst pardon in my lifetime wasn't January 6th, because we all knew that he said he was going to do it. Biden said he wasn't going to pardon his son, and that motherfucker gave full pardon. I think that should have been a crime right there.
Well, I mean, but also given what we found out now, and the fact that Tulsi Gabbard and others have disclosed that the Biden administration was aware, pardoning someone like Adam Schiff and members, you know, of including Brennan Clapper and others, makes you understand. I mean, you got to understand that, JB and Marshall. I'm wondering your thoughts on this too, because it's fascinating to me that, you know, he pardoned all these people. They're like, oh, that's because Trump's going to go after them for no reason, and then now the info comes out that there is a reason to go after them, and you know, and he went to try to pardon them. So I mean, you know, it is just you know, that pardon power. I actually agree with you, JB. I think that Congress should have the ability to, just like they review senators, right? They should provide advice and consent on pardons. But do each pardon may take Senate a lot of time. Maybe you say, hey, you know, every 2 months or something we review the pardon, something like that. I don't know, just a thought.
Not only did it. Go ahead, sir.
like, yeah, he pardoned those people because he knows how Trump is. So there's no new
Well,
information.
what was litigated? What was litigated?
The Russian collusion thing, or Russian data.
Which court litigated it? Because you said it was litigated. So which court?
I'm sorry, investigated, not litigated. Maybe Patrick's.
Okay. And did you read any of the Tulsi stuff? Because some of the people, like the Durham Annex was hidden. Those facts were hidden, never provided. So I mean, if you looked at it, the Durham Annex clearly calls out some of these things. And not all the facts were litigated. Not all the facts were investigated. Okay, and that's the point that comes out, saying like, hey, what was provided, just even Mueller came and said there was no collusion, right? And Nancy, if you read the Mueller report now, in light of all that you got, you can see that Mueller was basically saying, I need to find a way to try to link Trump to this, but there's no evidence to show it, but I need to find a way, so let me try to find a way.
Let me ask you a question, man. Because I remember you and I have had a million discussions. I know where you stand. But I want to ask you, I want to see if you're going to be honest. Let's see if it passes the smell test, right? In your opinion, is Donald Trump a criminal or have a criminal mindset, in your opinion? Be honest.
Criminal mindset.
He has a criminal mindset, right? He's like
Yeah,
a
I said
mafia
criminal
guy.
mindset. Yep.
He has like a
Criminal mindset. That doesn't mean he's a criminal mindset. Doesn't mean he's a criminal, but criminal mindset. Sure.
So he runs the government like the mafia boss runs his family.
I think he runs everything like mafia boss runs family, right? And I think in some ways that may be good, and in some ways that's horrendous.
Well, I think, allocating, I don't know the exact number, I'm going to guess $90 billion for ICE. That's a criminal mindset. ICE didn't need $90 billion. They could have taken 75 and taken another 15 billion would it be, and put it in other places that are needed. Like, I know this is going to sound stupid to some of you people, but to cancel PBS, public broadcasting, they couldn't find the money for that, but they're more worried about fucking Pedro coming over from Mexico. That's some bullshit, bro. Just my opinion.
And it's 150 billion for ICE, right? Isn't it? Am I wrong on that?
I don't know the exact number.
Well, it's for USCIS. Hold on, to be fair, it's for USCIS overall, which is all the immigration processing, not just ICE, but, people say it's for ICE, but it doesn't specifically. If you look at the legislation, you look at the proposals, none of it does actually say ICE.
Hey, Naveem, let me ask you a question. Just between you and me, because nobody's listening to us, right? They couldn't have taken, let's say, $1 billion in it, just $1 billion, $1 billion, and hired some new judges to expedite the process, or no?
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem is, he's saying moving forward. So Trump's mindset is the people that came under Biden vetted, right? And there's some reality to that. If you want to go into this immigration discussion, I'm happy to have it. But, these people weren't vetted. And there's proof of it. I mean, you take people from South America, many of those countries don't have the proper vetting system. So if you call and say, I'm here with, I have Pedro here. He says he's from your country. We don't know if he's there. Oh, I'm there. Well, we don't have any system to verify who he is. We don't know who he is. Well, okay, so we have to take his word that he's from Colombia? Okay, so how do we know where this guy is from? And so now we'll let you in. Okay, now you're in the country, you're our problem, right? So the view is get everyone out, right? Moving forward, now look at the legislation that passed in the big beautiful bill. Like, majority has more immigration judges that are in there. So you're right. At the beginning, he took the approach of, hey, we're gonna put this money in, we're gonna double down, we're gonna go and pull all these people that came out that we have no idea who the hell they are that came into this country. And now, moving forward, we're gonna make it really difficult to come in by, putting more judges and putting other people in there. So while I agree with you that, the approach and the strategy in which he did was kind of egregious, I'm just telling you what my belief is.
Thank you, Naveem. Let me just say, I'm going to do a quick reset, but I'm going to say something before I do it. And this is going to trigger some of you people, and that's okay. It's 7:30 in the morning. Good morning, Hector. To me, ICE reminds me of Hitler's Gestapo. It really does. This is Healthy Debates, guys. This is Coffee and Conversation. The link on top on the Jumbotron is a link to my chat room that I'm going to be hosting later. I'm hoping everybody comes. Even Balenciaga can come. Hang out with the cool kids if he wants. We'll let you in.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Jamil. Welcome on L. Oh, we got LC in the house. Yo, F. Hector. Eunice, how you doing? Guys got a pink ticket down the VIP section, cashing in. Sin, I don't even know why you have a pink ticket. But Sin, I looked through your profile. That picture of that flip-flop, man.
I got kicked out your room by El Romo because I called him.
Can I finish my fucking reset, bro?
I know, you just want me to demon every time I'm on there.
Because you have no mic. I'm in the middle of a reset, and you just because it's more important, you have to say what you have to say. If El Normo kicked you out, there was a reason for it.
There wasn't no reason. He
No?
kicked me out because I called him an evil Jew.
An evil Jew.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, did he have to repeat?
Yeah, you had to beat that day.
Well, then there you go. Show more respect. I don't have to tell you.
So that's disrespectful to call him an evil Jew when
You know what's funny, and I just said it before you got through. The hypersensitivity of men on this app. It's fucking bizarre to me. Who gives a fuck you got thrown out? Who gives a fuck what I say to you? You're a fucking man. Squeeze your balls, bro. Who cares? It's a free fucking app. Like, legit, bro. You cry every fucking day, and the thing is with you, that I don't understand. You're actually a little smart. You're not a lot smart, but you're a little smart. You could get in the conversation, but you want us to be stuck in your feelings from 3 days ago. Who gives a fuck, bro? Like, legit. We're having a great conversation about Trump and partners, and you want to cry about a normal who's not even in the fucking room? I'm sure he had a reason to throw you out. If you feel he's an evil Jew, that's your business. You have to deal with God, not me. It's fucking crazy, man. You dudes need to get some fucking testosterone test done. Anyway, if you have a pink ticket, cash it in. Hit the link on top. That's for my chatter room later. Yo, Doug, you're more than welcome to come up. But come on, stay on point, bro. You're smarter than that. I know you gaslight my rooms. You gaslight my chat. I'm okay with that. The haters are what stokes success. Keep hating and see how far I go. But bro, let's stay in today. Today's fucking Friday. It's a beautiful day here in New York, man. Anyway, guys, we're gonna go popcorn style. Why don't you try to jump in?
Yeah, I was gonna say labeling Norm an evil Jew is it's being more than an asshole. Norm's not an evil Jew. You may not agree with Norm. You may come off as absolutely obnoxious, but that doesn't make him evil. Also,
Hey, Marshall, check this out. If you said he was an evil black man, this app would be on fire. But it's okay, he can spew what he wants. He has that protection, which I think is bullshit. If he thinks Nolan's an evil Jew, then he really needs to check his fucking moral compass.
well, it also means that he doesn't know Norm. Or like both of us know Norm. Norm may be obnoxious, but he's not an evil person. And like the reducing down of Norm to being an evil person is intellectually lazy, to say the very least.
Anyway, let's get back to the conversation. We're talking about pardons. I like when Naveen comes in my space. He don't leave his square, but at least he's respectful. So Naveen, man, I think not only do we need Congress to interject themselves with these pardons because they're out of control, I think there should be term limits on Congress, Senate, and the Supreme Court. Marshall disagrees with me, but let me tell you something. You want to root out corruption, get rid of the fucking Nancy Pelosi's of the world, that piece of shit? That's how you do it.
But also, I think, and I'm gonna agree with you on that, JB. Not only term limits maybe, but also getting the money out of politics too. I think that's the issue also. There was a bill that came up about Congress can't use insider trading, and that bill failed. Right? Trump even came out against it. It's like, cause that's crazy. How can you do insider trading, but people like Martha Stewart get put in jail behind that? Like, so it's like
Because there's no law preventing Congress and senators from doing that. Because there's no law preventing Congress from doing that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there was a bill to prevent, there's a Republican, I think, bill, matter of fact, and they voted, or they shot it down because it's like, keep making the money. But I'm agreeing with JB and all that.
Bro, do you know how much Nancy Pelosi's made since she's become a congressman? Hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? If any of us on this stage, in this room, on this app, in this world, did the shit that she did, we wouldn't be in prison, we'd be under the prison. We'd be all over the news, we'd be called Bernie Madoffs and all this other bullshit. She's a crook. Chuck Schumer's a crook. Donald Trump is a crook. But this is what we put into power. I don't get it. Now we got this idiot Mamdani who's going to run the largest epicenter of the world in New York City. And this city's going to burn down. You people think that money to go to these people that, other than the people that deserve it, like the taxpayers. So it's gonna burn down, man. We got less cops on the street. You already have crime, right? You already have. You're gonna cut the fire department by 25%. You're gonna cut sanitation. I don't know when the last time you were in New York City, but it's disgusting.
Yeah, I ain't been in New York in a while, so. Yeah, on that one.
Evil of God. Let's see what you have to say. Those people are not crooks. The system allows them to do that. You always blame the individual, which is what the system of, I don't even know what that word is, financialized system is supposed to allow. JB, you have to stop behaving immigrants as if they're the ones stealing all the money when you know fully well who enriches themselves in Congress. Stop blaming immigrants. I'm not blaming immigrants. I'm blaming the politicians. I'm blaming any fucking mayor that gets up there and says, make me a sanctuary city. And then all these fucking other states, like Texas and Florida, send us their immigrants. That's who I'm fucking blaming. I don't want to be a sanctuary city. We have enough problems on our own here.
Yeah, that stuff may have, like, the busing may have come off as distasteful, but when you're shipping them to cities that are sanctuary cities, it may seem petty, but it's asking those cities to step up to the plate and take care of the people they say they want to take care of.
Well, here's the problem, Marshall. We have the esteemed Mayor Adams here in New York City and other mayors, Chicago, LA. You know, Mayor Adams got on TV and looked right at the cameras and I dare you to send me your immigrants. I dare you. That was his exact words. You know what the governor of Texas said? I got you, bro. I sent busloads and plane loads of immigrants and just dropped them on the fucking street. And you know what happened? Adams thought Biden was going to supplement money. Biden's like, I'm not touching that. And now the fucking money comes out of New Yorkers' pockets. Listen, we need immigrants in America. Everybody knows that. You gotta be a dummy to say otherwise. But to give them debit cards with, $15,000 on it, brand new iPhones, 4-star hotel stays, I want a fucking freehold in Manhattan. Not gonna happen. I don't know, man. I think things are out of control, and I think Donald Trump is doing it the wrong way. I think some of that money could be allocated for other things.
Also, Donald Trump is basically doing it as a distraction, and he said the criminals, right? There's no way you're gonna get 20 million people out of the country in 4 years, unless he's not planning on staying. Unless he's planning on staying.
Let me say this.
Like, there's no way.
I've been in New York City. I've been in New York City my entire life, right? I've circled the sun many times. I've never one time been attacked by a fucking criminal migrant. This is a dog whistle that Donald Trump likes to blow, and people fall for that shit.
No, I'm agreeing with you on that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying what he said is the criminals, but then you're going to have to people working, people at Home Depot, people at schools, you know. So that's what I'm saying. That's the red herring. Because, of course, not to distract, because, hey, our tariff's not doing that good. This is not doing that good. So, hey, what is the biggest issue? Immigration.
Well, yeah, but immigration is a big deal under the Trump administration, partially due to the fact that Biden let in 13.5 million people, which is a larger number in population than half the states in our country. Meaning like 50% of the states have a population below 13.5 million people. That's where you got the backlash. And Biden not let so many people in. The backlash probably.
Marshall, can we have the real conversation about Joe Biden? Because the truth is this. We all watched that debate. We saw that decrepit old fucking weekend at Bernie's guy stumble over his words. And I don't want to hear because he has a stutter. He's lost in his head. The Democratic Party should be ashamed of themselves that they would put that man out on that stage. A. B. He hasn't been like this just yesterday. He's been like this for the last 2 or 3 years. Who was really running this country? Were those really his policies? Because they use that auto pen quite a bit. Now, Donald Trump's batshit crazy in my opinion, but sometimes he'll say something boosted that makes sense to me. I do believe they abuse that auto pen, and I do believe Jill Biden was running the president, not Jill, his wife. Because that dude was walking into curtains. So the Democratic Party better fix themselves real quick.
last part you cut out in my mic. If you don't mind repeating.
Sorry, I said, was it not a fact that all the Republicans were for it, it was gonna pass, and then Donald Trump told them not to?
I would not say that, for example, my senators, Cruz and Cornyn, voted for it because Donald Trump told them to. They didn't vote for it because it's bad for our state. I found what I was looking for.
Marshall, hold on one second. Marty, are you there, Marty?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, do me a solid. Read that article real quick, and when you're done reading it, let me know, because I want to talk about this. Yeah, Marshall.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I found this thing my brother sent me. At a low end, we would have had to accept 5,000 people a day. At the high end, 8,500. Except it doesn't end with the 5,000 or the 8,500. They still have to process 1,400 asylum claims at the ports of entry, even when it's shut down. POTUS can suspend the shutdown at any point he thinks it is, quote, in the nation's best interest. And the automatic shutdown thing only goes for 2 years, although, as I said above, it's not a shutdown. Chris Murphy somewhat famously said, quote, the border never closes under the deal. Changes to asylum processing for judge to mid-level career DHS employee. Basically, a line officer with their supervisor can grant asylum, which are supposed to go before a court is the reason it's not a good idea. These people immediately get work permits and are on a pathway to citizenship. Unaccompanied children from non-contiguous countries are in that 5,000 and 1,400 number. And it mandates catch and release for large classes of aliens, which is how the law refers to some of these folks. Language is literally shall release, not may. It means you, like, shall in the law means you must do something, may means you have a choice. And so this is a shall release. Does not substantially raise credible fear standard, the thing you need to pass to get an asylum claim, and does nothing about the settlement agreements that require the release of the unaccompanied children before a settlement agreement. Anyway, that's just a few of the things in the Langford compromise bill that are just not good for the Rio Grande Valley in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
Right. Again, I give him a doff of the hat for the try, but he should have worked closer with people like Cornyn and Cruz, who Texas has the largest border with Mexico, and it would have been very helpful to work with Cruz and Cornyn to get that bill more rammed into shape so that it could pass.
Well,
So
I'll say this, Marshall. Thank you for that share. Ted Cruz is a piece of shit, in my opinion.
Guys, we get killed with that beard.
Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo. Guys, on top on the Jumbotron is a link to my room tonight on Chatter at 4:45 Eastern Standard Time. I hope everybody comes in. Marty, did you read the article?
Yes, I did.
What are your thoughts? Because I have a feeling that you and I are not going to agree.
So I do believe most Israelis don't want this. Not that they don't want to have military and be in safety from Gaza. It's the fact that Gaza's a fucking welfare state before the war started. Depending on to feed them and to give them electricity and give them all the things that we said that we're gonna cut off because we're giving them for free. So they've always been a welfare state. So they're really tax burden on the Israeli society, and I don't think it's actually good that we're the ones who's taking care of them, and Hamas is just profiting and keeping the cash for their own military expansionists. Do I think listen, in the Middle East, you only lose a war when you lose land. That's the reality of it. If we think of an Israeli win without taking land, and then it might work in America, in the West, in
much better. But here's my thought. People are saying that the starvation thing is fake. I don't believe it's fake. I think these people are really starving, right? How could they not be, right? There's almost no building standing. It's all rubble. And I get it. Hamas is stealing the supplies and the aid. But here's the deal. If Hamas came out today and put down their weapons and said, okay, you guys win, we're done, you know what's going to happen? Hamas 2.0 is coming up tomorrow. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when you kill somebody's mother, brother, father, sister, uncle, I don't care what relative you kill, that puts a seed in somebody's head. How the fuck can I sit and kumbaya with these people now? How can I sit down and break bread with any Jew? Now, Marty, you know I'm a Zionist, I'm pro-Israel, I'm pro-Jew. But the reality of the situation is all we're doing, we're never going to get rid of the ideology that permeates through that region. And by killing these people, it's just going to make it worse. There will never, ever be peace. I'm not a fan of Netanyahu, and I wasn't a fan of Netanyahu before October 7th, bro. That's really the truth. But what's the definition of insanity? Do the same thing over and over again, hoping for different results. Now, I'm not a bleeding heart liberal, but I'll tell you what, man. It has to end at some way, and to escalate, it's only going to make it worse. And here's the truth, Marty. For Jews like you, Jews like me, when this shit pops off over there like this, and he says he's going in, he's going to take over all of Gaza, that puts a bigger target on my back and your back just for being Jews, and we have nothing to do with that conflict. And that's my thought on that situation.
I mean, not to mention, like, a lot of Israelis were trying to get him out of there, right? So, like,
They were trying to get him out over judicial reform.
Well, that was that, and him been in there forever. Like, he basically, I think, I don't want to say Trump light, but he's trying to stay in there because he's a little bit past Trump, if you ask me. But he's trying to stay in there almost forever, like Putin. Right? So it's like they were against him. You know, a lot of Israelis want.
Well, I'll say this, Marshall. Let me say this, Marshall. And everything I just said, Marty, the truth is this. There's going to be a faction of the Jewish mafia on this app to say, see, I told you he wasn't a Jew. You see, he's really anti-Semitic. No, bro. I support Israel 100%. I'm not supporting this military campaign. I think it's wrong. It's inhumane, bro. It's just in my opinion. But, you know, my opinion is just one of many, I guess. Let me say good morning to Ewan. Good morning, Ewan. Good morning, Miss Clark. Ewan,
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm here.
I'm all right. Do you want to chime in?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, so I think that there's two separate things going on, and I think that people are looking at small picture issues without looking at the bigger picture thing, which is the reality that to fix the issue in Gaza, it's going to take multiple generations. And I think that the Israeli army, the IDF, are doing what they have to do now to get the hostages back. Dude, in all honesty, I would love for my own government to care that much about me or care that much about my family to fight to bring them back. It's kind of sad that like we don't have that standard in the rest of the world, to be completely honest. And yeah, I understand where you're coming from too. I think that it's a humanitarian crisis, but at the same time, I really do think that these two issues are sort of different issues, and I think that it's going to be multi-generational work to try to get the Palestinians to, like, did you hear about what happened in France, for example? JB?
No, sir, I didn't. What happened in France?
Okay, so there's this news story that just recently came out where Macron started bringing in Palestinian refugees. Within the first week, he put a stop to it because a Palestinian refugee went around screaming at the top of her lungs that she's going to exterminate all the Jews. First couple days in France, and I think that there's this spreading hate that isn't going to stop them at this point, and we need to figure out a solution. But like, this is going to take generations. This isn't going to be fixed in a year or 5 years or probably even 10 years. So that's just the reality of the century.
Well, let me say this, man. I don't give a fuck. Like what anybody says, there was no justification for October 7th. Zero. Right? But I think what Netanyahu, the IDF, has done treat them like we treated the Germans after World War II or the Japanese. The big difference here is this is a religious ideology that you're not going to get rid of, right? And then throw into the pot, Ewan, that these people have lost brothers, mothers, sisters, uncles, aunts. You know, there is not going to be forgiveness on the Palestinian side. It's just not. I don't see it happening. And I think they need to come up with a different plan. It's just, to me, it's just not working, man. I'm sorry, it's just not. And you want to escalate things? Okay. And then there's going to be blowback to the escalation. Listen, Jews are the most hated people in the world. I woke up today, I was already hated. Didn't do anything to anybody, but just because I'm a Jew, they don't like me. I get it. But when you escalate and start people out, bro, that puts a lot of bullseyes on a lot of Jews around the world. I really believe that.
How do you consider this an escalation? We do have the military control of the land. Hamas has almost small pockets, or they're underground, hiding like little rats. I don't see this as escalation. It's just basically staying in the area and now securing it and making it more areas where Hamas doesn't have to take control. And these are also work from other fractions in Gaza. I know it's not mentioned much, but there's areas of Rafah border where I forgot the guy's name. He basically said there's no war. War is ended. We control it. Hamas is not here, and that's why we're good. So there's more to the puzzle that isn't being spoken about. I do believe, of course, that all people are not going to be able to run to aid. I understand they're going to be, it's going to be hard for them, and I do believe most people live in tents. It's totally like, I understand. But at the same time, these are not, I believe that the right move would be if they want to leave and want to come back when things get picked up again, which could take years. I think they should have the option to leave it, and the fact that we're not allowing them to leave because of some gaslighting talking point is the reason why they're suffering.
Hey, Marty, you know what I think about what you just said? I agree with you, bro. I don't know why Egypt has opened their border, right? The Egyptians who are, and in my opinion, and I don't give a fuck if this triggers some of you people, the Egyptians are probably the biggest anti-Semites in the world, at least in my experience. But they won't open that border for these poor people. They'll point out what the IDF and Israel's doing wrong, but they're not going to open that border. Stay on that side and get slaughtered. But before I go to the next speaker, I have to say good morning to Lady Chi. She left. Well, good morning, Miss Clark. I love your PTO. Your hair's amazing. Looks fantastic. Good morning, Keegan.
Good morning. Listen, I know that
I'm listening.
I know that I know that me and you have had very different agreements, or opinions on this topic. But what you're saying, I think first of all, it takes a lot of guts, because someone who is a Zionist can point out, like, what's post-war look like? And that's a really, really hard question to wrap around. That, let's say, the hostages that potentially are still alive are back. Hamas is dismantled, to the, just dismantled. What does this look like? Is it that majority of these Palestinians, are they expelled away from Gaza because you can't live in it? Do they go to the West Bank? Do they go to Israeli settlements? I don't think it's for Israel.
Hey, Keegan, Keegan, I'm sorry to cut you off. You don't have to give me up. Let me just say this. It's my opinion, just my opinion. All Israel, the IDF is doing over there is create more fanatical extremists.
Yeah, I've been saying this for over a year now, is that when you kill, it doesn't matter that my brother's a Hamas member. If you kill my brother, and then you also, because he's a Hamas member and he was hiding in a house, and you kill my mother, my sister with him, I now hate you. It doesn't matter that he was a Hamas member. I now am going to say, well, now you killed my family. Just because my family was harboring a Hamas member doesn't give you the right to kill them, in my opinion, right?
in that religion that if they could push a button, poof, all us Jews would be gone. Good morning, Marcus. How you doing, counselor?
What's up? What's going on? How you guys doing?
Doing great, man. I haven't heard from you in a minute. You still in Hawaii?
No, I'm in the East, man. I went to Asia. I'm on the run.
I'll get you a list of all the countries that don't have extradition. What do you think about what we're saying here?
I mean, we know why Egypt isn't opening the border, right? Like, Egypt is like Palestinians before. They've seen what happens when these like Palestinians did. I mean, it's not a mystery why they're not opening the border. It's not like, oh my God, what's going on? We know why they're not.
new security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You bet Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they've massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burn our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that.
So, in summary, he did not deny.
What do you guys think?
Can I share a counter argument here, JP?
Be my guest.
Marcus, you said that Israel does not care about its public image when fighting this war. In 2024, they they're not care what they don't care. They decided we can do this. I decided at the beginning of this war, it's not done by the army. And I was like, yeah, okay, sure. Then they're not trying. Sure, then they're not trying. I'm talking to the IGAA, which is the Israeli government advertising agency, spent $120 million just last year on social media influencing. Okay, they did a trip with the Nelk Boys where they had the Nelk Boys come out for free and they filmed it all 2 years ago. Then they did then Ben
jump in, please. Thank you. I want to say good morning to Daniel and then Shakur. Daniel, good morning, brother.
Good morning. I'm doing good, man. I hear that when Israel is doing stuff that any other nation in the world is doing, people really get upset here. Like 150 million. Just a million, like a huge number, which is basically. Shakur, hello, Shakur. Hi, Shakur. Can you hear my voice? $150 million is nothing. And the fact that you even talk about it as if people don't go like any other world leader will go in the interviews, it kind of weird to me. The fact that we, okay, the thing is that I would say, I hate to say this, to use this you people, but I would say you people just hate to see Jews fight back. When Jews are being massacred and killed, then there is empathy for the Jews that were slaughtered in 7th of October. But as soon as we fight back, it doesn't matter if it's with words, with weapons, with whatever, it just bugs you. Really, really bugs you. And we're not losing. Society loses. When you believe a made-up, fabricated lie, yes, we are paying the price. But it's your society that is allowing it, and it's your society that will have to pay the price. And if you think bringing Bibi into an interview with like 2 children in the United States is what we are doing to fight back, then you're ridiculous. Listen, at the end of the day, Hamas is not funding this propaganda war against Israel. It's a very, very big machine that has been in this for decades, okay? It didn't start now, and it's not Hamas. It's funded by very big pockets from Qatar to the IRGC. Al Jazeera is basically working in it. But you have a problem, not with this Al Jazeera, for example, this huge corporation, global. You have a problem with Bibi Netanyahu going on an interview on a podcast that no one ever heard. This is what bugs you, this is what you're talking about. Because I didn't finish it. I didn't finish it. It actually bugs you when Jews are trying to say their words. Now, I will end with this. Lies are very, very cheap, fast, and truth is expensive and slow. So we cannot keep on refuting all the daily lies and propaganda. You know, at the end, there is truth. You want to believe, you're talking about image. I would tell you that image for us is not the first place. Our first place is survival. So if we have a bad image, but we are alive, so be it. So be it. If you want to think that we are genocidal demons, but you know, if you're an intelligent person, you know that it's the opposite. That the only place in the Middle East where Arabs, Muslims have rights, equal rights, freedom of speech, freedom of protest, it's in Israel. People say free Palestine. Free as what? As Lebanon, as Iraq, as Iran, as Syria,
Daniel.
as Yemen, as Egypt? Come on.
Daniel, let me jump in here. So, I don't agree with the current policy and what's going on over there, right? Doesn't mean I don't support Israel and idea, but I think that needs to be a change of plans, is my opinion. But also, let me say this. No matter what Netanyahu did on October 8th moving forward, he was going to lose the PR war. Because anti-Semitism trumps ER. And that's just the way it is. Because Jew hate is real. People wake up this morning, they hate Jews for no reason. They probably don't even know a Jew. But I want to go to BB real quick. BB, you there? BB?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nope.
Go ahead. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, BB. Thank you for playing that clip. What do you think about that clip? What do you think about what Netanyahu is? Can we believe him?
I do. I don't think he wants to to govern those people. He knows it's going to be a catastrophe, a headache. So if he lets the Arab nations govern it, it's going to be a big difference, and it's not in his head.
It's a little popcorn. Hold on, folks. A little popcorn style. We have a one mic policy. When somebody's speaking, you will get a chance to push back when they're done. Here, Marcus.
So that's the first time I heard that interview that young did. He's on record now saying multiple times he's holding it, or they'll hold Gaza to give it to a civilian government. You're gonna hold
Gaza?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Give me 1 second.
Thank you. Then I'm going to say good morning to Sig and KP. Daniel, just mute up while he plays the clip, please. Thank you.
25%, a quarter of Gaza has, at the moment, as to where he is leaving. Watch. After this interview, you will go immediately into a meeting with your security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You've been Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to armed forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you can have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burn our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that.
So
Thank you, BB. What do you guys think about Benjamin Netanyahu's interview just now? BB, you want to chime in, and I'm going to welcome Sig and KP to the stage.
No, I want to know what Daniel thinks about that interview. So sorry.
Daniel?
I think that it's a war, and I think people don't realize it. So a statement like this, it's basically telling Hamas, 5 days ago, or 5 days before the interview, Bibi said that they want to have a deal to release all the hostages, meaning like basically to end this. And then a few days later, they came with this threat, which they are willing to go through, to take control of Gaza, not to occupy Gaza, yes, words matter, to take control of Gaza. We now have control of 75, to take control of 100. And basically all those statements to the world means to Hamas, this is what's going to happen, this is your last chance. And even in Hamas, there are debates whether it's serious or not. And Naim Kassem, I think, no, this is from the Hezbollah, was there, never mind. I don't think people know here, like people from Hamas, was saying like we should take this threat serious. And some don't. Is that this pro-Pali support is actually telling Hamas, stay on your ground and don't surrender. It doesn't matter how many people die. So in the end, it's not necessarily a plan for now. It's a threat, and we hope we don't need to do it because we don't really want to occupy Gaza in no shape or form.
Thank you, Daniel. So before we continue, mic around, let me say good morning to KP. Sig had to step away for a minute. KP, what's good, bro?
Oh, not much. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing fantastic, sir. We're talking about what's going on in the Middle East right now. If you want to chime in, you're more than welcome. If you want to sit back, you're more than welcome to do that as well.
I'm gonna sit back too.
Thank you, KP. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. Keegan, much luck, bro. Keegan, what do you think about that interview just now?
I mean, listen, I think that anyone who listens should be concerned that, listen, we don't want to govern inside of Gaza, but we, of course, are going to have to
but isn't there evidence that or they ignored intelligence? I guess you know what I'm saying. But you're right. They didn't prosecute Bush. Right?
Let me say, wait, let me jump in for a second, Danny. Because I have to be honest, and I'm not looking for smoke, I'm really not, it's 8:30 in the morning. But to say something so fucking asinine that Benjamin Netanyahu knew an attack was coming, he was gonna let 1,200 people get murdered, raped, butchered, babies killed. Come on, now, that's the ultimate cap. That's bullshit, man. Yeah, Danny.
A few things. About this funding Hamas. So, no, Israel did not fund Hamas. Actually, Qatar funded Hamas. And the problem with Hamas that they are a dual use organization. They are a brutal barbaric terror group, but they are also the government of Gaza. So if Bibi or Israel says, yes, Qatar can provide money to Gaza, then it's supporting Hamas. But imagine for just 1 second that Qatar wants to give, I don't know, millions of dollars to Gaza, and Israel would say, we're not allowing this. Would you say, good job, they're not funding terrorism? Or would you be on stage here saying that Netanyahu is starving Gaza and not allowing aid? Because it seems like it doesn't matter what we do, it's wrong. Even if we don't do anything, just let it happen, it's wrong. Now, maybe is getting his information from the Mossad and the IDF, where Israelis work. My friends, my family, no one would allow this. Too many people need to be involved in this allowing this, and it's against anything that we stand for. So just, like, even this claim is so ridiculous and so out of touch with reality. Even in your, I don't know what country you're from, do you think it's possible that a president will know something that no one else would, and will allow, like, the citizens to be slaughtered like this? It's just a weird claim. It's just a claim that says Israel is wrong, and now let's see how.
Well, I mean, there's nuance in the conversation, so I'm not saying let them, hey, come on in. But there's nuance in the conversation, and I think when we've had these arguments, and people be like, oh, you're calling Israel Jews back. No, I'm not saying that, and I never said that. If you read the New York Times article that I put in the chat, it's just saying, like, ignoring, like they say about Bush, right? Maybe ignoring intelligence and didn't take it serious or something like that. So I'm not saying that, yeah, he had a hand and he was like, yeah, come on in, it's a book bolster me. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not on the side that Jews are bad and all this mess. You know what I'm saying? But there's nuance in the conversation.
And nuance means that this is how intelligence works. You have signals, you don't always know what they mean. Sometimes those signals are meant to see what the other side will do. So for example, if I would move my troops to a location, it's not to say that I want to attack, I want to see what the other side does as a response. So you don't always respond because you don't want the other side also to know what you know. And there are signals like this all the time from everywhere. And there's always a threat. No one imagined something like this.
And that's the thing with 9/11, right? Because people always say nobody imagined stuff like this, and then of course we find out there's a whole report that people did imagine stuff like this. So that's the nuance in the conversation.
No, again, this report was an option. It's a possibility. There are many possibilities of things that could happen. It's called the part, like basically a playbook of things that could happen. If Iran will do this, if they will do that, or like what could happen. There's something called Ifamistaba with the department that basically their job is to think the opposite of what others are thinking, to see what we missed. Unfortunately, with intelligence and with counterterrorism, there is no 100%. And blaming the victims, it's a bit fucked up, let's be honest.
It's not a bit fucked up, it's a lot fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, let me do a quick reset, guys. This is Healthy Debates, Coffee Conversations. We got some amazing people on stage. We got Paola, we got Sig, we got KP, we got BB, we got Marshall, Keegan, Marty, Daniel, Uncle Jay. Hey, Tony, Andre, I'm surprised you're down in the VIP section. How you doing? Rabbi, I invited you up. I'd love to hear your perspective. Rachel, good morning, lovely smile. Saturn, how you doing? Guys, got a pink ticket, cashing in. Also, if you look on the Jumbotron, that's a link to my room tonight on Chatham. It's gonna start at 4:45 p.m. Definitely come on over. If you like this conversation, you're gonna love that one. So let me say good morning to Uncle Jay. Uncle Jay, good morning.
What's good, family? Rich
say that is because if we can send millions of dollars to wars that we ain't never been in, but we still got homeless vets walking around this motherfucker, fuck all of them. If they can't, if none of them can take care of the people who fought for this damn country, I don't give a fuck what color you are, I don't give a fuck about none of that. If you cannot protect the people, even Jimmy Carter said, anybody who fights for this country should have a square deal. That means they shouldn't be worried about shit.
Hey, Uncle.
And
You're entitled to your opinion, but that's totally off topic of what we're speaking about.
I know. As far as the Iran and all of that stuff, I mean, I can't really speak on that. So I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and rock that, family. Let me get some knowledge and understanding from y'all first before I comment.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm hang out for a while.
Should I say
Get
something?
money. Get money.
So yeah, like exactly. I think 9/11 is a great example, but at the same time, the intel that they were receiving that Iran is going to come in, Hezbollah is going to invade the same exact way on that day. I believe they did wait and see if that was the case, because even if you just throw all your army into one direction to the south, the whole north is going to be having that same exact consequences. Thank God Hezbollah was just completely tanked on that invasion, because if they did invade, we would probably having different conversations today. And I believe the intel that they didn't wake up Bibi. Bibi says this openly. They did not wake me up. They did not tell me what was going on. They were waiting till the other shoe to drop to be able to see how to respond the right way. And then once they realized that Hezbollah is not coming in with what they were expecting, and that's when they're like, all right, let's send everybody to one direction, because that was the play. I think everybody can be a Monday morning quarterback, but at the same time, intel is never precise. They never tell you what's gonna happen. They just said something's brewing, so you should be more afraid. They targeted us on a holiday, Holiness Day, which was basically everybody was like able to go home and to be with the family. So the army was also spread out throughout the whole country, and these are the types of things where the results of what we saw, but it could have been so much worse if Hezbollah, and if even Hamas didn't think with their dicks and just start raping and doing all this savagery, and they actually took over towns and kept them hostage instead of taking them out. The conversation would be totally different. Israel would have been on its knees, but since Hamas just stole with their dicks and Hezbollah not going in, it's why I think there was a big delay in the response, because if there was going to be two fronts, totally different conversation than having everybody just focus on one area.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate it.
Everybody, hold on. Dan,
Kitover Rockets, that was the invasion.
100% they stood down until they got things in order. Before I say good morning to my co-host, I definitely want to say good morning to Rabbi. Rabbi, good morning.
Morning, how are you? How's everybody?
Fantastic, glad you're here. Do you want to chime in, sir?
I'm not exactly sure what the particular question is at the moment.
Well, we're thinking about, I love these conspiracy people that are like, Netanyahu knew that 1,200 people were going to get murdered on October 7th, and the response of Israel and the current situation going on and what's going on with Gaza. I think they need a different plan, Rabbi. It's just my opinion. I don't think the plan they have in place is working, and all it's going to do is grow more fanatical terrorists. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit worse than that. I don't think there is a plan. That's worse. They have not spoken about what happens the day after. And I think the reoccupation of Gaza is a bad strategy, because it means I don't know how you split occupying Gaza, but having somebody else manage the insides of it. Right? Like, I don't know how you split that up. And I don't see a multinational force already volunteering to come in and do that. Look, I don't trust Netanyahu as far as I can throw him. It's just not that far. I think he needs to be out. I think the reoccupation of Gaza will rip Israeli society to shreds, the inside. I think people are weary and tired of this.
Well let me say this, Rabbi. to thank you for your share. I said it earlier and I believe it. You're in America, I'm in America, Marty's, him and I are neighbors, Daniel's over in Israel, but I truly believe that these moves that they're making over there impact you and me. Because what it does, it makes an easy target to be a Jew now. I mean, it's been an easy target, but it's even easier now because now people are saying, well, I told you it was just about the land. It was just about occupying the land. And that really puts us in even greater danger. I truly believe that. So my thing is, what's the alternative? I think the plan they have in place, all they're doing is cultivate more terrorists. But let me say good morning tonight. Good morning, Night.
Good morning, JP, State Marshal, everybody on the stage. Happy Friday.
Yes, it's Friday. Night, you can jump in anytime. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. One mic at a time, please.
Can I say something in response to Daniel?
Be my guest.
And I think that when we have these arguments, sometimes it's like people's like, oh, because you're questioning or you say something, and this stuff has been in the news about Netanyahu, about the intelligence or whatever. I'm not putting out my ass, but people will say, oh, you're to blame the victim, and that's not what we're doing. That's like saying the 9/11 Commission was blaming the victim. No, I mean it's just talking about the topics we're talking about, and just saying that hey, this is what's been brought up, and this is what is in the zeitgeist per se. You know what I'm saying? So I want that to be the narrative or this conspiracy theory or not. I mean, this has been in mainstream. This has been all over the news. So.
Let me ask you a question. So hold on a second, Uncle. Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question, sir. I believe I read your profile correctly. It says you're a teacher.
Yes, sir.
So how do you feel about when Hamas was in control of Gaza? Their teachers were teaching the students. If you have 6 Jews and you kill 4 Jews, how many Jews do you have left? How does that resonate with you?
I mean, that's a horrible thing. I'm in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? So it's a horrible thing. So I mean, of course, it's a horrible thing. Like, and I've taught, Arab kids and kids like Palestinian, Emiratis. I'm in the UAE. So you know what I'm saying? So I, talk to all people from all walks of life or whatever. When I first came here, fish out of water a little bit. So I've got to meet a lot of people from different walks of life. I mean, Jews, Arabs, French, Russian, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So that is horrible, and I think they shouldn't be teaching that.
Thank you, sir. Uncle Jay, you wanted to jump in, and then I want to go back to Daniel.
I heard y'all talk about 9/11. From what I've been hearing about 9/11, man, with no plane, and I mean, let's be real, with no plane, and
Wait, are you telling, are you saying all the Americans that watched planes crash into the tower saw a visual illusion?
yes, when they was cleaning up all of that wreckage from all of that stuff, where was the plane?
Well, when you fly at like 500 miles an hour and you crashed it into a skyscraper, the plane kind of goes into tiny little pieces.
Family, let me break something down to you.
No. Let me break something down to you real quick. I'm in New York. I watched those towers fall. I saw those planes hit. I lost friends in those towers. So that's a conspiracy that I'm not going down. That's disrespectful to the victims. It's disrespectful to my country, right? It's disrespectful to a lot of people. So you're more than welcome to have your beliefs, but I lost friends in those buildings. So you're more than welcome to go to another room and spew all that shit, but you're not going to do it on my stage. Not when it comes to 9/11. Because I have a man on stage right now, my man said, who fought for this country. Not disrespectful, that is to him. So we're not doing that. Omni Tedder, how you doing? Good morning.
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Hey, brother JB, no disrespect. I just want y'all to understand something. Around where we at and where y'all at, y'all get news before we do. So
I was in New York when it happened, bro. What are you talking about?
I dig that. No disrespect. I want you to understand something, but like we all know that in certain places, news changes the narratives. We know the news changes it to suit some other people's thought process. So what y'all are seeing there, we don't get to see all the way down here like that. So
wasn't planes flying next to the thing, but you just never found no plane in the room.
Okay, that was because, wait, Marshall. Do not bring that dude back up. I just said to him, I'm not going down that rabbit hole, but he can insist and persist.
They're saying that the planes hit the towers, but where are the towers? I don't see any towers. There were no twin towers. It's a ridiculous claim.
Well, let me tell you something, man. Once again, my lived experience, I was here on 9/11. I know what I saw. So for this bullshit, listen, man. Did Bush know about 9/11? I don't know. Some people say he did. Where's the evidence? But to come up here with these conspiracy, once again, let me reiterate this. You may not want to hear this, people. It's disrespectful to the people that died. It's disrespectful for the people that fought for our country. It's disrespectful to all Americans. That was probably, in my lifetime, the most tragic day in this country. I lost friends in those buildings. So when you say there's no plane parts, when you take a plane going over 500 miles an hour into the side of a building, guess what? It disintegrates.
So JB, for the record, there were plane parts found.
Of course there was, bro. Of course.
There was absolutely plane debris found.
Of course there was. He lives in his own world. And they give us this narrative, oh, the news changes from north to east. Like, nah, why do you bring these lunatics into my space? I'm just curious. All the crazies for all dying.
It's not even possible. If his theory, the bombs went off on the ground, more people would have died because there's DLI and so many first responders on the floors near the buildings evacuating people. If it blew up that way, the story would have been very different as well. And I lost my cousin second day of the job. Was killed in the South Tower with the planes hit.
I'm sorry for your loss, Marty. I lost very dear friends in those buildings. And here's something you guys don't know. I wasn't always a criminal. I had a real job. I worked on the 97th floor, built into the World Trade Center for a company called Fiduciary Trust Company International. I lost many friends from that company. Because they weren't getting down from the 97th floor. So I asked you to stand down and not bring that up. But be my guest. BB, you want to jump in there and say one to Zach?
No, I agree totally with what you're saying. I think it's a rabbit hole. You're gonna get these weird fucking conspiracy theorists that give the most outlandish theories. I think we should totally stay away from this topic. There was video evidence, and I think it should just stay at that, and that's it. People need to have more respect and common courtesy to understand what actually happened that day and leave it alone. I'd rather talk about the Middle East and the threats that Bibi was getting. And people need to remember that they threaten Israel every day, every single day, just to see how their security moves. Why should Bibi take that day any different? And as well, they didn't wake him up to let him know. Was there other people that wanted the attack to happen? The way I look at Bibi, he's a true patriot. And then you have these outlandish theories that the reason Bibi let it happen because he's trying to evade a trial. People forget how old he is. Even if he was to get found guilty and go through the whole appeal process, he'd be like 88 years old. He wouldn't serve a day in fucking jail. Like, it's just people will come up with the craziest theories and blame.
Wait. Well, BB, let me just say this. Do you know where these theories are based in? They're based in anti-Semitism. That's really what it is.
100%.
And maybe the trial is still ongoing. So
wait, can I just ask a question?
This has all to do with Jew hatred. It has nothing to do with Hamas. And I understand whenever somebody was talking about earlier that Israel only spent, somebody said, I think, 120 million. Why would they spend a fucking dollar? They understand it doesn't matter what they put out there. Jew hatred is Jew hatred. You're not going to change the narrative of the Jew haters. People wake up, cut their nail too short, they blame the fucking nail clipper saying the Jew made it. People wake up, their wife's fucking their neighbor, they blame the Jews saying Jews sold them condoms. Jews on the media, Jews on the... Come on.
Can I just clarify what's being said?
It's not come on, bro. This is all about Jew hatred.
Really, are you saying
Hold on. If you're going to clarify things, understand the context that we've been talking about this for about 2 hours.
I've been listening the whole time.
You've been in the room the whole time?
I've been listening the whole time. You're talking about the
All right.
October 7th, correct?
So give us clarity. Go ahead.
I think what was just said was, BB is saying that anyone who claims that Benjamin Netanyahu had prior knowledge of the October 7th attacks, and or there are a faction of the Israeli government who had knowledge of the October 7th attacks and allowed it to happen, that's anti-Semitic.
I said Israel received.
So, but on October 7th, the attackers themselves didn't even know. That's not what's being said. Let me clarify. I'm clarifying. That's not what's being said, right? So, you have a misunderstanding about the phrase prior information. You're not understanding that from the Israeli perspective, in the realm of reality, there is always a threat of an attack from Hamas. There is always prior information. They're planning this, they're planning that. I was watching the attacks unfold on October 7th, October 8th, October 9th. On October 7th, the day it was happening, October 8th, I was working that day. I could not concentrate. They sent me home early. They said, you can't focus, just fucking go home early, staring at your phone all day. I was looking at Telegram channels from Hamas members who were posting everything is in Arabic. I don't speak Arabic, and I'm not posting, and the only thing that I understand are the videos that they're sharing. And they did not know themselves that it was happening until the morning of the attack. There were people who said, hey, we're going to do this, it's go time. So when you say that Netanyahu had prior knowledge of the October 7th attacks, you might be referring to one of two things. You might be referring to there was like a 20-minute delay, which I don't think is what you're referring to, but we could talk about that. The delay in communications because it was a holiday and who knows what the fuck was going on. That was a 20-minute delay or something that's been reported, widely reported. The other thing that you could potentially be referring to is that he had some knowledge like days or weeks in advance, and he knew that Hamas was planning the attack, and he let them in like it was Red Rover, that you like let them.
Well, I'm not suggesting either one. I'm just challenging the idea that the mere suggestion that he had prior knowledge.
Right. So I didn't conclude with that. So the reason why it's anti-Semitic, or people are saying it's anti-Semitic, is because when you hold Jews to some other double standard that you would not hold a normal person to, that can be interpreted as Jew hatred or otherwise the Jews or something.
Can you point out that double standard?
Hold on a second. Everybody, hold on a second. I can't believe I'm going to say this publicly, but I actually agree with my friend. He actually made sense today. God bless him. He had coffee. But go ahead, BB.
Does racism exist in the United States? No, I'm asking you a question because people say that in Israel, Jews and Israelis are racist towards the blacks. It exists. Racism exists all over the world, but why is it under the microscope when it happens in Israel? Israel's not allowed to be like any other country.
You don't think that's true? Really?
No, I think racism is pointed out by like everyone, right? No matter where it is, right? There might be groups that you don't like. You're not privy to. But, like there's people screaming like atrocities about everything.
Check this out. Racism exists. It's rampant in America, from every side. But so does anti-Semitism. See, before October 7th, people I know said, people would whisper under their breath anti-Semitic thing. People in America will use the N-word like it's nothing, bro. They'll throw it around like it's Halloween candy. But they weren't so free to use the anti-Semitic tropes that they use until October 7th. And now it's been normalized in our society to hate Jews. That's not just my opinion, that's my lived experience. But go ahead, nobody interrupt the gentleman if you want to grab the mic. Taylor, be my guest.
I can't deny that there's been an uptick in anti-Semitism since October 7th. Like that's just undeniable, right? But when we're making comparisons,
Well, can we
people. I don't think anti-Semitism is like.
can we agree that can we agree that anti-Semitism? Well, because you're saying stupid things, I just want to get an agreement.
No, I'm just saying things you would disagree with.
Okay, well, you're doing a good job. But you won't agree with me that anti-Semitism and racism is prevalent in this country?
Prevalent, I would say there's an uptick. I don't know if anti-Semitism is prevalent in this country. No, I'm not sure.
All right, let me say hello to Stan. What's up, Stan?
Hey, GB. Hey.
Do you want to chime in?
Sorry.
Yeah, the mic is yours.
Hey, I'm just curious. Like, how is Jew allowed to be hate? I mean, Jews can do whatever they want. They can kill like a lot of the civilians, and they're not getting punished. They're not being like
The Uyghurs.
It's not allowed to hate like
You put 2
Jews
million
after
people in concentration camps in your country.
No one's allowed to disagree with you guys, I guess. That's what this kind of room is. Healthy debates is a room where everyone gets dogpiled that disagrees. That's what healthy debates is about.
Marty respectfully, Stan was talking. He just bogarting, and that's what makes. I'm not gonna bullshit you here. You know, you can call me anti-Semitic, whatever, but your people do that a lot. When someone
Your people do that a lot. Say, come on.
Yeah, no.
For fuck's sake. Don't be fucking with.
Well, here we go. Now you're cutting me off. Because it happens. No.
Well, maybe because you people.
You can say Marty. Because it happens.
Hold on, everybody. So well, then you can get the fuck out. Okay, because that ridiculous. If it's not up to your intellectual capacity, you're more than welcome to leave. Okay? But you know what? I'm gonna let my people speak also. But when a mod is speaking, guys, stand down. Let him speak, and then everybody will get a chance to speak again. Again, say.
Thanks, brother. And when I say that, I say it because whenever we have these talks, I've noticed a pattern. Is that when someone comes in with a sentiment that disagrees with the Zionist narrative, you guys do dogpile. And it makes you look bad. And that's all I'm trying to say. It makes you look worse. So let the man speak. He was speaking. Don't cut him off. And then once he gets done, then you can rebut. Well, it's very simple. I said the same thing to the blacks. The blacks are the same shit too.
Daniel, hold on a second. Let me say this. I want Stan to continue. But Stan is telling me he don't like Jews without telling me he doesn't like Jews. But go ahead, Stan. Land your plane.
I have no knowledge about Jews, and I have no like interest in hating or like I have no like emotional.
If you have no knowledge of it, why speak on it?
No.
You just said that. I'm using your words, sir. Oh, now you're a scholar on Judaism in Israel. Please.
He got a degree. He went back and got a degree.
No, guys, seriously, go ahead, Stan. You got a minute to land your plane.
What I'm seeing is that Israel is killing a lot of civilians in Gaza, and increasingly, I feel like I have a negative feelings on Israel people. That's one feeling.
Wait, do you have negative feelings on Israel or Jewish people?
Israel.
Okay.
Yeah, but stop. But people slightly could say something now because you didn't say Israel. You said the Jewish people are getting away with killing people. That's your exact word. Maybe English is not your first language, which I obviously can't hear. It's not. But the reality is you said Jews, and the idea that Jews are just killing random people is a conspiracy.
Marty.
And anti-Semitic because it doesn't kill.
Marty, Stan, hold on. Let me just say this. So, Stan, like you're my friend. I'm gonna tell you something, man. You may not agree because, like, I don't have your lived experience, you don't have mine. We gather up like this and we dogpile on people, and I'm keeping it real with you because we're targeted right now. That's really the truth. Jews are targeted, and you guys can give all the emojis you want and shit like that. to say that to you.
And
Now,
if I may, just one sentence. Not only are you 100% correct, we are targeted right now, but also when you talk about the anti-Zionist narrative, when things contradict the Zionist narrative, say respectfully, things that contradict the anti-Zionist narrative abound. Anti-Zionist narratives abound. They are everywhere. And Clubhouse is one of the few places where I personally in my life can feel heard on my pro-Zionist narrative. And so it doesn't excuse the dogpiling. It doesn't. I like it when people don't interrupt each other. I like it when people are brief. You know, I'll just say this: along with the one mic policy, you've got to be brief, right? So it's frustrating when people drone on and on. It's also frustrating when people interrupt. But to agree with JB, we're targeted now, and Clubhouse is one of the few places where we can feel heard on our pro-Zionist beliefs. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let me respond to that. So I hear what you're saying, but that was not my point. The point is Stan was talking. Stan was barely off mic for 15 seconds, and Marty just came in. And what I've noticed is a fucking pattern with this. It's like October 7th last year. I came into JB's room, and JB said, "Hey, Sid, welcome to the stage. What are your thoughts on this?" I said, "JB, I'm just getting into this. I'm not well versed, but I hate to see innocent people dying on both sides." You know, a bunch of people came off mic, a bunch of Israel supporters came off. What do you support Hamas? What do you support Hamas sympathizers? What do you mean? I'm like, whoa. I said, calm the fuck down, bro. So all I'm saying is, when you guys act like, then you guys act just like the blacks, because I give the blacks the same shit. So get offended by you people. I do the same shit to my fucking people too when they act like fucking idiots and get their panties in a bunch and can't control their emotions. Is that it makes you look bad, and then people don't want to hear you out. People don't want to fucking support you. That's all my point is. But I like.
well, let me jump in. Hold on, Daniel. Let me jump in. And I don't speak for all Jews. I just speak for this Jew, this cracker in the corner city. I know it's been 2 years since this war has started, this conflict, whatever people want, this genocide, like some of you idiots like to label it. But for some of us, I'm going to keep it 100, it's still very raw. It's still surreal what happened on October 7th. And I'm not justifying people dogpiling on other people. I want to hear what Stan has to say. I want to hear what Nye has to say. I want to hear what El Nomo has to say. But for me, it's still very raw. The images I saw that day are embedded in my mind forever. Doesn't make it right to dogpile on somebody. I'm just telling you my perspective. But before I continue, I definitely want to say good morning to Rachel. And then I'm going to go to El Nomo. Good morning, Rachel.
Can I raise my hand? How do you do it?
I have no idea. But the mic is yours, man.
Just good morning, and I love this discussion. I love your room. I just have 3 questions that you can answer probably than anyone else. Let me preface by saying, as I said before, blacks don't really know much about Judaism or being Jewish or anything because we have our own plight. Now, there may be some blacks who know and are racist against you, but we don't know if it's a race or a religion most times. That's number 1. We don't wake up thinking about, we're not anti-Semitic. There probably are some, but as a whole, black people aren't anti-Semitic because we don't understand it. We know what we know, what happens to millions of people, and when you say you're being targeted, we don't know who's targeting you. Now, on your daily basis, you do have people probably that are being nasty or mean, but it's likely not because you're a Jew, it's because they find maybe you rude or something, some circumstance. Number 2 is, I don't know what a Zionist is, and I'm well educated, but I don't, like I said, I'm just maybe talking about me. I don't know a lot of these things. And number 3, I think it helps if you're more specific to say who you're being targeted by. Because it sounds like Zig said, sometimes it sounds like everybody's against you, and really you're a non-factor to a lot of people in a good way. We don't know who you are unless you're going to, in LA, unless you're going to church on Saturday or whatever day it is, walking because you can't utilize mechanics, or if you're away because of certain holidays in the office or something. But I never come across people at my job that say anything about being having anti-Semitism against them or even being a Jew, unless someone says, "Yeah, my husband's a Jew, so I have to do this." A girl told me she can't be home in October for Yom Kippur. We don't hear that stuff, so we feel kind of like, I don't know what the word would be, but we're being accused of stuff that's not true. And I just want you to be more sympathetic to that.
Everybody, hold on. Do you Congressman, we can answer our questions, and then I'll come to you next. And I also want to get Rick and Albert in the conversation. El Normal, good morning, my friend.
Good morning, good morning. So, and thanks for bringing me up, and Rachel, thanks for your question. So, the reason why other people don't really know who or what we are is because we are very complicated. Who or what we are, because we're different. Because we were around before these ideas of race didn't exist when we were formed as a nation. And religion didn't exist before we were formed as a nation. Essentially, we are a family, a tribe, a people, a nation, with a founding document, the Torah, and a language that we speak when we pray, Hebrew, and the land of Israel. And Zionism is the belief that we get to live safely and securely in our home, and that home is Israel. So all that you hear, oh, Ashkenaz is from Europe, this is just an attempt to kill us. Because we're not from Europe. Europe is a Christian continent with lots of countries, and it's irrelevant to us. We're home in our historical homeland of Israel. I understand it's hard for people to understand, and all we want to do is live safely and securely there. And if somebody attacks us because we're small, and because we're surrounded by unfriendly neighbors whose goal is the opposite, they feel they supersede us, they feel there can be no Jewish state, we often have to fight them. But we wait until they attack us or until they're ready to attack us, because we have a thing. If your enemy rises up to kill you, rise up earlier than them and kill them first. And that's again because we're little. So that's what Zionism is, and that's what Judaism is. I'm happy to answer any further questions because I don't want to give a long lecture.
No, I was just speaking to your plight in America. I'm not speaking to, I appreciate that lesson, it's a great lesson. But I'm talking about here in America, the things that I said previously, they pertain to being in America.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Rachel, I know you see what's going on in these college campuses. How Jewish students are being targeted. I know you see that. Everybody sees that. But I'm going to pass it to, hold on, I'm going to pass it to BB. Maybe he can answer it. Then I'm going to get Albert, Dave, and others in the conversation. Go ahead, BB.
I just wanted to point out something. I'm not sure, Rachel. You know that there's Jamaican Jews, there's Black Jews, there's Chinese Jews, there's Colombian Jews, there's people from Thailand that are Jewish. Jews come in all different skin colors. That's the thing. People think that a Jew is just a white pasty guy with a little hat on his head, and they become indifferent and they act. I just wanted to bring that up because it's confusing to me when people don't. They have this stereotypical thing of what a Jew looks like. There's Jews in Italy, there's Jews in Spain, Morocco, where I'm from, North Africa. Like we're scattered around the world, and we come in all shapes, sizes, and color.
Oh, I appreciate that, but I'm asking you in America, please be more specific to who is being anti-Semitic to you. And I guess sometimes I don't watch the news, but I did see something about it. The college campuses, yes, I see that, and that's shameful. But I'm saying that you see the law is all
I think, respectfully, I think you're getting a little confused because your question is phrased in kind of a confusing way. When you say who is being anti-Semitic towards you guys, the answer is very simple. Anti-Semitic people, And so when you say, one thing that I thought was the most confusing when you were speaking, Rachel, is when you said something about how the black community as a whole is not anti-Semitic. That may or may not be true. It probably is true. But saying any community as a whole, I mean, the whole point of the Enlightenment, of the Renaissance, and individual freedom and personal responsibility is that we can't speak for people as a whole. So we can say things like, the origin of the Jewish people is in the land of Israel. That's a fact that can be supported with archaeology. But you can't say things like, all Jews are racist, or all Jews support Netanyahu, or all Jews are this, or all Jews don't eat pork, or blah, 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 blah. That you get into, and saying all. So does that make sense? Your question is like.
Yeah, I understand your thing, but I tell you what, I challenge you to ask every black person that comes to the stage, what do you know about Judaism? Or what do you not know about being a Jew? I'm totally ignorant. The only thing I knew is when I was growing up that my father mentioned the person that we had an account with
just saying people in general from the black community don't honor that we stood shoulder to shoulder with your community. And I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, Rachel, because I like you and I respect you. And I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general. My lived experience, I've seen more anti-Semitism and hate coming out of the black community towards the Jewish community than any other community, and I just don't understand it. So, let's.
Is that in New York? But Facebook said, is that in New York?
Of course, it's in New York. No, it's in New York. I'm talking on my lived experience.
Okay, see, that's the thing. New York is a whole different animal. So I understand you probably see it there because you guys are shoulder to shoulder. And I do understand that Jewish people did help us. And I'm just saying that I don't see it. I just don't see it. Maybe, I live in Los Angeles. I don't know. In Florida, we weren't around the group because you kind of have your own community. Even here in LA, you have your own community, but you live everywhere. But I won't belabor the point, but I'm just saying, be a little more,
Well, let me finish my thought, please. Okay. Because not all Jews are monoliths, right? I'm a different type of Jew than El Normo, or Rabbi, or Bibi. I have tattoos, I eat pork. I shouldn't have either one of those, but I do. It's not a religious thing, it was me living my life. But rest assured, October 7th came, I'm a Jew. I've always been a Jew. I just don't talk about it on this app because you know what? It's like these people grab the lowest hanging fruit and say, oh, he's a Jew. Let's automatically hate him, which is bizarre to me. But let me tell you this. Here in America, we are the bullseye right now. Walking down the streets, and listen, there's parts of Brooklyn I can go into right now, right? That I'm not going to be accepted as a Jew. Most of the people on the stage aren't going to be accepted. Very secular people. It is what it is. Doesn't mean I'm less of a Jew or I'm not proud to be a Zionist. I came on this stage early this morning. I had this room open since 6 o'clock this morning. And one of the first things I spoke about when we were speaking about Israel, Zach, I need you to mute up, man. Zach, can you mute up, please? So one of the first things I said was, I don't agree with what the IDF is doing right now. Doesn't make me less of a Zionist. Doesn't mean I don't love my Jewish brothers and sisters. Just means I disagree with the government. But let me say, hold on, bro.
Alright.
I know you're sensitive. I brought that up earlier.
I agree with you, actually.
Thank you. I don't need your agreement, but thank you. You can go listen for a while. Now, I brought this up earlier, how the men on this app are hypersensitive. He kicked me out of his room 3 days ago. They were talking about normal. I'm like, who gives a fuck? It was 3 days ago. Grow up. You hurt my feelings. Man, squeeze your balls and be a fucking man. Stop the bullshit. Anyways, I part of my language, Miss Rachel. Let me say good morning to Albert because he's been patiently waiting.
I wanted to bring you up short for 1 second, Jay. You said I was around in the 60s. Did you mean the 1960s or the 1860s, man?
1860s, Lord. 1860s. The 1760s.
El Normo was out there protesting with Lincoln. But let's go to Albert. Albert, good morning.
Hey, good morning, JB.
You want to chime in?
Yeah, actually, I want to chime in and comment on Stan, the Chinese guy. What he tries to say, I think I just want to explain and elaborate on that point. I think what he tries to say, like the anti-Semitism is not Chinese. I mean, I admit it. Chinese can be racist. And especially, for example, against like black people. I just think a lot. I'm not proud of it. I feel bad about it, about our people. But the anti-Semitism is not Chinese. There's no religious, there's no culture, there's no geopolitical beef between us. Actually, as far as I understand, maybe it's a lie or propaganda in Chinese history textbooks as well. But Chinese has been helpful to send Jewish refugees from Europe and let them stay in China until the end of Second World War. And actually, Israel has been nice to China as well in modern history of China. So there's no beef between us. The problem is when some Chinese are very pro Israel. But for some of us, like me, and I say for Stan, and I speak for him, so sorry if I keep me honest here. So I think what he trying to say and I want to say is what we see what we see. And we have a problem with that. And please don't label us shameful. It does not make me feel outrageous. It makes me feel weird. Like I like apple. I don't like maybe watermelon, but I cannot dislike a fruit. I haven't tasted. Right? There's no historical, religious culture meet between us. So not any. I mean, this apply to not just the Chinese, but to the general audience or the general discussion. Don't label anyone who criticizes Israel as anti-Semitic.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, real quick.
Thank you, Albert. Appreciate it. So I'm gonna ask. Hold on, Stan, because I know we have Chinese contingent in here right now. El Normo, I'm gonna ask you. Let me ask you. Should we go to Rick? Because I don't know what he's gonna say, or should we go to Jamal? And I know what he's gonna say. You want to turn up the heat a little bit or no? Dave, I got you. Dave, I got you, Dave. All right, let me say good morning to Jamal. Good morning, Jamal.
Good morning, JB. Hey, before I say anything, I want to say I love you and I love the room.
Oh man, you stroked it before you started. Go ahead, baby.
No, but let's get right into it. Do you consider, and all your fellow Jews, do you consider yourself European or Jewish first?
There's no European, we're Jews. Europe is a Christian continent. Jews are different, we're not European.
Okay, so we have to go into the Ashkenazi, Eastern European people. So you don't consider yourself Eastern European? That's where you're from.
Well, you're incorrect about that. And you asked and I answered it, and you're having difficulty dealing with the truth. So I asked you, why is it difficult for you when you ask a man a question, why you are doing something about who he is? I wouldn't tell you who you are. If you told me you were an African American man, I wouldn't say, no, you're from Detroit or whatever. So why do you have difficulty affording the same respect?
Because what you're doing is you're riding a line in the United States of America where this country is founded on racism. And not only is it founded on racism, it's founded on colorism.
You're right about that.
And that's, I know I am.
So,
and
so we came in, and at first we were black.
I'll be quiet. But I just
talk back to each other. You don't have to.
Can I make one short comment? No, that's what you want. You don't want dissent.
Hold on a second. How are you trying to check my room? It's just enough, bro. So I'm just gonna show you to the door. Have a great day. Stay safe. I want to give Rabbi a chance to have dialogue with Jamal. Rabbi, go ahead.
Yeah, just a short comment that, for basically all the time that Jews lived in Europe, nobody considered us European. We were told for all of those thousands of years, you're not European, you're Jewish.
That's correct.
I still don't understand. Jamal, you can't respond, but no, I'm gonna give you a chance to respond, I promise. But my thing is, respectfully, what does that have to do with what we're discussing? Who cares where Jews are originally from? What does that have to do with today, right now?
Well, because here's the reality. You're walking around here, blonde hair, blue eye, brown hair, brown eye. You're walking around here as Caucasian, white, European. And you're moving throughout the community. And, well, you said yourself today that you don't even tell anybody that you are a Jew. You rarely even speak that.
Wait, who said that? Who said that?
I thought you said that.
I believe you. I respectfully, you gotta get some Q-tips because your hair is off, because I never said that.
Well, excuse me. I thought I heard someone say that they ate pork and that they did not always tell everybody.
No. See how you spin the narrative? I said I eat pork and have tattoos. I'm not like the regular Jew. But I never said I'm not proud to be a Jew. I want to announce it to the world. I'll go to Times Square with a fucking sandwich board on saying I'm a Zionist. I can care less.
Okay. Well, the point of what I'm making has nothing to do with that. The point that I'm making is you are getting white privilege in the United States of America. And because you're getting this white privilege, but you're still trying to cloak yourself as a minority, and you're not a migrant.
White privilege is a myth.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Let me just explain something to you, Mr. Jamal, real quickly. When I go to DMV and I have to check off one of those boxes, Jew is not there. White is. So that's the choice I have. That's what the government's done, not me. If there was a new Zionist box, trust me, my friend, I'm putting it on my driver's license.
I hit other, by the way. All right, so you, but you're a
I
Catholic.
also always check other. Respect to that, Norm.
Okay, all right, and that's fine. I have no way of knowing what you check, but you're counted as you move around this society as a white person.
Right up until the point that a neo-Nazi group or something thinks that you're there too.
Let me say it this way.
Jamal, let me protection. Give me a second. It's really not much protection at all. The moment they find out or suspect you're Jewish, they think the same thing of Jews they do of black people and Hispanic folks.
Good point.
Right? You say that they have the ability to pass for white. Again, if you pass for white, but you're always worried somebody's going to hear you're a Jew and discriminate, then you are in a discriminated minority class. You don't have to like the fact that Jews had a diaspora that went to you, so some of them were white. Again, that the white comment works all the way up to when the KKK or the neo-Nazis figure out you're Jewish. Then at that point, you're lumped in with the same.
Let me jump in for 2 seconds. I just want to ask Jamal a question. I promise I'm going to let you in. And it's really just yes or no. Were Jews slaves in Egypt? Were they ever slaves, the Jewish people?
Not Ashkenazi white people.
Oh, okay.
No, they weren't. And the Hebrew is an Ethiopian black person, and we know that to be true.
No, they're fucking not. They literally live in Milan.
Black people rob the liquor store.
You are not allowed to misrepresent history.
And that was not called for.
Wait, hold on a second. Marshall, hold on a second. See, Zach, I try to get you in the conversation.
I'm sorry.
It's not even sorry, it's just stupid, and it's offensive, man. Because it's comments like that is what brings smoke to our people. I'm being dead ass serious with you. But nobody interrupt Jamal. Let Jamal land his plane. If the rabbi wants to engage with him, he's more than welcome. So, man, Jamal.
So we can't deny that David had sex with Bathsheba, and they were in Ethiopia. And the Bible, the Orthodox Bible, we know that originated in Ethiopia. We know that the tribes that we can trace back, these are black people, right? So that's something, whether you like it or you don't like it. But no tribes are from Europe. We know that the Ashkenazi European Jew decided that they wanted to take on the religion. This was something that you purposely decided, I'm not going to be a Christian, I'm going to choose to go with the Hebrew. And I'm going to be...
Why would we do that?
And the reason why you did it, the reason why you did it,
Yes.
to be honest with you, I can't explain. I think you had a choice.
Of course you can't explain it because you're not based on reality.
Well, the reality is that none of those tribes come from Europe.
You're missing the whole point.
Wait, guys, hold, guys. Jamal, let Caliph go, let the rabbi go, because maybe, Rabbi, I pray, like, no bullshit, that this man cleaned out his ears and he's gonna get some knowledge from you. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Yeah, I hope so. Look, your history is bad, okay? I'll just say that I don't have time to like go into all the different pieces, but in terms of Jewish people being adjacent to whiteness, the people who made us adjacent to whiteness were the white people, not us, right? And I say it like this sometimes in America. Many Jews, not all Jews, but many Jews are white, but not quite, and only white for now. Marshall's right that when the anti-Semites want to make us not white, they'll do it. He'll do it. So I just think you're this kind of demonizing of Ashkenazi Jews and trying to say that we're fake.
religion? Because the religion is just, it's a spiritual thing, it's a group thing, but the reality of it is the blood that flows through your veins is Eastern European Russian.
Yeah, I guess.
Identify with that?
No, I don't because that was an accident that my family ended up in Eastern Europe. Just like it was an accident that different families ended up in Morocco or Libya or Iraq, right? That was kind of like we didn't control our movement necessarily around the globe. So no, I don't want to identify as Eastern European. I mean, it's important to my Jewish heritage and my family in terms of our customs, how we pray, how we observe holidays and things like that. But it's not an essential identity that goes above and beyond my sense of my Jewish identity. Jewish identity for me always comes first.
Thank you, Rabbi. Are you speaking about Ashkenazi?
I've said it several times.
Because you are correct. The different sectors of Jews, and you're correct. They were different breed. They were more Roman, Italians, mixed up breed. You're correct.
And why? Tell him why, KP. Tell him why.
Because Jews, the original Hebrews, they were Hebrew. Not this bullshit that got took over. And that's why he's saying, hey, this is why you guys
Also,
look
they
different.
lived in Europe for like 1,000 years, and so they were.
No, he's correct.
It's not just a BHI narrative, guys. This room's turning, this is BHI talk tracks. This is crazy.
Oh no, I'm not a fucking one of those Hebrew Israelites. No. Hell no. But he's correct on his history. He's correct.
There's an important point. Let me just make Marshall just one sentence, which is that
It's never one sentence. Okay.
It is. This will be a really short one. They lived in Europe for a long time, so there was some intermarriage with European non-Jews, and also Jewish women were sometimes raped by European men. So there was consensual and non-consensual genetic drift thing.
Well, let me go, Marshall. Hold on, Marshall.
It sounds good.
Hold on, Jamal. See, here's the problem that I have, and maybe nobody else does. It's the deflection. The truth is, I don't give a fuck where my family came from. I'm an American Jew. I pay American taxes, that's for sure. Let's come back to modern times. I don't care where my great-great-great-great-great-grandparents came from. It has nothing to do with who I am today. So let's get back to the topic of today. And you know, it's amazing now on these stages and these spaces and places how people can tell me they're anti-Semitic without telling me they're anti-Semitic. It's amazing to me. But I'm going to hand them over to Sig, Nye, KP, and Elmo Marshall. I got to step aside for 5 minutes. Please play nice with each other.
Gotcha.
Can I say something?
Hi, everybody. Can I interject real quick?
Yeah.
So, hi, good morning. I want to apologize in advance for my bad English. I don't have a very rich vocabulary. This is not my first language, Italian. I've been listening for a while, and I think it's a productive conversation that we're having here. And I think, but I don't understand on which basis sometimes somebody is called anti-Semitic. I don't understand. I'm not pro-Israel, pro-Hamas, pro-nothing. I'm just here to understand the whole phenomenon because I many times, yeah, it's a normal, yeah, correct. Because sometimes I see, like, example, JB called this guy Jamalitic anti-Semitic, but honestly, 100,000% honestly, I don't understand why. I don't understand why is this guy anti-Semitic? I don't get it. I'm not playing dumb. I'm not.
Because he takes the history of Judaism and where it came from and inverts it to a place that it never came from and has no archaeological evidence to support it. That's why.
Anti-Semitic.
Correct.
A lot of times when you disagree with someone who's Jewish, they will instantly label you anti-Semitic.
That's what I'm saying, man. The Jews are the new black. Same thing with the blacks. As soon as you disagree or try to criticize,
You're right.
you're doing honest.
expert on our history. Here's my advice: learn our history before you speak on the history. But I'm gonna hand it back to Tomas. I have to step away. Thank you.
I'll speak to the Ethiopian thing. You may, hang on. I'm going more, Jay. Hang on one second. So, brother comes up and says, Ethiopia, like he knows something about Ethiopia. Ashkenazi, like he knows something about Ashkenazi. This is a guy who's never been in a synagogue. This is a guy who's never opened a Jewish prayer book. This is a guy who's never met an Ethiopian Jew in his life. So it's ignorant. And then he'll double down and triple down. And to be honest, it's sort of sad and embarrassing when people are this ignorant. You probably don't know this. If you know black Jews, they're most likely Ashkenazi. Why? Because black Jews in this country converted with Ashkenazi brothers and sisters and neighbors. That's just a fact. I daven with many black Jews, and they daven Ashkenazi. Ashkenazi is not an ethnic group. Ashkenaz, it was a region in Germany where there was great Jewish learning, and so we call them Ashkenaz. It doesn't mean that they're white or black or blue or orange hair or yellow hair. It means that they wrap their tefillin in a certain way, as I'm about to go do in synagogue, and they daven a certain way, and they eat certain foods. Doesn't make them any more or less Jewish. I have a brother around the stage who can identify himself. I'm not going to out him. He's from Syria. So he's that kind of Jew. And he wraps his tefillin a certain way, and he eats certain things on Passover that I don't eat, which we're always jealous of. He gets to eat rice on Passover. I don't. That's a big joke between us. And when they're finished not eating bread, they have a big festival of baked goods. They have different customs, but we're all the same Jew. This is what you don't understand. It happens that Ethiopian folks who are our brothers and Jews, they don't speak Hebrew. They have to learn Hebrew because they were Judaized. They didn't have all the same books and stuff that we did, but the rabbis looked and said, we determined that they are also Jews, so they are welcome in the land of Israel. So many people are speaking through their chateaus, as we say, out of pure ignorance. It's sort of funny. It's like going to, again, it would be as offensive as you said to a black guy, well, listen, you're going to Africa. You're from Detroit. I'm telling you, you're just a person from Detroit with a suntan or something ridiculous like that. That's how stupid it sounds when people try to tell a Jew who they are. I'll do that.
And I was just saying, we are, I was trying,
Hold on a second. Let Rachel. Go ahead, Rachel.
I was just saying earlier, some of us are ignorant in different ways. I don't know how ignorant, Jamal is. You know, he may be ignorant in some stuff that he thinks he knows and doesn't. But some of us are totally ignorant and we're learning in this room, but it's the crybaby stuff that we can't get past because we don't know what's real and what's not.
I don't know who's crying, but let me say this. Rick, I got you, bro. You got to show a little microphone. I don't understand. Is if you get labeled Ashkenazi, that's a bad thing? It's spewed out here like, oh, he's Ashkenazi. So what? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck where your family 5 generations ago is from? This is the divide we have in this world, in this country. Everybody wants to grab the lowest hanging fruit and try to fucking weaponize it. It's bullshit. Rick, land your plane, then I want to go to Dave, and I want to get George joining in the conversation.
All right. Just want to say a couple of things. So, the other day we were in another room. We were talking about what they're doing. Example in Gaza. I come from a military family. My cousin used to work in Lockheed here in Italy. They got different offices, and I know certain things about certain weapons that are tested today. Example, Palestine, and we were discussing about this. But all of a sudden, just because we were discussing military tactics and whatnot and weapons and stuff that have been tested on the population, all of a sudden they call me an anti-Semite. It's like you're having a conversation with somebody, this somebody disagrees with you about certain technical aspects, and now I call this somebody, actually this somebody calls me an anti this somebody. Like if I disagree with Sid, I say to Sid, you're anti-Rick. You know what? You're anti-me. No. This is very, very, very dishonest to me. This is absolutely dishonest. And actually, if somebody comes at me, says to me that I am anti-somebody, then I honestly 100% understand that this person comes with an agenda of lying on what this guy is doing. Because there is no reason. So you want to beat me on the argument, and actually it's not a competition, by the way, then comment on the argument. Don't call me an anti-whatever. Call me, no, you're wrong on XYZ because XYZ is not happening for such and such a reason. So the excuse, and I think it's very violent to use an anti-something
talking
one
about
sentence.
certain.
Yeah,
Absolutely. We were discussing, all right, so, and it's a known fact that we were discussing military technologies through facial recognition and gene recognition in Gaza today, and we were discussing this, like it's an open fact. There are studies, there are links that I've posted and stuff, you know, and why? So also,
okay, you said the spatial technology, right? You said the spatial technology. That's all you said.
Facial recognition.
Go ahead.
What?
That's all you said.
No. I said that the war in Gaza is used today, or genocide, whatever, how you want to characterize it, it's used also to test those weapons. And there are articles on this.
Okay.
But I'm not anti. I'm so sorry, real quick.
Well, now let me answer your
So
question.
I'm not anti-Hamas. I'm anti-Israel.
I'll answer your question.
Yeah.
So, you see, this is
No,
very
let him
interesting.
finish.
He finished. I asked him what he said. I don't need a long time.
No, you cut me off. You cut me off.
Be quiet.
You don't have it now? Hang on. Everybody quiet down. You don't have to say one thing.
No.
I said, just hang on 1 second. I heard what he said. So now I'm talking to him, not to you guys, because everybody else beat up. I'm just talking to him. And I don't need a 10-page disposition. I said, what did you say? You said facial recognition, genocide, and testing technology. So, Rick, I'm going to give you your answer very simply if you're listening. Are you listening, Rick? You don't even have to mute up. It's just between me and him for 1 second. All right, Rick? You there?
Yeah, I wanted to finish my sentence, but no, it's not okay.
Yeah, well, you just gave me. Everybody mute up.
Everybody mute up.
I got
Hold on. No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying you don't have this.
Yeah.
Let him finish, let him land his plane, and then I'll give you a chance to rebut. Go ahead.
Okay,
Land
now,
his
wait, before you tell him to go ahead. You said facial technology, genocide, and testing new technology. Is there anything I missed, Rick?
No. You missed the whole conversation. Yeah, I didn't say that. I said there have been certain weapons are tested. No. Let me say what I said. Okay, let me talk. Okay, I said there have been so facial recognition technology and gene technology are tested today in Gaza. And I said, wait. I said it doesn't matter how you characterize the whole situation as a war and or a genocide. It doesn't matter. Those weapons are tested. And automatically, because I've been commenting on this thing, there is a fact, there are links on this. I'm an anti-Semite. And this is what
You made that point already.
Change anything.
You
Okay, now I'm going to respond. Thank you very much. So you said exactly the thing that I said. So it's weird to me that you said you didn't finish. I exactly said what you just said. Spatial technology, then you added in gene warfare, which is a weird thing. Which is a weird fantasy gene warfare. And then you said genocide. Okay. So here's the problem. There's something called the blood libel. So when you take a truth, like yes, there is a war in Gaza, and then you take another truth, like yes, Israel does test weapons, because Israel is often at war, because people attack Israel, no problem there. And then you add something in like a moral judgment. It is objectively and factually and definitionally not genocide, for any number of reasons. There's something called a blood libel. This is when you make a lie about Jews to justify hating and killing us. Like Jews use Christian blood to make matzah. Well, we're not allowed to touch blood. So it's obviously insane. But they use that to kill us. Or Jews poison the well. We're not allowed to do such a thing. But you say that to justify killing us. Or Jews are starving the Gazans. We're not allowed to do that. We've dropped 2 million tons of aid. Or Jews are doing gene warfare. This is obviously a lie. Or Jews are committing genocide. Obviously a lie. That's the anti-Semitic part. When you make up lies about us to justify killing us, that's anti-Semitic. Do you get it, Rick?
Got it. I noticed.
Everybody be quiet but Rick, please, and then we can move on. Rick, did you get what I said?
I get what you said. It is absolutely not what I said, because I didn't say that Jews are actually experimenting certain things. I said companies like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing are doing those things.
Okay.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Right. So this is first. Second,
Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. Thank you. Because I'm going to be honest with you, we're chasing, it's like a dog chasing its tail. We're getting nowhere here with this conversation. I'm moving my car because we have all this parking here. Sid, can you run it? Make sure everybody gets to speak, please. Thank you, Sid.
Yes, sir, Roger. Roger that. All right, so let's move on. Who do we have in this conversation?
I'm actually waiting for
Oh,
you.
okay. So we'll let Dave. Welcome to the stage, Dave. You got it, man.
Yes, so basically, why we started this conversation that the Jews here feeling that they are being targeted. The main fact is they are they fear to be attacked because in the coming weeks there will be military aiming to take over Gaza, and this will cause more anti-Semitic narrative. And we know that in Washington, these two diplomats died because people just can't take it anymore. They want to release their frustration. They want to support pro-Palestine, and, and they are willing to kill Jews to demonstrate their support for Palestine. They're willing to kill Jews to show that they disagree with the coming weeks. Israel is going to take over Gaza. So this is why at this very moment the Jews here feeling they are being targeted, right? It's not just from America's side, it's also from Europe's side. They are being targeted everywhere. Because to understand why they feel like this, it takes a lot of time to understand the history, to understand the religion basis, to understand the mindset of Middle East, to understand most importantly is how America are being, certain population of America being weaponized by the arch enemy of United States, which is IRGC of Iran, in order to cause more division, in order to cause more intimidation to the Jews in United States, which is just 2.5%. And Rachel, I survey the American African community here. There are rooms where Jamal come from every day indoctrinate them how to hate Jews. With all the argument they have, totally fact, no fact. So Rachel, I encourage you to sometime to come to the Jewish room to ask them as many questions. The most important thing is the Jews here in the United States, either they are agnostic or they are Orthodox. They do not understand how to relate to the Christian, right? So I'm Christian. So if you're Christian or not, I don't know. But the reason why is why the Trump administration is keep saying that we have to stand down on anti-Semitic, right? Because they understand from Christian point of view, the national motto of United States is in God we trust, and that comes from Genesis 12:3. And many Christian
No, it comes out of the Eisenhower administration.
Eisenhower during the Cold War, they understand how important to unite the American people, and therefore he quote in God we trust, because it's a very difficult time. And how can we unite the American people when many of them fear it will be a nuclear war, right?
Well,
So
they did it to swear something home. Please continue.
Yeah, sure. But Rachel, the whole point is they understand that in Congress, in Senate House, there's a word there, yeah. In
Dave,
God we trust.
Dave.
Yeah, the point is, Rachel, you spend time more in Jewish room, and therefore you get to understand that they spend every Friday practicing how to speak to God, whereas Christians are not doing as much as that and as detailed. So there are a lot to learn. I spent in January speaking to Jews, so I know a lot.
Thank you. You're going to have a private conversation. Rachel will teach you all about Judaism if she's interested. But we're going to move forward. Let me say good morning to George and then Trillian. Good morning, George.
Yo.
Yo.
Good morning.
chime in?
Yeah.
For the love of God, don't be long-winded.
Yeah. How could I make this as brief as possible? The Jewish people.
All right, we're gonna move to Trillion. That guy sounds like he's talking in quicksand. Good morning, Trillion.
Good morning. Talking in quicksand. Okay, so wait. Hello, good morning, happy Friday. It's 8-8. Wonderful number, my favorite number. I just well, in general, I felt like the elephant in the room, and a little bit earlier. Sometimes in general, when people have their thoughts, either it's an opinion or they feel like it's a fact or backed by data or articles, whatever. As from my perspective, it doesn't matter what you say about Jewish people. It is anti-Semitism because they are on code. They gatekeep their community. They created this lifestyle for themselves where they just pour into each other as a community. This is what I've seen. They've got their own schools, ambulances, police cars. Can't even read shit that anything says. But I love it. I love it for them. And I've been saying this since I was 13. I'm in my late 30s now. So I have
You don't look it.
Thank you, because you know what? I don't let poor people stress me out, and I work out. But thank you so much. I love that for the Jewish community. And yes, it is true. I don't. Amen. I love that about them because if we were on code, if I was on code in my community, shit, I was that's right. You said that you're against us. We don't like whatever because that's how low key that's how it should be. It doesn't personally bother me. Is there a chance that someone's saying something out of lack of knowledge, which is ignorant? Yes. I wanted to convert to be Jewish because I'm like, shit, well, no one fucks with me over here. Everything is scarcity mindset competition. Let me go where they got their own stuff. But I love Jesus. Do they not love? I don't know. Do they love Jesus? I don't know. That's a statement. I don't know. It's a lack of knowledge. So it's a balancing scale. When you have, and I'll land. When you have one theory or mindset behind the Jewish community, this culture, they what? They were slaves for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. My God, what? Let my people go. I remember that song. Mariah Carey and Whitney Houston were singing it or something about Jews and what? Moses? Anyway. So you can't just come for people like that. I think the black community and the Spanish community, whoever, Asians got Asian hate. People need to be more on code. I don't think it'll happen. But that's my theory behind it. Are things going to be anti-Semitism? If you call someone ugly, fuck it. Why not? Bitch, you're an anti-Semite. Because I built my shit up that I could say that. And everyone's going to agree. And is it fair? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't give a shit about it. I love it. And everything's anti-Semitic. Fuck.
Well, let me jump in here. Hold on, Norm. Let me do a quick room reset to get people up to code. This is Healthy Debates, Coffee and Conversation. Guys, the link on top is my chat room today at 4:45. Everybody's welcome to come in. It's going to be a different type of conversation. We'll be talking true crime all the time. Right now we're talking about, we've been talking about for the last 2 hours. Of course, if there's no Jews, there's no news. So we're talking about Jews. We're talking about Jews in America, Jews in Israel. We're talking about the situation over in Gaza. If you have a pink ticket, Alvin, cash in your ticket. Let's see who else has tickets. Megan, cash in your ticket. Wendy, cash in your ticket. We got some superstars in the room. We got Rohan. Rohan, I invited you up. We got Uncle Steve. We got Regan. We got Casey. Guys, if you want to come, we got Saturn. We got Yoev. Y'all is here representing Canada, Manitoba. So guys, we're going to go popcorn style. All I say is there's a one mic policy. Respect it. Attack the point, not the person. Try that for once.
KB, really quickly, am I allowed to say, I agree with Trillia's point about the Jewish community being on code. So am I allowed to say that I wish my people, and I love black folks, that we were more on code like the Jews?
No, because there's
Wait a second. Hold on. Let me.
If I say that, because
I don't think think it's anti-Semitic, but nine, when you say on code, what does on code mean to you?
Well, let me just get, I don't mean to center Norm, but let me just use Norm as an example because I think he's the perfect example. When we have these conversations, which I tend to stay out of, okay, Norm defends his culture. Norm defends his people. You can't come up here and disparage Jews, talk smack, right? And he's not the only one. You go across social media, Jewish, you'll find when there's conversations about the war, Hamas, Israel, Jewish people stand on business. They defend their position. They don't let you talk smack about Jewish people, even if they oftentimes might agree with some of the, for lack of a better word, anti-Zionist rhetoric. They're not going to put their people down, right? They might touch on it in a minute, but they're going to keep it. They're going to keep it cute and put it on mute. And so I find, on any given day, you won't open up this app and find Jewish people slamming Jewish people. At least not on my.
Well, because you know why not? And don't read up. Let's have the conversation. And I'll keep it real. Rolo down in the VIP section. That's my dude right there. Both of us are Jews. We had a big disagreement, but nobody knew about it because we didn't do it in public.
Right.
So I think that's where it starts. Like you keep your stuff in house.
Exactly.
On this app, I can't speak about it in real life. I don't know if other communities keep it in house. They love to blast their news all over the news.
Well, yeah, that's my point. Generally, you won't find Jewish people opening up spaces where they're slamming other Jews. I don't see spaces across social media where Jewish men hold spaces where they're slamming their Jewish mothers or wanting to put Jewish women down in general. If it feels that way, it seems to me like you just noted they keep it private. So that's why I say I wish our community was more on code. Look at the communities. I think I've heard Norm say, and I even saw a documentary about this. They have their own police system, ambulance, et cetera, schools. And to Rachel's point earlier, when she was saying black people as a whole, we don't sit around talking about Jews. I know, JB, you mentioned your experience in New York, but black people as a whole, we're not anti-Semitic. You won't go into an average black household and hear black people slamming Jewish people, even weighing in on this war because it's not our business, it's not our fight. We'll sit and listen and learn curiously like I do on this app. And to Sid's point, I too have said, this is why I don't really engage, because when you say things like, okay, what about the women and the children? Why are they being bombed? Can we have sympathy and heart for the women and children? And you get pushed back that they're Hamas and they're terrorists too. And I'm like, but they're
aggressive. Well, that's a mischaracterization.
Zach, hold on. Everybody hold on a second. Nye doesn't really speak much, especially on these topics.
I'm happy to continue.
Hold on, Zach, I'm going to kick you out and block you, man. I'm trying to give you grace. Show me the same grace. Hold on, Rachel. Hold on a second. So Nye, I'm going to do something, right? I'm going to publicly apologize to Rolo. He's my friend. And we said things to each other that we shouldn't have said. Right? I think that's right there should be an example of other communities to say, hey, look, I'll put my ego aside because my friendship, my unity with my Jewish brother is more important than my ego. Do you think other communities have the ability to publicly apologize to each other, have dialogue, and come to a common ground of forgiveness?
Yeah, Italians do, like me.
That's funny, Rick, because I didn't know your name was Nine. I was asking Nine.
Oh, I thought you were asking him too. Do I say that again? Do I think other communities can forgive each other?
Yeah, I think in order to prepare the communities have to forgive themselves. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Well, in my community, this is just my opinion, black folks, don't burn down my Starbucks. We have sympathy and forgiveness for a lot of other cultures, but not
my TARDIS and try. Can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me.
Shout out Doctor Who. I've heard that.
Right. So let me travel back in time and blame slavery, because we like to blame slavery and Jim Crow and Willie Lynch letters for our poor piss poor black mindset today and why we don't get along. So I would have there's if I have to blame it on anything, I guess it's this so-called generational curse um, that we believe that we are existing in, that won't allow us to coexist with each other, and always shift blame on the past instead of, working, coexisting today and working together to solve some of our problems. We use oppression as a crutch. So I guess that's the reason. I blame it on anti-black. A lot of us are just anti-black. We hate ourselves, we hate blackness, and really it doesn't have to be more complicated than that. That's just my opinion. And I'm laying here, I just wish we were on more.
Can I be put in the queue to respond?
No, I don't think we as blacks understand each other. I think we're so diverse that based on our experiences, and some are anti-black, because they hate themselves because of their circumstance and hate your circumstance because they see you as doing better. But blacks just don't understand each other because we have so many different experiences and backgrounds. So that's what I would say. I'm not disagreeing with your thoughts, but we just don't. I don't care about the thumbs down. I don't think that we don't understand each other as a collective the way that they possibly do. I don't care if you do them 1,000 times. We just don't understand each other. That's
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. So before we continue to the next speaker, Julian, I got you, baby. Let me see what Sid has to say about this.
JB.
Oh, come on, dude.
Cool gotta speak.
Can I be added to the queue?
Yeah, I'm gonna add you to the queue right now. Hold on, give me a second. You could be in the queue of the audience. Because I don't know what you could possibly throw into the conversation of what it means to be a black person in America.
He said he wants to respond to me, JB.
Yeah, but he's not. How can he possibly understand you when he's not black in America? And you're speaking on your community. Just make that. Okay.
I'm gonna say respectfully, JB, you don't have to be a mathematician to say 1 + 1 = 2.
All right, I'll bring him back up, and he's gonna curse me out, which is fine.
But JB, that's the thing.
Come on, Zach.
And respectfully, Jerome, I'm not trying to cut you off, but that's how we can grow is by maybe there's people on the outside who may be able to see something that we don't see because we're stuck on the inside. So I don't personally like to play the game because you're not this, you can't speak on it. I've got a lot of insight from people who actually were looking outside the box and were able to give some insight.
I wanted to respond to the part about the Jews, not the black people.
My apologies, Zach. Julian, I'm gonna pass the mic to him because he has no mic control, and I don't want to.
No, I can wait. I can wait my turn.
I want him to have a nice day. Like I say, that's sincerely. So, I always deal with the mentally ill first. Go ahead, Zach.
To clarify, I did not mean to be thrust into the front of the line. I'm happy to wait, but if you want me to go now, I can, but I'm also happy to wait.
I am waiting on bated breath of what you're going to say.
Well, all I wanted to say was the one little bit that was about Jewish people that I wanted to respond to, and I said that's a mischaracterization of the pushback, was when Nye said, what about the women and children? We're upset about the women and children, and then people say, oh, the women and children are part of Hamas. I think that that's a mischaracterization. I don't think that we're necessarily saying the women and children are part of Hamas, although it's perfectly acceptable. I mean, it's possible that adult women could be part of Hamas. That's totally within the realm of possibility. 5-year-old children probably are not part of Hamas, but I don't think we're saying the children are part of Hamas. I think we're saying that the innocent people of Gaza are being used as cannon fodder by Hamas. Hamas is purposely firing from civilian areas. The civilian areas, they're building their tunnels underneath civilian areas. They're embedding themselves in civilian areas. So it makes it really hard to distinguish Hamas fighters from civilians. Nobody's saying the 5-year-old babies are Hamas. Basically, the 5-year-old babies are in the way of Hamas, and it's very, very, very fucked up that there's no way to get to Hamas other than bombing these babies, and that's in no way
justification of wanting the babies, but I think it's not fair to say that Jews are saying the babies are Hamas. That's all I wanted to say. I'm not going to curse you out. Thank you.
You're more than welcome to. I really don't care. But what I would like you to do is hit that link and come to my room tonight. So I'm gonna bring up something real quick, right? And Sig just said, I think people from outside the community could help the community and give some advice or some whatever anecdotal stuff and have the conversation. But I know Hakima disagrees with that. Good morning, Hakima.
What up, Jamie? What I disagree with?
That white people should be talking on black community.
I didn't say that.
Oh, that was the vibe I got from what you wrote. My apologies. So what? Do you?
I'm not. I don't want to dig into this. I just want to make. The only thing I was saying is that how you just said that when Jewish people get into it, y'all don't air y'all business. Y'all keep that shit in the background like you should. But then when I went on to say to agree that that's what should be done, that she go and start talking down on black people like for what? I'm not saying what she said is true or false, but why we can't talk about our business amongst us? Like if we want to follow the Jewish people and be like them, how about start there and let's not shit on each other on the stage full of all types of people. And when they tell you that they don't do that, they don't do that. But then yet we continuously do. And I don't want to argue about it. I just want to say that. But it ain't gonna have to argue about it. But can we follow that first, please?
Wait, Hakima, you think I was shitting on blacks when I offered for myself?
Yeah.
And that's why.
Can I be added to the queue or go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sig. No, go ahead, Sig. Again.
I was gonna say, and that's why. Like nothing she said was quote unquote shitting on the black community. What she gave was a very objective observation. And this is why blacks can't have it behind the scenes, because when we try to have it behind the scenes, it's like talking to a brick wall. The blacks that have sense and stoicism and are logical and analytical, we're trying to have a conversation with a bunch of hyper emotional, fragile, victim mindset blacks who, just want to keep perpetuating the same shit. Like Nina said, they want to hop in their way back time machine to validate their fuckery, man. So at this point, it's like, hey, we're gonna broadcast it, and the blacks that actually want to get on board and don't want to be victims and don't want to blame a white man and white snow and white cheddar cheese, popcorn for every little fucking thing that goes wrong in their fucking lives, we're gonna make ourselves known and say, hey, this is the logical group that actually wants to grow and build something and not just continue to be a victim and have this fucking black fragility.
Thank you, Sig. Everybody hold on. I got a cue. Everybody's gonna get to speak. Rick, I need you to just stand down. I've heard enough of you, to be honest. But we're gonna go to Trillion, Arun, and then East.
Trillion, can you come back to me, please?
You can jump in anytime you like.
I just want to say really quickly, and I'll make this so quick. That's the thing, Hakima, you know I love you like a brother from another mother. But I agree with Sig here. We all know as black folks, especially on this app, how we get down across social media. We tear each other apart. Okay, and it's on both sides. And then when folks like me come off on a public space and call attention to it and say we got to do better, and maybe we can take cues from other communities that don't put up with that shit, then it's anti-black. We can't have these conversations behind the scenes because you're called a coon or a Trump back or a bad witch, and we can't have the conversations on public platforms in front of mixed company because the same labels get attacked and thrown at people like me or Sig who want to have these discussions. Like other communities don't see what's going on. So when would you Negroes like to have these discussions? When can we talk about this? When can we encourage each other to build black better, build up, right? When can we say, hey guys, enough is enough. Look at what these other people are doing. Maybe we can take cues from them and stop with the fuckery and the bamboozle without being accused of attacking black folks. I love black people. I've always said, I believe in reincarnation. If I were to die and come back tomorrow, I wouldn't want to be anything but black. But I do believe that you can be black and criticize your people because you love your people and you want to do better for your people. And it's not hatred. I'm done, JB.
Thank you, Nye. We're gonna go to Trillion. Did you jump in yet or no?
I don't even know where to jump in the conversation. I'll just stay in it.
Okay. Arun,
small, minority group, and you can also see the assimilation, to power in terms of, maybe say skin tone or color, of, different people surrounding it, right? In Europe, perhaps, and sometimes, and then black people, were very decentralized, right? With a lot of us, maybe a minority, but not a very small one. And we've had, the integration as well as the civil rights movement and the quest to be equal. So we have that type of, decentralization that we're getting over, and then we have all the way in terms of, Africa, right? Slave trade, we might have been enslaved for 400 years, but Africa was only colonized for not even 110, barely even that. Do the math, but I just think it's completely two different groups in terms of size, math, and everything.
Thank you, Arun. I want to welcome Eastside to the stage. Eastside, how you doing?
Good morning, my man, JP. How you doing, man?
Doing fantastic. You want to chime in, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Nye or NY that I agree with her with some of the points that she's made. I kind of agree with Hakima, though, that our business is always on Front Street. We should definitely have these important conversations because there's a lot of hypocritical things that I've observed throughout the years, especially as a young man. But I definitely agree that our business is always on Front Street to be picked apart and observed, whether it's on online blogs or, social media or online forums. There was one time, I think, to her point about how on code the Jewish community is, I went into a Jewish space one time in New York, and I asked questions about their community. And a lot of the questions that I had, even though valid, I asked, and a lot of people just kind of like act confused, even though the points were valid or the questions were valid. It was kind of like, what are you talking about? And it was kind of crazy because they went from confused to making jokes about it. So it's just the way that they kind of knew, like, hey, we shouldn't answer that or we shouldn't entertain that question was something that even I admire. Like, wow, I wish we could do that instead of like, in front of other communities, we would.
Well, East, let me just say this to you. We have an actual rabbi on stage. If you have two questions you want to ask about the Jewish community, I'm sure the rabbi would be more than happy to answer it for you.
Do I have that opportunity now, or should I?
You can do it right now. Rabbi, you there, Rabbi?
You and mute.
Gallup, are you there? Well, I guess we're going to have to circle back. He must have stepped away.
Well, you could ask me, I might know something, not as much as Rabbi Caleb, but I know some stuff.
East, are you Jamaican?
Yeah. So when I was in New York City during the pandemic.
I'm here, Jimmy.
Sorry. So Rabbi, East has two questions for you about Judaism, if you don't mind answering them, or Elmore, or whichever one. Okay, East.
So it was more just certain things that I've seen during the pandemic in New York City, when there was the shutdowns, I guess. I don't know the exact term that we used. It was a while ago, but certain communities had their basketball courts, their parks, everything closed.
very large families. They live in not the biggest homes. The lockdowns were particularly impacted them in different ways, in ways that were because they lived in such crowded space. So they went and did what they felt they needed to do, and open the parks and things like that. I don't know the actual reason why there was no pushback. I don't see that there was none. There was some, but you're right. It wasn't the same. Wasn't the same as other communities experienced.
Well, this is a New York question, not a rabbi question. And the answer is it's important to Orthodox Jews to pray in person together. And they actually feel that that's a way of protecting themselves even from the virus. That last bit is a little bit loony, and they paid the price. There was a lot of COVID in our community. We suffered in greater proportions because the Orthodox among us didn't abide by those rules. And yes, the governor singled us out, and the mayor singled us out on the front page of the New York Times. And yes, people got arrested. There wasn't disparate enforcement of the law. That's the short and simple answer.
Can I also add something that we can completely gloss over? I think it was also hypocritical. I think when we saw protests outside, everybody said that's fine, but a funeral that's outside too, that's bad. I do believe politics COVID became a political tool to go against people that you don't like, and if they agree with you, then you're able to do whatever you felt like doing. And people are just not gonna obey the law if it only applies to me and not to them, and then that's why it became a shit show that it ended up being.
Well, I hope that answers your question, East. Let me welcome Dr. Amanda Fetch to the stage. Recent Harvard graduate. Hey, Dr. Amanda.
Hey Jay, my mic was stuck. I just want to say one thing. I don't know who Reddy wants to exterminate in the chat. Normally I don't call that out, but it's really starting to piss me off.
I think he's
So
talking to
please
me.
look at
He said he wants to kill me.
Yeah, if that's the case, Jay, maybe we need to toss that person because that to me kind of now you like really went over the line. You've been talking shit for a while, but now like exterminating people, you're on like a whole other level, and it's too damn early for that shit.
It's one of these
Sorry, Jay.
triggered blacks.
That's why it came up.
Thank you, Dr. Amanda. He's one of these triggered blacks because he didn't like what I said, and now he's crashing out in the chat room. He's been directing most of his comments to me. I'm assuming the extermination comments to me. All because it's weirdo. This is what I'm talking about. To crash out among these weirdo black liberals. You see it, you full on display.
Well, here's the thing. I usually don't pay attention to the chat unless there's a lull in the conversation. But to make threats like that, Reddy, man, I'm disappointed in you because I've shared space with you before. You need to know better than that. So, and we definitely keep our hands off the ladies in this house. So for that, I'm going to remove you from the room, and I'm probably going to block you from the house. Let's continue the conversation, guys. Thank you, Amanda.
Correct. Great choice. And think comments like that and just overall attacks or being angry, just fake outrage in general is why I don't let poor people stress me out. Poor, a hit dog will
on me today. I don't know. I haven't paid attention to it. But the fragile men on this app. Listen, I'm not going to speak on the women. The men are super hypersensitive. You can't disagree with them without them getting some crazy lunatic. I'm going to eliminate you. Like, yo, bro, is it that? I had somebody come in this morning and start crying about El Normo throwing him out of a room 3 days ago. And I'm like, bro, are you serious? Fucking 3 days ago? Because you called, and I said, what did you do for Norm to throw you out? He said, well, I called him an evil Jew. I said, did Norm have the green bean? He goes, yes, he did. I said, well, there you go. Know your audience.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
And he went on this little tirade for like 2 minutes about getting thrown out of a room 3 days ago. Who gives a fuck? I promise you people, I'm getting thrown out of at least 5 rooms today. And I'm not even going to
black people to understand that. I get going so pro. Go ahead, Motet. You got the mic.
No, sorry.
So,
Just the car choice is crazy, yeah.
Sorry.
so again, I get the drugs were dropped on our doorstep. I get, but if you look at all these, nothing in recent times we were grabbed by the throat and forced up against the wall. It's always been choice, and that's what I would like black people to understand and take accountability for. Is that there's always going to be traps in life. People are always going to set up traps. Hell, there's a trap everywhere. Every time you drive down the street with predatory lending, with those payday check loan places, right? But you have a choice to understand how it works and not get involved in it, bro. Like the cops aren't grabbing the majority of black Americans by the throat and slapping them in handcuffs and throwing them in prison. We are actively breaking the law and we understand what the laws are and we still choose to throw a middle finger up. And then when the consequences come down the pipeline for the choices that we make, then we want to cry and blame everybody else. That's what I don't like. And I think that black people are smarter than that because we have generations before us. Like I said, I always say this all the time. Look at your photo albums from your grandmother and great grandmother's generation, brother. We weren't sagging pants. We weren't wearing lace fronts, lash tattoo. Like these were some well-groomed, articulate, educated black folks, man. These were some amazing black folks during the peak of fucking racism, man. We valued education. Now we don't. So the people who actually went through the atrocities, East, were able to overcome and still hold some level of professionalism and self-love and self-respect. We haven't even gone through a fraction of what they've gone through. We don't have an excuse. Like black families are the biggest thing for me, bro. We got more baby mamas and broken black families than we've ever had in history, bro. And it shouldn't fucking be that way. And we just accept it. That's the norm now. That like our grandparents would fucking turn over in their fucking graves, bro, if they saw what the fuck we were doing nowadays.
Let me jump in for 1 second, Sig. I gotta get going. Sig, Nye, Normal, the other mods, you guys want to keep it open? If not, I'm gonna close it because I gotta go.
Okay. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I'd like to keep on dialogue.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you pretty much get my point, E. So yeah, if you want to respond or
You're not lying. I agree with you. I actually became very educated and went through my enlightening when I did have those questions working at. It's funny. I was working at Best Buy. Literally, I think either 18 or 19. I was working at Best Buy, sales associate. I was in the music section, and I seen the catalogs, right? And prior to the I want to say 1980s or 1990s, as you said, well dressed, the black musicians well dressed, well groomed, etc. And I could tell the lyrics, it didn't have crazy profanity, as it has now, right? And then post 1990s, I'm seeing 50 Cent, I'm seeing, big t-shirts, oversized jerseys, like whatever, guns on the album cover, all types of shit, right? And I'm like, what was the shift that happened? And I agree with you. Decision is again is something that people need to be accountable for. There's a lot of things that people in certain communities have to be accountable for the damages that have been done. But again, and again, using the education that I received, I would just point that at capitalism. I would just point that at, again, certain communities were brainwashed and were given certain things because that's what sells. And even I guess that's the sort of whole discussion of music. What's hot is what sells. It's not about what's morally right or what, again, what we should be doing. It's what capitalism says is favorable. So I guess, to even your point, like, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I just want you to know everything you said made sense. I agree with, there's certain things that are just degenerate and should be done with. But I think that the world that we live in is much more complex than that. And, I would just ask you, do you have grace for those people that live in those either victim mindsets or make those poor decisions? Because the people that get taken advantage by, let's just say even with the payday loans and stuff like that, right? Like, yes, you should be more educated about it, but those are desperate people, right? Those loans are targeted and weaponized towards a certain group of people that have no other option but to take advantage of that. And even with your comment about policing, right? Never been arrested in my life.
your choices. But MOTEP, go ahead, man. I know you want to chime in.
What's going on, y'all?
Hey, what's going on, Mo? Welcome to the stage. We'll let MOTEP go on, and Mo, you can chime in.
I thought you was addressing me. Go on.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, MOTEP. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Welcome to the stage, MOTEP. You got it.
Oh, sorry. I was just laughing about the Hellcat comment. But I think too that a lot of some conservatives romanticize that period of time because I feel like it may miss the point that there were a lot of gangsters back then. There were a lot of stuff going on that I think that's not talked about today. And then they forget about the times when the communities that we did have were attacked and everything. And then you say you go up to the 80s and the crack epidemic. But I mean, I do agree with conservatives sometimes where they say, there is necessarily no excuse, and you can come up out of your situation, and it is a choice sometimes. So I can see both sides of the argument, but I do think sometimes it's a bit of a where people kind of romanticize. It's like we have this and look at this. Fashion changes or music changes and all kind of stuff. And sometimes a product of the times. It is what it is, I think. But I can agree somewhat with the choices part.
So there's an interesting kind of thing I want to build before we pass it to Mo. In schools, we K through 12, we teach the Civil War, we teach the end of it, and we teach that there was Reconstruction. And then in college, you get some more of that. The most extensive discussion I've ever heard of Reconstruction, in detail, the terror campaigns and the terrorist groups that rose up, was from Ron Chernow's biography of Ulysses S. Grant, which led me to do Eric Fonner. Point being, you are right. We don't mix the ugliness in with the mythos, even though that's a more truthful telling of the story. I love history, so I'm all about telling the whole story, good, bad, indifferent. I think people need to know it and they can make up their minds. But I just wanted to build on a little that way. Please, Mo, go ahead.
And can I say, I'm sorry.
No, go on. What's up? You good, bro?
I just do want to interject one more thing, especially it being a kind of sort of as a Jewish background, that I think we do miss the fact that, and this is documented, and this is, we talked about this in the documentary about the Freedom Riders. The Jewish community was one of the first ones to step up and join the solidarity with the civil rights movement, the black community with Martin Luther King, especially, look at the Freedom Riders and all that, like the four guys that died or got lynched were three of the guys were Jewish and some were two of them. So I think we forget that part of history also, and I think that's important. It became a real somewhere, what I'm saying, and that's documented too. So I think that, history is in a time intertwined with blacks and Jews, and if you look at the history of the Irish too, what I'm saying. So I think America's just an interesting dichotomy of time.
Did you want to chime in? Welcome to the stage.
I just kind of wanted to add, I feel like we've been talking about some of the more unsavory, a little bit more polarizing aspects of black culture and things of that nature. But in my mind, I think black people ain't the only ones with the underworld. Italians got the mob, the Irish got the mob, Latinos got their thing going on. The Chinese have the triads. I live in Cali, so I've seen a couple of them, right? But I feel like for us, our underworld, our unsavory parts of our community, man, is publicized. It's we turn it into entertainment, and that's the part I just don't really see eye to eye with. You know what I'm saying? I feel like every community got their own thing, but when it comes to us, it's always public. It's always at the forefront. People don't mind conversating and talking about it. And I feel like, not to say that you can't, but I just think that ours is more so on the forefront because a lot of people are making a lot of money just putting out propaganda, essentially. I can't tell you how many people I've seen, right?
or whatever the topic I'm proficient in is at that time. So, are they selling propaganda? Shit. Give me a link so I can sell it too, because people are buying it. And I'm gonna lay up here and say I know people are buying it. I seen my stupid ass aunt who was blocked because she's so fucking dumb and ignorant and ghetto. Okay, telling me she didn't even click. This was years ago. She didn't even click a link. She just had an opinion based on what the title said. I can make a website right now in less than 5 minutes and trash everyone in here and lie. Of course it would be a lie because I don't know anyone in here personally. And there will be some stupid bitch, male or female, they or them, whatever people are identifying with, that are gonna be like, oh my god, look what I heard about so and so. So yeah, I push out more propaganda. Fuck, let the dumb people eliminate themselves.
I had a quick question. Why did you name yourself Imhotep? Imhotep, you there?
Imhotep was one of the greatest black men to ever exist. Just in a long line of black intellectuals, Imhotep is black people's Renaissance man. He did a lot.
So we're talking about the same dude that worked for Djoser and helped him build the step pyramid, right?
Repeat that again. I didn't get the last part.
We're talking about the Imhotep in ancient Egypt that worked for the Pharaoh Djoser to build his step pyramid.
I believe so. I'm not sure who he's talking about, but the Imhotep I'm aware of is, yeah, he was a talented man.
I was hoping it was a historical thing and not like, hey, I watched The Mummy as a kid, and so I decided to name it Imhotep.
That would be me, because The Mummy was that movie, and they were like, Imhotep, that's all I.
I loved that movie growing up. It was, I mean, not historically accurate, but very
Guilty.
Oh, dude, I like that one, and I like the second one. So, I have some interesting factoids for the room.
That's my real name, but
It is
That's
his
the
name.
fire name, bro.
So today, 1974, Richard Nixon resigned. Today in 1879, the Mexican revolutionary Emiliano Zapata, who's famous for saying, I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Let's see. In 2011, Tibetan scholar Long Sungjae was inaugurated as Prime Minister of the Tibetan government in exile, becoming the first non-monk and the first person born outside Tibet to hold the position, which is, that's actually very interesting. In 2000, the wreckage of the Hunley, a Confederate submarine that was lost during the American Civil War, was raised from the ocean floor near the Solomons Islands, South Carolina. It was the first submarine to sink, 1864, an enemy ship. The Union sloop Houstonic. Sports-related ones. The U.S. men's basketball team in 1992, which has been dubbed the Dream Team because of all the star roster on the NBA players, including Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird, easily defeated Croatia to win the gold medal at the Barcelona games. Interesting.
That's really a question.
Yeah, dude, of course.
Oh, she just got on the phone. Never mind. Well, let's let Keegan go. I know Keegan wanted to chime in, and
I know.
You can ask it in the chat.
Back with what Mo was saying. Listen, you can say that black people, the degeneracy of black people, it gets profited on, but it's also just not true, right? I mean, like, it is true that they do get profited on, but it's that everyone, the Italians, you have all the mob movies from Goodfellas to, I mean, like, these are like Oscar-winning movies, right? These are like, hey, we're gonna show the mob, right? The Sopranos, one of the best shows ever, right? I mean, this is, and then the idea though that like, oh well, if we show the mob, then all the Italians, right? Like, no, like, and the only reason why like rap music has become so degenerate, right, is that that's what's sold, right? No one listens to Italian opera. That's why it's not big. Frank Sinatra became really large though. But again, yeah, but maybe if they started talking about shaking butt during opera, then I guess maybe it would get really large in the U.S. But yeah, it's just the idea that like the degenerate
So there's a lot of shit that we're doing to our own that you don't see Jewish communities selling drugs to each other and destroying their own neighborhoods. You don't see a bunch of trash and filth. You don't see this in Asian and Arab communities. So there's a lot of work we need to do first. Ethan, I do agree with you. Is there racism? Is there some other bullshit with the cops and all? Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. But where there's way bigger fish to fry in our community before we start addressing those outside.
If I could respond, those are definitely the small fry, my brother, right? Capitalism, like the black community has definitely been infiltrated a long, a long time ago. You know, what sells isn't up to black people. It's not black people going to these concerts and selling out, Travis Scott's, people that own these businesses. Somebody in the comments said is leverage. You know, a lot of people don't have the financial leverage to open up a business. You know, to get the loans. You know, to have the credit to even walk into the bank and open that. So, you know, I could make the excuses all day because listen, at the end of the day, there are some real life scenarios where these things are possible, you know, with the right amount of discipline. But again, you know, you're talking about your grandmother's existence and that time period, you know, she existed in. You know, that is a clear example of when people were doing and making the right decisions, there was an entity that existed outside of them that wanted to tear that shit apart. They got jealous when they saw that shit. That something in them just was rubbed the wrong way whenever they see black people, you know, doing well. You know, and again, and I told you I got that in Langley because I'm from Harlem. Yo, like I'm telling you, I was something in me changed when I seen Harlem during the Marcus Garvey era, during the Malcolm X era, like seeing black people own like little blocks of brownstones and businesses, and now we don't own shit. Like that makes me feel uncomfortable. That's what made me say, you know what, I have to go outside of my neighborhood, go to college, do the right thing because I want that reality for us, right? But I also understand that there's an opposing side working against us. And I just think that yes, like all of these things matter, but again, we also have to analyze and observe and say that hey, in our history, that we have proved that we are able to do this. There is an active force that is working against us to stop us from doing that thing that actually burned down our neighborhoods, that actually was predatory and was redlining and was saying, hey, you know what, we don't want to give these certain people loans because of this and that. And that's all I'm just speaking to. Because there's people that are doing it. Like, yeah, bro, we're in 2025. There's so many people that share the same sentiment as you that want to see that are building to make that happen. But just in the reality that we are in and all of the harm that was done, you know, we have to address the 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 I guess the saying is the elephant in the room. And that force right now, Trump or just even the you know, I'm not even gonna say Trump because I'm not gonna stir people up, but there's a certain ideology that exists in America that doesn't want to see that happen. But you understand it's not just one side, it's both sides. We literally had an Indian woman. Oh, I agree. As black. Yeah, listen, bro, what here's the thing, to pander and appeal to the blacks. She got Beyonce, Megan the Stallion. She got the most ghettoest, ratchet, fucking, cartoonish fucking caricatures of the black community. That's what she's doing in our face, and we voted for at a 90% rate, bro. Like, we gotta wake up. No, as much shit as you can do about Trump, and I'm not trying to defend Trump. Trump is a fucking goofball. I voted for him. I agree with a lot of his policies, but I'll admit he's a fucking goofball too. But I'm not gonna vote for the person that literally says, you know what? I've never claimed black my whole entire life, but these niggas are so fucking stupid that they're gonna buy the fact that I'm fucking black, and then what I stick in their face is gonna be the most degenerate fucking bullshit that represents the fucking black community. Bro, we gotta wake up to that, man. We gotta stop. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. That's what I said in the comments. I was like, tribalism is an issue in this country. Even in my school, you know, I'm gonna tell you a funny story, man. In my school, right, during the presidential race, or when Kamala Harris was endorsed and said, you know, she'll be the nominee, in 4 days, no, sorry, I'm lying. It's the opposite. In one day, I got on a Zoom call where they were posting the flyers on my campus, and one day the alumni from my school raised $4 million for her. And I was, yo, bro, I was baffled because there's so many kids at my school that don't even have scholarship money, that don't have, like, are struggling, but we were able to raise $4 million for something that we knew in America where most people wouldn't even be okay with having a female president. Like, just let's just throw that money up in the air. To me, it baffled me. So again, like, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. I don't. Two wings is that saying. Two wings of the same bird, and that bird is flying towards a direction that is not even hospitable
that either.
If we stop buying Jordans and lashes and weed and expensive cars and like we just literally $300 a month, bro. $300 a month. We could literally fucking set our kids up with a $500,000 to $1 million fucking policy, bro. Easily. Easily. And it'd be done. We'd be on top. We'd be on top financially. So there's a very simple solution, and it doesn't involve the white man, it doesn't involve racism, doesn't involve this, doesn't involve loans and debt and all that. It's just, man, if we just got life insurance, kind of took some of that bullshit money we're spending on stupid shit and just scooted some of it over to the life insurance category, bro, we'd be set. We'd be set.
I mean, listen, I guess it's a nice avenue to think of, but at the end of the day, man, I don't know, man. This is a real problem. I'd be a multi-billionaire if I was to solve it in one conversation. Oh, and I appreciate holding a conversation with me. I don't know what people call you on this app. I don't project onto people unless they project onto me. But one thing that and I'm a naturalized citizen, so
Where are you from?
I'm from the Caribbean.
Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, you did say that earlier. Okay, cool, man. All right.
Yeah, so I'm a naturalized citizen, and I'm somebody that like when I came to this country, my mom brought me to this country, man. I was astounded. Like I'm not lying to you. I wanted to be a cop. I wanted to be a SWAT when I first came into this country, man. Like I thought everything was amazing as bread and butter, and then reality hit, and I had to learn and grow up very fast. So I actually do want to see this country succeed because I believe that there's a lot that can be done. There's no other country like this in the world, but the divisiveness that exists and the tribalism, as I said before, and we're picked like it's to the point that like you could be a Eagles fan and you could literally get harmed and get sent to the hospital because of your favorite sports team. Like tribalism is something so big in this country where it's like because you're a Republican, I'm not going to listen to you. Because you're a Democrat, I'm not going to listen to you. Like even like that's why I called out NY and when she was like, oh, this black liberal. I'm like, why do you have to generalize like that? Like that guy was just a terrible human being, and he's just a terrible human being. He doesn't have to be a black liberal. So I just think that when we really decide to listen to each other and really sit down and just say that, hey, like, okay, I might not agree with you. There's some terrible shit going on. We need to address it as a country and give each other a chance. A lot of work can be done. So that's why I appreciate you having this conversation with me. But at the same time, there's a level of openness you're having that allows us to have this because again, like for most people, they're not willing to say that, hey, there is a terrible history in this country. In fact, they're going to say that, hey, you need to just stop complaining and the past is the past. No, there's a rotten tree in my backyard, and it's bearing poisonous fruit, and we need to address that.
Well, can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Why is it that we only talk about that tree when there are other trees that drop the seed for that tree to grow, but we never go, like we never go back and follow the logistical chain to its source. Like I get what you're saying, and I do agree with you, but it's like we only focus on that. But it's like we got the Congolese Empire. Like, are you familiar with the history of them?
The Congolese Empire in terms
Yeah.
of slavery.
Yeah, dude, their whole empire was built on Africans brutally enslaving and murdering and killing other Africans. That's like the epitome of fucking tribalism. But they built their entire fucking empire on that, and they were the ones that sold the slaves that they conquered from the other tribes to the other groups of people that showed up on the shores. But it's like we never go back. It's like we always just want to focus and pinpoint it on a certain group of people, which I get it. There were a certain group of people that were heavily involved. But it's like if our issue is everything that you stated, then we should be encompassing everybody that was involved. But it just seems very disingenuous to me that when those people share our same skin color, we kind of want to overlook it.
No, I'm not excluding them. I'm just speaking to modern world. That Congolese Empire, I don't think has the hegemony of the United States of America. I
It
just
was
think
worse.
that
It was worse. Here, listen. logic and say, well, wait a minute. I'm learning now that slaves were an expensive commodity, so therefore that means the majority of whites could not own it because the majority of whites in this country live in slums and were poor themselves. And then when I go to research,
before it was wealthy white people.
right. But here's the thing: the narrative we were taught is that the majority of white folks owned the majority of black folks and treated them in brutal, horrible conditions. That was the majority of what we were taught. But then when we go and research it, how many times in your school, when Black History Month came around, answer this question for me. Let's have honest dialogue. When you were in school learning about slavery, because every Black History Month rolled around, all we learned about was MLK and fucking slaves. And George Washington Carver and peanut butter. It's the same shit. How many times throughout your entire academic career did you learn, did the school system teach you that there were 3,000 black families that owned tens of thousands of slaves? When was that ever taught to you?
Yes, I actually was. I actually learned about a black slave owner. Forgot what his name was, but he's a famous one. A lot of people like to bring him up, but I was aware of that as well. But my argument, we're not even.
I asked you where. I said, did the public school system teach you that?
No, they learned that till college.
Yeah, see, and that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. So all I'm saying is just be a little more open-minded. Maybe the story. And I'm not excusing slavery. Like this, is where people want to jump to conclusions. And, oh my God, what a cool one! What a Uncle Tom? You say slavery is okay? No, I'm not excusing slavery. But what I'm asking is there a chance that we could have been lied to when we were told the narrative that maybe there's some people on the other side that fed us some bullshit to indoctrinate us for their own bullshit, twisted fucking narrative and reasons?
No, my argument is not even with slavery, brother. Like at the end of the day, like slavery in this country was an economic thing, and it was very horrible. But it turned from economic to pure hate and anti-blackness that still exists today. That's just my thing. Like I'm just trying to address that in terms of improving the conditions for everyone in this country. Because when the conditions were improved for Black Americans here, it improved for everybody. Everybody got civil rights. So what I'm trying to say is that, like, when you really look back, right, and you're just looking at the timeline of the powers that be in this country, right, these people have been running amok, and they've been causing a lot of destruction. They've been causing a lot of fucked up things, right? When you even bring up the whole slave conversation, I think most people are not even mad about, again, not everybody was a slave owner, is that the people that you were told in elementary school to idolize, whether it was Benjamin Franklin, I idolized Benjamin Franklin. I thought he was very intelligent. I know most of his quotes by heart, right? Till I found out that he was a slave owner. And that shit was like, wait, what? Like, Ben Frank too? And that's when it was like, oh, hold on, let me continue digging. And then I realized that majority of these white people that I was told to pledge allegiance to would spit on me if I was alive during their time.
Again, this is shit you're making up in your head. Like I said, if it was overwhelmingly as egregious as you said it was, then why is it when I Google photos of slaves, unless Google's in on this conspiracy and they're trying to deny it too, why are the overwhelming majority of pictures I see of slaves posing for the fucking camera, smiling, three-piece vests and suits and hats on, well manicured, skin, they're plump, they're not skin and bones and look like, 30 cents a day you can feed a child in Africa type shit. Then why is the overwhelming majority, when I go there and I say, hey, let me just do a Google search and see what slaves were looking like back in the day, they don't look like they're doing that fucking bad. I'm not saying that they had the best life ever, but I don't think it's the majority of the race. Now, were there some accounts of slaves being brutally mistreated? Yeah, I would say. But I'm trying to say, is there a chance that maybe it wasn't as mainstream as the narrative they're trying to fucking push, bro?
And then one thing, because I want you guys to continue to go back and forth, but like Benjamin Franklin, you brought that up. You should still idolize him. You say he owned slaves and he would have spat at you. He actually taught all of his slaves how to read. He actually eventually freed them before slavery became illegal, right? So I mean, it's a weird thing that you're like, he owned slaves. Yes, he did, but were they owned like chattel slavery the way that many slaves in the South were? no, not wrong. Treat them almost just like how you treat probably, again, it doesn't make it right. I'm not trying to say it doesn't make it right, but I'm saying like you're acting like you would have spat at you. If anything, it would have taught you how to read and would have freed you or something.
So, all right, so I'm I'm sorry, I just caught a bit on guard. All right, so with this whole Benjamin Franklin thing, right? So taking somebody's humanity away, their natural rights, as a human being, is not something that is, just because you got a little bit of comfort, just because you live in poverty, you got some Jordans on and you got some nice t-shirts, right? Fuck the conditions you're living in. You got some Jordans and some nice t-shirts on, bro. You good. Like, even though you live in Flint, Michigan, and you drink a dirty ass water in a in a first world society, like, you're good. Like, no, bro. Like, we're talking about real, 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 real. Like, I don't even know the word to describe it. Like, we're talking about actual people living a fulfilling life. Like, slavery, for one thing, I don't care if the slave master lets you sleep in the crib. Like, that is not okay.
But it was okay back then.
You were compared, hold on, you were compared, you were the equivalent to a fucking chair, bro. Like, if you wanted to sit on a slave with a like, fuck it, you could put a Gucci outfit on the fucking slave. If you wanted to sit on it, he could, and there's nothing that the slave could do. That's not right.
But he didn't. I'm confused.
Right. I'm being hyperbole like Six. Six said that he's a hyperbole individual. I'm being hyperbole as well. Like, I haven't been hyperbolic in this conversation. We're having a very genuine conversation. I'm taking you for face value as being genuine. But he didn't. And again, look, man, nobody's excusing it. But we gotta understand too that things that were acceptable back then, they aren't today. Like, it was acceptable fucking hundreds of years ago for a fucking 40-year-old man to marry and impregnate a 9-year-old fucking girl, aka fucking Muhammad. That was okay back then. But it's not now. It's not now. And we look back now and say, yeah, that was atrocious. But those people had a different mindset, bro. And when you want to talk about being dehumanized, they got dehumanized when those Africans brutally fucking bound them and sat them on the shores waiting to sell them. That's when the brutalization started. So again, let's if we're gonna sing the alphabet East, let's start at A, B, C, D, not elemental P. All right. That's all I'm saying. We gotta be honest. So hold on, just real quick. So, but that's the thing. I'm not in Africa. I'm in the United States of America, right? Where these people that I was taught to idolize had children, right? Those same ideologies were passed down to those. I mean, you have people that still wave the Confederate flag in America, right? Because they feel like they lost something. And there's lots of blacks that do too. North and South, there's a shit ton of blacks that wave that Confederate flag. All right, hold on. So what I'm trying to say is that there's still people looking at me as a human being like a human being today, and saying, damn, I miss the days when America was great again. I miss the days. That's not true. That's not true. Yes, that is true. No, it's not. Because guess what? All I hang around are MAGA people, right-wing conservative people. That has never been a
nothing wrong with that. It's only wrong when now your group starts to infringe on the group, on the rights of other groups based on those aesthetics. And that's where we draw the line in this country.
Wow. Wow. I'm speechless, actually. I don't know, man.
But
You
you
guys can go
just,
on.
you just,
I'll
you just
just
haven't,
shut up and listen.
but you haven't provided like Benjamin Franklin. And it's like, well, actually look how, and then like you can look at most southern states. Yeah, Alabama treated slaves horrible. They did not have any laws on the book on how to actually have like. And again, the idea that where I'm not.
But I'm not fantasizing about. I don't care.
But my point is though, is that when we look back, especially at our founding fathers who owned slaves, because these were wealthy men, and we go, these men owned slaves, they held a disregard to black people, is actually just not true factually, based off of all the writing that we have. Majority of like Thomas Jefferson loved black women. He didn't say they raped him. And again, he wasn't the best parent. He had a lot of bastard children that he didn't care for. Also, a lot of white bastard children he didn't care for. And that's Thomas Jefferson. But my point is that when we decide to use the eyes of our morality and go back 300 years ago, they treated them poorly. When today we use a form of slavery as our own, child slavery provides a quarter of the human good
You're breaking up.
use child slavery, and we going probably 200 years. They're gonna look back and go, can you believe? They're gonna look back 200 years ago. Can you believe that East and Keegan were pro child slavery? We're like, no, we weren't pro. We're just buying goods. Like that's really what's going on, and that's how you're looking at them 3 years ago. You can't use our morality.
All right, listen, Keegan. I'm not the one that censored. To be fair, I'm not the one that censored slavery. That was big. I was more speaking of recent times in terms of COINTELPRO. I was speaking about the conditions of certain communities. We were speaking about originally Sig's grandmother in the timeline that she lived, where black people had prosperous communities, and there was an envious group of people who did not like to see the progression of that, and literally destroyed communities, literally created COINTELPRO to destroy certain movements, and that's what led to a lot of the ramifications that we see today. My whole thing with slavery is that was 400 years ago. There's still ramifications of that, and I spoke about the incarceration system.
Then why didn't we see that? Then why didn't we see that with the blacks that directly came out of it then?
Repeat that again.
Then why didn't we see it? Why didn't we see the ramifications? The ramifications that you're seeing today, why is there zero evidence of that existing from the very people that actually came from it, not generations later?
So I was educated on that. So in Georgia, it was a brick company. I forgot what it was called. It was I could actually Google it real quick if you don't mind. But let me just get about this, and then I'll bring the sources up. But during the emancipation, right, when they literally made like again, like being an imprisoned person, a slave, there was a town in Georgia that literally, like the mayor, I think the mayor or something, he was a owner of a brick company, and he literally started having cops arrest black people at a high rate. I forgot what specifically it was called, but then when he had those people arrested, he had them. I forgot the term for it. It's when you're in prison and you work for free. I forgot what's it called. Shit. Nobody knows here what I'm talking about.
Indentured servant?
Not indentured servant. Fuck.
Prison labor?
No, not prison labor. No, I mean, chain gang comes from it, but it's basically when you get prisoners and you outsource them to a company. The company pays you, you profit it, but the prisoners don't profit from it, and it gets through free labor. So that was happening in I think it's called the Chuck D or something. I'm gonna get the resources. I'm gonna post it back.
Oh, you're talking about like when they're like customer service agents for private companies and they get to pay them like 4 cents an hour.
And also not against their will.
Hold on, Kiki. Hold on.
it now, but
Now,
go
now,
ahead. Go ahead.
now, is that one anomaly, or like if we guarded that with the whole spectrum, what percentage out of 100% would that have been of that entire system?
I just found
Is
it's
it
called,
what?
if nobody in the stage or the chat knows, it's called the Chattahoochee Brick Company. The Chattahoochee Brick Company
Oh, yeah, okay.
the largest and
I've heard
most
of it.
notorious employers of convict labor in Georgia. Under
Right.
the terms of the convict lease system, that was the term I was thinking about. The convict lease system, Chattahoochee Brick forced thousands of black Georgians to labor under conditions that have been described as industrial slavery. And that same person that owned the company was the fucking mayor. So he just understood that that was another way for him to make money. And to, again, and this was when slaves were emancipated, right? So they were like, fuck, we just lost slaves, so let's just create another fucking form of slavery that we now know, which is the incarceration system, which is, again, why I guess maybe you guys are missing the point about slavery back then. But I'm talking about how the fact that none of these things fucking died out. We're not talking about the past. These things just evolved.
So
You
think in 2025 that the prison system is still just slavery?
Right.
I mean,
Most prisoners that eating good and watching TV and all that stuff, all supposed to be good, bro. Like, come on now.
Or feeding murdered.
I mean, some of it is. I understand, like, I calculate that we're paying 5 cents to prisoners for them working hours, right, on work releases.
No, these
And
people
then I
are
realized, and then I found out, but
Hispanics or people from other countries do. We were doing that in the 60s and into the 70s. And they're sending money back so we can save our farm. Long story short, a lot of farmers lost their farms. We kept ours. If it wasn't for a family in New York coming up, sending money back, we kept it. They're still in the family. But there was a lot of black farmers who lost everything. They didn't have enough kids, so they didn't have that connection, and they just lost it. Then, years later, white farmers buying your farms up. Of course, they grew. We got smaller. And then the government, they put some rules in. If you did not raise so many acres at so much time, that was putting something in place that they knew would hurt black farmers. They started buying your acreage, because you weren't using it. And then they would, of course, probably pennies on the dollar, give it to these large farmers who were just growing, and for a lot of places, I'm sure, across the country. That's why you have these big agricultural white farmers, generational wealth, and they're suffering too. Farming is not easy. I know that. But those were the systems that were used back then. And I was part of that integration where, we were all black at school, and they integrated us and all. And you wouldn't believe some of the stuff we went through then, especially with black males. Not only just my class. When I was in the 4th grade, that's when they went over. And we integrated with the white schools. Black males were set back. They didn't trust the educational system we were under. Black males were set back. Black girls, they were able to go forward. And those are some cases you can look up to, especially in Virginia. So there were systems back in the 60s and 70s, and I'm sure there's systems even today. But the thing about it, sometimes hearing it from people who really, really experience it, you can go and look it up. But there's a lot of stuff I haven't experienced in our city. Like I said, I hear stories, and it's interesting, but I see that link, that these systems are still in place. It's different. Back then, it was black and white. You could seriously know where the lines were driven. You knew where it was drawn, I mean. You knew where the line was drawn. It was white and black issues at that time. Now, it's a lot I call clay, earth colors. And they still know how to split us up, break us up. And sometimes, you just can't see it all. You have to really, really pay attention, though. And sometimes it's just from the stories people tell. Thank you for your time.
No problem, Gary. Thank you.
Yeah, since you talked about the systems in place, I got a question for the stage. You talk about the city of Baltimore, who has had black leadership for the past God knows how many decades. And they just released a report stating that I think it's 75% of Baltimore schools, the children are performing and testing under their grade level. And you're talking black mayors, black DAs, black judges, black school superintendents, black school board faculties. What system is in place and where you had black people running the show for decades, that our children are still poorly, some of the poorest performances in education that we see in this country? What system is in place there?
I would say the system that's in place with the political side, especially after getting into the moving forward, and I would say in the 60s, where really a lot of that was about privilege. One class having privileges that the other class didn't have. Blacks didn't have privileges. Whites had far more privileges and more benefits, and just wanted to get some of that. Well, it changed everything too. Even some people argue whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. Once you became part of their system, well, whoever's in charge of the system, they're the ones that put things in place. So let's move forward to where you're saying where there's blacks in charge. I say that from my own observation and looking into some of the constitutions of different states and all, privilege is now experienced by. That's why I say it's clay color. Privilege is a norm, because until you realize you didn't have certain 70s, and families, even our families, was really tight with neighbors. You didn't have privileges. So you had to struggle and work together. Now, privilege is pretty broad. So when you look at these African Americans or anyone in positions of authority where they can make some influences in the lives of just people in general, well, hey, I got it like this. I don't know what it is not to have it. Greed. It's all about money. So, I got mine, you get yours. How you have to get it. So you really don't look down. But there was a time when that privilege was not available. And now our kids, they come up, we raise them better than we have. And you're always looking to try to, hope your generation gets better and better for the most part. And I think that's generally what people want. Yeah, some people really want a lot, but for the most part, just a decent living. We're on this planet for a short time. So can we all just have a decent living? Well, no, you get in position of authority in black cities or black neighborhoods or whites and all. I'm sorry, a little bit of I got mine, you got to get yours. And if mine means that I have to, kind of not care much for you, if I was safe, I got mine, you get yours. It's just a different attitude.
Yeah, I mean, I hear where you guys are coming from, man. I get it, man. I understand. But it's a good conversation, and I appreciate all he's left. I at least appreciate the respect and civility too, as well, Gary. Man, appreciate hearing your insight. Jay told me to shut it down when I'm ready to go, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that, guys. Let's take off here. But Gary, pleasure meeting you, man. Pleasure chatting with you, brother. Appreciate your insight. Again, we may not agree on everything, but the respect is there and clarity over agreement. So, I definitely appreciate you guys articulating your points, and I understand, where you guys are coming from and why you think the way that you do. So I do appreciate that. I respect that. Yeah, man, I appreciate you guys' input. I'm gonna go ahead and take off. Anybody got any closing comments before we go? Caleb, Jacob, Normal. I don't know if you're still there.
Yeah, have a good one, everybody.
Hey, you too, Jacob. Thanks, man. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Happy Friday. Be safe. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you. Peace out. Bye.
I don't like that. I don't appreciate that. I want you to know that.
It's not an excuse for blasphemy.
You motherfuckers. Zach, I'm over here trying to defend your nation. Yeah, I was defending Israel. I wasn't defending the stupid government of Israel.
Think you're equivocating again.
I don't know. I think the other side was equivocating, Dusty. You might need. Sounds like a bunch of Jewy Mandarin. Basically, somebody was fish. That's exactly what the fuck it was. But David Short actually had the best absolute question of the whole night, I must admit. And nobody tell him I said that because he's left now. I want him to know that.
I don't have a dictionary, British, so what does equivocate mean?
Go to dictionary.com. It means stroking a peacock. That's what it.
Oh, it's a weird word then. I thought it would be related to unequivocate. That's too bad. I thought you had a definition. I thought it'd be a word. It's a British talking a lot of words.
Listen, it's
No, he doesn't bring facts.
it's all good. It's all good, guys. It's all good. It's only English.
the topic was too boring, British life.
It's too bad, because I looked up the etymology version of it. Which
He
comes
doesn't,
from the Latin
he
word,
doesn't want the facts. He never does.
comes from the Latin word of ambiguous.
I'm curious, Chris. Ambiguous and what's the other one?
No, it's just, that's what the word means. It's, in Latin, it's ambiguous, so to be is to be not ambiguous.
Right.
So it doesn't mean what he's saying, or how he was using it.
And to equivocate is to be purposely ambiguous, and like with your wording and phrasing to obscure your point and confuse people, which is basically what British always does.
Yep.
Ironically.
Always trolling. And then comes in here and gets mad about people trolling. British, your comment about y'all always being mean.
No, I want to hear people
That
actually
shit's hilarious.
explain words, Brittany. I apologize. Like more.
I told him that you sensed it because it was such a boring conversation.
Your guy Darkside continuing his. What's he saying now?
British, if you want to know,
What's he saying?
I was saying that I looked up, when you want to know the real meaning of a word, look up, not the dictionary, but etymology, and look where the root word comes from, and it comes from ambiguous, so it means to be not ambiguous.
Right, his new theory is that Bitcoin is going to moon because Wall Street open interest on Bitcoin has gotten to unmanageable levels, and this is going to cause a melt-up and a financial crisis throughout the whole traditional finance industry. TXMC pointed out that Bitcoin futures are paper settled. There actually doesn't need to be delivery, and so that's just mechanically not going to happen. Darkside, rather than responding to that obviously correction of the theory, said keep drinking the Kool-Aid, and then started spouting off about me and Joe again. Nice.
So he's just saying that we're gonna go to the moon?
He is.
Oh, okay.
But like not understanding how futures work is a tough look if you're holding yourself out as a Wall Street guy. Yeah, no, it is. I agree with you. By the way, I put the definition unequivocally for Grace and anyone else who's challenged with the dictionary up at the
Not
top.
the dictionary, look at the root words.
Oh, we're doing that now. I gotta look at the chakra. I gotta look at the chakra of the language.
Etymology, I don't know if you know what that is, British.
I gotta look at the chakras of the language. I apologize.
It's
I'll do
just
that.
how fucking words are made, British.
Let me just do the spiritual analysis. It's fine.
Have you not heard of etymology?
I have.
It doesn't matter, the dictionary says the same thing.
Definition is something that we were talking about. I literally said the definition of unequivocal is X.
Wait, but Shelley just said it says the same thing.
What do you mean?
It does. That's what the etymology.
What, is that a dictionary or a fucking Bible? Well, what are we talking about, guys? The Merriam-Webster's 1828 is in the chat. Leave me alone.
It literally says Merriam-Webster, clear, unambiguous.
That's what I said it said. What are you talking about, Shelley?
That's
what I said.
And that's what Greece, and that's what Greece, and that's what
Grace
Greece.
unequivocally agreed with Andrew, who said he was unequivocally supporting Israel, and then he said there's conditions on it. So it's no unequivocal. That was my only point. What the fuck are we arguing about? Women are crazy, you know that? Like, fucking hell, especially the gay ones. And Andrew said we can't get close to wiping them off. Look at this, look. We're getting it right now.
Not true, British. You think you're right, but you're not.
Okay, I'm wrong. Even though it says it in the dictionary.
So when I was,
It's not even worth the breath, right?
it is, I gotta get to work.
Yeah, you should get to work. Okay, I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. Even though it says it in the dictionary.
It
was your call with Andrews? Calm him down.
They're over here prosecuting the gays.
We're not prosecuting them, we're executing them, Grace. This is different words.
I mean, all I did was come into the room and heard British call Brittany Sweet Cheeks, so that sounded pretty loving.
Only the women, though, come on. So they're trying to get you riled up, but because you're a man, right? Because you're a man, even though you're a slightly wrong man, but you're a man, you were able to pause for a second, make light of it, and understand the situation. So it's only the women.
I wasn't on the phone with Andrew British. I was on the phone with a specialist trying to figure out the image.
How's your face?
Andrew is a specialist.
Andrews how's the face though? Hold on.
I don't know. It feels better.
Alright, good.
Are the bones healing?
They were trying to frame me as if I wanted to kill all the gays to Mohan, and I was like, no, the women.
Hey, no, I listen.
You have your choice. You
She
can
didn't say kill. She said prosecute. British.
It's just not the gay women.
You have to kill yourself, British. I heard what you called Brittany.
Sweet cheeks. That's my sweet cheeks up there. Really blushing right now. Look at this.
And when I said work, I meant being productive because I have the day off today.
Yeah.
Look, I feel like if British were coming for you, a brisk walk can outpace him. I think you're all fine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mohan. I just saved your life, and this is how you repay me now. Saved your fucking life.
A brisk walk, maybe.
Look, listen, that's actually the gay test. The gays can briskly walk away from him fast enough.
Yeah. A brisk gay walk is more like a run.
It's like 3 miles an hour, 3.5. Like,
Do you guys screech when you do that as well, or is that just in the movies?
Only in the movies, and it depends. If we're trying to pass people, then we'll screech.
Like, you get aggressive? Are you an aggressive gay? Like,
No, I'm not aggressive. I'm just gonna make sure that we get out of my way.
alright, understood.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's a cop car. Does everybody put Bitcoin in their 401ks?
I don't know, 401k sounds kind of cuck to me.
401 cuck.
I don't think I've ever had a real job long enough to contribute to a 401k. I always end up working for companies where, like, I'm employee number 3, and, like, they don't even have an HR yet. Just things are so new. like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not even something that they talk about. I don't know.
Yeah, I just saw this Miami hotel that's replaced its check-in stuff with some fucking Indian from India on a screen. Everyone's losing their fucking mind.
Dude, we have that all over Miami. So we have these little, people think they're autonomous robots, but they're not. They're just actual Indians. So they're these little, they look like self-food. Yeah, they're like food delivery mini carts, and you put the food into the cart, and then you see these little, like, go-karts just fucking driving on the sidewalk all around Miami. And I used to think they were autonomous, and now I'm pretty sure that they're just like some African guy getting paid $2 an hour to move them.
Some of them, Mohan, and I've tested this out in Atlanta actually. Some of them are like autonomous until something gets in the way, and then you'll hear like a noise, and like a remote employee will come in. Because I actually had a conversation one night, really drunk with one of them.
That makes sense.
He was like talking back to me.
It's like, dude, I've seen some.
It's amazing. The robot, I love it.
evidence that they weren't autonomous is like I saw them acting like dicks to people and like being really aggressive, and I'm like, oh, no one would program an AI to do that. That's totally some guy being a dick right now.
Yeah. Yeah, but actually it's funny, the guy was being a dick when he tried to get around us after we had gotten out of the car. And that's when I ended up talking to him.
Well, it's because like AI is egoless and it has infinite patience. So there's never a reason for it to like actually be aggressive. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Unless they've told it, like, listen, we try to get our deliveries done in under 15 minutes. Whatever you
no, I don't think anyone cares. Like once it gets put in those little boxes, no one's really because it just texts you when it arrives, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, like, you don't want, unless it's got like something to keep your food warm and shit, you don't want, like,
Yeah, they're insulated. No, they're insulated. They have to be insulated. Dude, it's fucking Miami and it's 90 degrees. They'd have to be insulated. Otherwise, everyone's food would just turn to shit.
Good point, yeah.
I have a very busy day today. I just bought an 8 terabyte hard drive, so I have to upgrade my computer. So I have that to look forward to today.
Fun. Having enough space is nice.
Yeah, it's actually really annoying. The motherboard I bought for my desktop has 2 NVMe drive slots, but the way that my 3090 went into my motherboard, it's physically not possible to be unseated. So I just lost the ability to use that M2 slot because I just physically can't get access to it. So I went from thinking I had a 2 M2 slot motherboard to now having only a 1 M2 slot motherboard. And I used to configure it 4 terabytes with 226, and now it's only 2 terabytes and it's not enough. So I have just enough space to play video games or just enough space to do AI, but not enough space to do both. And I was like, fine, fuck it. So now I want an 8
kind of
terabyte
extension for the slot, so you can work around it.
No, because I'd have to get the slot, but it doesn't. Whatever. I just fucking bought an 8 terabyte drive. You get to the point where like you could either spend 3 hours solving a problem, or you could just spend $100, and I'd rather spend $100 than like an additional $100 than spend time figuring it out. The price difference right now, it's actually shocking how cheap storage has become. The price difference between 2 4 terabyte drives and a 1 8 terabyte drive is like $100. So even if I was going to go for 2 4s, I'd only be saving $100, and it's not worth spending 3 hours of my time to figure out how to save like $100.
Yeah, I feel like I reached a certain point in life where I'm like, yeah, I could build computers, or I could just spend money and not have to think about it. And I've definitely gone the latter way.
Dude, an 8 terabyte NVMe drive is like $500. And that sounds like a lot of money, but just think like they don't go away. Like you can use it in your next computer, but also like now, like I never have to worry, is there enough space on my laptop? Like the ability to just know at all times, oh yeah, I can't store that on my laptop, is worth having for the next 3 or 4 years that I have my laptop, you know? Hey, Dusty, how much did you spend on your bike?
1,100 before taxes.
Oh, you got like a real bike.
This is the cheapest of the real bike category.
Yeah, because I was looking at Amazon and I was like, $300 feels right. And you got like a bike.
Yeah, it retails for 14 or 1,300, but I got it for 1,100. If you're interested, I
spending like no more than $400 on a bike, and then is I want to be in the mindset that I don't give a shit. So like, if I could have a bike, and then when I lock it up, I just genuinely don't care. Like, and then if I can go like 6 months or a year and not have my bike stolen, then I'll get a good bike and just like take my old bike and gift it to a kid or something.
Yeah, getting the bike stolen is a real pain in the ass. It sucks.
It's not even the. I don't even care about it getting stolen. I care about all the time I'll spend changing my behaviors because I think it might get stolen.
Yeah, that's what sucks about it.
Like, I don't want to go to a restaurant and then have like 20% of the restaurant experience ruined because I'm thinking about whether or not my bike got stolen.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting the bike just to exercise, you know, it's not really about getting places. Last time I had a nice bike, I got like 3 different kinds of locks that were huge. So that, you know, I had to like cut all of them, and I figured, you know, if I have that many, I'm probably going to be safe. And they ended up removing the entire, like, bolted it to the ground thing I had locked it to. It's a ginormous fucking bike rack.
Yeah, I'm assuming people who steal bikes know what good bikes look like, and if I get a $300 bike, they'll just not give a shit.
Did you put an AirTag in it, Dusty?
I actually did, yeah. I don't think it'll help. It'll just get like, oh, I can see where it is. It got stolen. Hooray. I'm not going to go like,
Ooh, I think it helps in Miami.
Break into a place. Aaron already knows where the chop shop is for those bikes. But knowing where, I'm not going to break into the mob and be like, yo, give me my bike back.
No, you call ICE on them. There you go.
When I was 14, I got my bike stolen. This is in the Netherlands, and it was sold to someone in the same city where I lived. So I actually found the bike, and police took it, and nobody claimed it, so I got it back. But that's a pretty rare occurrence. But you know, I had different bikes stolen twice. So
Isn't it like in the Netherlands they have to like dredge the river because there's so many fucking bikes that are just in the river?
Yeah, they have these big boats with magnets on them, and they fish the bikes out.
There are just so many people who just like say, I'm done with this now, and just fucking yeet their bike into the river.
It's mostly drunk students that, you know, walk home and for fun, they just grab a few bikes and throw them in. It's not even the people themselves. It's just, if your bike's not attached to anything, then you run the risk of having it thrown in the pond.
The most dangerous form of bike theft in New York when I was in college was Barack Obama. He stole like thousands and thousands of bikes. It was insane.
I think I saw this video like a long time ago of a guy in New York pranking people by, you know, cutting with this power tool, cutting the bike lock open in the middle of Manhattan, and then seeing if people were reacting at all.
So Barack Obama like jerked off the videos of himself giving talks at public parks in New York City, and he just loved doing it. So he would do it like twice a year, and his Secret Service determined that every single bicycle was a pipe bomb. And then so whenever Barack Obama came to town, any single fucking bicycle that was locked in the route that he would drive through was given a pipe bomb, and the NYPD would break the locks, take the bikes, and then put them in holding with no means for which for you to get it back. And they did this to thousands and thousands of bicycles over the 8 years that Obama was in office. And so just people just straight up had their bikes stolen by Obama.
But was there no way to get it back?
You figure out how to get it back. First of all, you have to know that the NYPD stole it because they didn't put shit there. And then you have to know where to go. And then how in the hell do you even explain to them what your bike is? And then how the hell do they find it? And it's just a fucking, like, junkyard with 1,000 bikes. Like, not neatly placed, like, just fucking thrown on top of each other.
Well, no, we had a very neat system for this. When you park
we're not talking about a culture of white people.
They're all kind of law, basically. You can get your bike back, basically. That's what I'm trying to solve. But, you know, nowadays, especially with the big electric bikes, you can have a big bike because the freight has gotten so big because of the batteries.
Yeah.
You can actually store a lot of explosive material in the bike right now.
I remember once the cops stole my backpack, I called 911 to get it, and the lady was like, "Sir, this is an emergency line." And I was like, "Your people stole my shit. Which precinct should I go to?" And then she told me the precinct, and I was able to get it back.
It's right there. Make my face.
It's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
You know what? I'm just gonna do this again because it was so good. You know, the great Mayor Adams, folks.
Everyone that knows me, they know one thing. I hate rats. Some of the same folks that criticizing us called me a murderer because I was killing rats. Well, you know what? We're gonna kill rats. New York City is the Islamabad of America. You know, bring your boat to a restaurant. You know, somebody you're trying to, keep your marriage together. Little outdoors will help you. But I think rain also increases our population. People stay home. Does Harry eat fish? Does he eat a hamburger? Does he do this? Does he do that? The problem wasn't the molded pizza. The problem was the pizza. Me eat Oreos. And they drink Coca-Cola. I don't. Eric, you should.
Thank you.
You act like you like Mayor Adams.
I'm going to miss all of these things that happened, all of these viral clips and whatnot.
Is he not running independent?
He is. He's not gonna win. So, that's all. I mean, Mayor Adams is doing worse than the I don't care or both in the poll right now. So,
Really?
yeah, Drums is Mamdani, Flats is Cuomo, and Mayor Adams is worse than I don't care or both right now.
Damn, who's running for Republican?
Curtis Lewa, who's like a white supremacist and MAGA, and
Literally nobody is talking about the Republicans. Why?
No, because the guy ran last time. He's the, founder of the Guardian Angels. He's got that stupid red beret. He's a talk show host, right wing. Fucking moron. They love him in Staten Island, though. But the Republicans ran like for real somebody that wasn't MAGA and was just like a boring kind of business guy. They possibly, yeah, that would possibly win, which is crazy. And so they're running this fucking blowhard Rush Limbaugh type who runs every 4 years because they don't got anybody else. It's stupid.
They literally have not talked about him at all. All you hear is
at all. No, you wouldn't even know he's running.
No, I didn't even know. I thought it was a straight up Democratic race because it seems like they have a Republican record.
No, the only way, literally, that I think anybody but Mamdani could win is if Adams and Sliwa, the Republican, dropped out. That would be it. And that would be Cuomo Mamdani head to head. And Cuomo could beat him if that was the case. But that even wouldn't be guaranteed. But that would be the only way. Yeah, we broke it earlier, but I'll play the clip on it. If you can't make this shit up. So if people are interested, here we go. Sorry, 1 second. Let me get this. Let me get the clip. 1 second. Okay, 1 second here. Okay. Alright, here we go.
Well, yes, he is right now the owner of Trump Burger, a Trump-themed burger joint in Houston, Texas, is now facing deportation under the Trump administration. Yes, this is a real story. According to KHOU 11, Roland Pianey, who's 28 years old, owns and operates a Houston area Trump-themed burger joint called Trump Burger. Well, now he's facing deportation. He entered the country back in 2019, but overstayed his visa. He was supposed to leave by February 12, 2024, but continues staying in the country. According to an ICE spokesperson, he doesn't have any immigration benefits that would prevent him from being arrested or removed from the country. He was arrested on May 16th. On June 13th, he was granted bond by an immigration judge, but is now facing deportation. He literally owns and operates Trump Burger, a Trump-themed burger joint, and he's about to be deported by the Trump administration. Real story. In 2025, spread the word so more people know and follow along for all the news.
Yeah.
Somebody got taken this.
Uh-oh. No.
Not me.
This bitch about to move.
Joey, look, Brooklyn's back here. I'm just up here so water doesn't get it. So. I'm up here, blocking water from getting somehow. Oh shit! Yo, I need to pin the ladies in. Oh shit! God damn it! Hold on here. Hold on. This ain't happening. Oh shit! We got relief. We got relief. Here we go.
And Widow was almost
What's going on? Yeah.
We're just shuffling the deck chairs here. Don't worry about it. All right.
Yeah, I was down in the listening lounge. Never again.
Thank you.
But what can I do to help out?
Deborah, did you vote? You didn't vote. Water didn't vote because she doesn't want to update his app.
What is the vote? I saw it, but what is it about?
Wings, drums, flaps.
Oh,
We don't care.
okay. Let's see.
Yo, drums is only. Yeah, there you go. Oh look, Joey Mott. This is rare, everybody. On Friday, on 2025, Joey becomes Mott. The chaos that just took place when Just bowed out and Joey became Mott.
Y'all are so faithful. I love y'all.
No, that was a moment of crisis. No, Deborah, you're old enough to remember. Remember when Reagan got shot and like Alexander Haig was like, I'm president now, and they're like, no, the vice president's president now, and all of that. This is what was going on in here. Like there was like chaos. Like nobody knew who was in charge, but you know we saved the republic. So we're back. We're back. Joey's back. Joey's back. Airplane, the pilots all got food poisoning, and like, who can fly this plane? And then Joey comes up, and he flies the plane for a second.
Yeah, airplane was hilarious.
You never watched that. That white lady starts talking and drives. Look like
That's exactly it.
that is one of the best scenes.
Did I play it out?
She said, hold on. She said, pardon me, I speak jive.
Yes, play it. Let me find. The funny part of it also was that she was a mother in Leave It to Beaver. I
know. It was just the way she said, oh, no, don't worry, I'll speak jive. And when she went, she said, take that. That shit was funny. I need to watch that movie.
Yeah, see, Liam Neeson is doing yeah, I saw it and like it. I think they could have picked something better. I watched it 2 times. Alright, hold on, y'all. Alright, Jess. I think I got it. Hold on, here we go.
Radio's all yours now. And keep an eye on the number 3 engine cage over there. It's running a little hot. Striker, we started like to say something. I know that right now things must look through.
1 second. Okay, here we go.
Can I get you something? It's no fault, but I had to belong to you. Take me. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Could you say KK? Oh, stewardess. I speak German. Oh, good. He said that he's in great pain and wants to know if you can help him. All right. Would you tell him to just relax and I'll be back as soon as I can?
How do you know? No problem. 1 second. Yeah, hold on.
He said, this little fool better late to the party.
Hold on. All right, see if this works. 1 second.
Can I get you something? It's no fault, but I had to belong to you. Take me. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Could you say KK? Oh, stewardess. I speak German. Oh, good. He said that he's in great pain and wants to know if you can help him. All right. Would you tell him to just relax and I'll be back as soon as I can with some medicine? That's what's happening.
Khan said, give me 7 shots and 10 tequilas before you kick him out. Because the moment is up. Let me see, does it say that you should survive the God? 1987.
Yeah, that's our dollar concerts.
Really? And she wondered why they compared her to Mary J. Blige. When I went to a Mary J. Blige, that's how it was. She went off on like the whole dad. I put it in the chat today.
Oh, second. Sure, but I can't even envision her saying, tell me something good without being hot. She used to eat it.
Really?
Yeah.
I remember when, after Whitney died, she was on, I don't know if it was Pierce Morgan or something, but they was like, how do you feel about Bobby Brown introducing her to drugs? She was like, why y'all keep saying that? She was like, me and Whitney did, like, all New Year's, 89. She was like, those were, I got bad. Everybody was like, man, why are you?
Well, damn.
She was like, that was before she was man. She was like, I don't know why y'all be saying that. Everybody was like, okay,
The publicist did a good job of keeping her image, squeaky.
I just think that she just probably don't care. I think she may have been one of the first people who doesn't care, who didn't care, because I don't remember anybody as brash as it. At least that was black. But she can sing though. She got some songs. And she also looks really, really good. She doesn't look 71.
The Fire. That's my favorite of her songs.
It's a beautiful live performance. It's great.
Yeah, Gladys Knight was singing her ass off.
And then James too.
But it's, you see how they was looking like they was trying to take care of her, like, and then you see when she first started singing, Gladys, like, she kind of looks startled, like, oh, I thought you was gonna sound, and then she does this stutter, and Gladys almost busts out laughing. Like, you just gotta watch the thing, it's so funny, man. I don't have to worry about their kids breaking in my house. If white kids fix crime and evil in their community, I don't have to worry about them committing crime against me and my people. And the same thing for us. If we fix ourselves, you won't have to worry about black kids kicking in your door because we're trying to fix that problem. So I don't have a problem with other nations saying, hey, we have a problem with this, let's fix it. That's good.
So here's, and I'm gonna go off you, and I'm just gonna go back and do. Hey, so can you just answer just question now? You answered like 18 times.
Yeah, you know
Okay,
what?
I told you because you could. But I'm saying I said keep the taker out the White House. That's all. I keep the taker.
Yeah, I keep it on the watch list, but for other purposes, I create a ton. I don't buy it at all. I sold everything. I don't own it. I'm not gonna own that shit. I would bet that it's gonna go bust before I think it happens. Why is it looking at it? It's on the fact that.
Look, man, I don't know. I mean, the management, I do know that the Virgin Galactic management is like super hardcore horrible at marketing. And seemingly unintentionally so.
Yeah, I still have the mindset that we're in zero interest rates. It was there for so long. But like in that rate environment, like there was just so many garbage companies that make money, like zombie companies that was because like people needed somewhere to put money. Yeah. But I guess that's like the approach I have for Virgin Galactic. It's like it could be a shitty company, but like in the long run it's still my fault because like we live in cloud world basically. Like what John said.
There's nothing wrong with the cloud world once you actually think about it.
There's nothing. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
What's been wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with that.
This isn't an angry avocado. It's the black rain frog, the cutest frog you've ever seen. But hold on, because there are more than 18 different species of rain frogs, like the desert rain frog. And when these little guys feel threatened, they puff up their bodies and emit a loud, high-pitched squeak to ward off potential predators. These ropey-faced amphibians have chunky round bodies and short, stubby legs, making them look like tiny balls with arms and legs. And this makes them terrible at swimming and jumping. However, they are extraordinarily good at burrowing and using their hind feet to dig shacks. Throughout the year, they make their homes inside and around their burrows, where they also lay their eggs. And when the rain falls, these adorable amphibians emerge from their underground hideaways to hunt for food. This behavior is why they're named rain frogs. After satisfying their hunger with insects, they return to the safety of their burrows until the next rain arrives.
18th of November 2022, it went from $16 to $72. And then the day after, the 19th of by the third day after it went back to $9. So one day that's like 700%.
Looking base, a mega base, a conservative base, people terrible climate, but you don't come on that.
That's the that's a very wild. So if you put 1 million, you make 7 million, and then you short, you sell it, and then you short it, and then that's it.
That's right, not leverage.
I'm pretty sure there is someone in the world who did it. That person is probably like set for life just because we get out. You know, maybe cash will become profitable one day. This is the gas now.
Is it publicly traded?
No, I went into that. I wanted to look at their yeah, I wanted to look into their financials. I wanted to see what's the situation here.
I mean, now they're a recurring revenue business, right? They're a SaaS business.
How many people actually pay the lunch?
I don't know.
Very few, I would imagine. And even fewer, like things that have passed the first while. You know, at a point in time, I thought they were going to bust because there's no way they can run small without making money. But I think there's a business must be making more money than we think on summer to that. So that means they're actually making a worse money. Because we're only going to do this, like we're just going to like search what we can. It's very good. Well, I'm going to shop. I've always thought they were using it for great AI, but like they have plenty of data now if that is like that's solely the case. What are you talking about? Yes. I don't admit that every one of stuff like I mean I have to name or sit or cake. That's not true. Like the secret internal dashboards for users have set at the highest work time. I've said this. Nobody else has. Haven't seen anyone else like talk about this or pick up on it. But if you in voice mode, if you talk to an AI like you're, like a mother, like it responds very differently. No, I'm serious. The moderation layers are a much. Will it talk to you like you're an AI? No, it won't talk to you. It will be very, it'll go along with things. It'll say, okay, well, I'm saying that it does this, which is like very bizarre. That's what? Like just, like asking a question, like you can talk, like you're jazzy, it'll talk backwards. No, it doesn't come back to you like you're jazzy. It will not flag the content as inappropriate or refuse to respond or engage with the conversation. Because it's something that a real thing is gonna have a. That's right. Well, dude, it's like I mean, how funny would it be if they didn't actually like program that into it, and it's just like naturally on its own. Like, oh, it's so different. That's right. But I mean, based on the way they have conversations, like they would not be able to talk to an AI with the current like moderation layers, all the bullshit that like stupid shit gets flagged. Like stuff that's not even offensive will get flagged. Can you make the argument that it's the AI? Can you make the argument that is it an AI? Of course it. They're just basically giving it a performance where they give it to us. Using buggers. So that means there is a version that's accessible to them, which is unfiltered. We just get the filter version. What? That's a filter for information. It's pretty easy to find on filter, but yeah, there's a tool they did. Gotcha. You can't just say yes. You have to say no, not really. But no, because it will and then we'll get over yourself there and plug in, you can't just give me the credit. You just can't give me the credit. This is a credit maker. That's not what you said. It's another thing. That's good. It's not the same credit. Number one, that's kind of things. Give me the credit. Give me the credit. Give me. Well, that's not too bad. So ironically enough, I mean, for some reason, opening apps are moving. So Grindr has the, if you just go ahead and look at the match group, okay? Just take a look at the match group. That includes what's it there? I mean, it's just the best dating app that's included in matching group, which is their own purpose. Really? And just the best, yeah. But you can't buy Hinge, you can't buy Tinder, you can't buy any of those. You can only buy the match group. Exactly, match group holds all of these, and OK2 that and all that nation. Now they're all not doing good except for him. And is doing good, but financially also Hinge is actually doing there must be some technicals like the dating apps, right? Like sure at different times of the year their apps are busier, right? So are their stocks different? Is there a pattern to follow? I would imagine during the fall, like maybe. That's right. They just want Christmas liquor. They're not doing exactly. Apps are not doing well. Grindr is doing well. That's what. So they get doing well, but one app, it's not a company. Grindr is a company, so it's an app. Dating apps have to be seasonal because it like spring time rolls around and girls want to do like April summer or okay. Yeah, okay, I'm trying to understand seasonality. That's right. Maybe it's transactional. I'm just telling you, if you go look into the charts, Grindr is going up. Match group is going down. It's being decimated, nigga. No, because they not too many people, motherfucker. They
man, no big nickels at.
I'm just saying, right? This is not looking fun.
Did you just say 8 mile?
Yeah, management.
Tell me to ask.
They started 2021, basically.
Actually, that was the problem.
That's when the country started merging, and then it went up. And then ever since 2022, ever since October 2021, till today, it's going down. Long story.
Yeah, it's going down.
And then
Are you screaming there?
until that's on there.
It's going down.
Alright. So I'm just telling you, go on. Grindr's doing amazing.
Rainy is Matt on your watch list is low or what?
Matt, it's not normally on my watch list, but I'm looking right now at both Matt.
You know these neighbors can do it.
Grindr went to
Let's go on high school, they steal radio boosts.
why can't this thing shut up for a second?
I know, I'm also, goddamn, look at this.
Come on, give us a little radiation.
I'm grateful to you, Lady Elena, for your counsel. I'm grateful to all of you. But you had chosen to follow me. I will not attack King's
This isn't
Landing.
a dating app, so
We will not attack King's Landing.
Then how do you mean to take the Iron Throne? By asking nicely?
We will lay siege to the capital surrounding the city on all sides. Cersei will have the Iron Throne, but no food for her army or the people.
But we won't use Dothraki and Unsullied. Cersei will try to rally the loyal to Westeros by appealing to their loyalty, their love for their country. If we besiege the city our army should be Westeros.
And I suppose we're providing the Westeros.
Wrong. Lady Greyjoy will escort you home safely. The Iron Fleet will ferry the Dornish army back up to King's Landing. The Dornish will lay siege to the capital, alongside the Tyrell army, two great kingdoms united against Cersei.
Your master plan is to be forgive me for asking, but why did you order to bring your ruin?
The Unsullied will have another objective. For decades, House Lannister has been the true power of Westeros, and the siege of that power is costly rock. Very well, the Unsullied will serve the rock.
Do I have your sword? You have mine. Dornish with you, Lord Grace. Thank you.
Insurance company,
If you're too nice.
I don't care about HRP.
He uses Brent.
I own exactly. There's a company called Gilead Technologies.
That's right.
Gentlemen, would you mind putting out your cigars, please?
Come again?
Yes, would you mind putting out your cigars, please?
As a matter of fact, I wouldn't mind.
The reason I ask, I got great other strips over there cost me $27 a shit. It tastes like I'm eating a cigar.
Listen, Ace, number one, you're eating a steak at a place called Joe's Stone Crab. And number two, there's no rule that says we can't smoke.
I'm not talking about rules here. I'm talking about manners. You see, there is no rule that says I can't come over here and fart on your entree, but I won't do it. Why? Because it's not good manners. So I ask you again in the nicest possible way, please put out the cigars. Gentlemen, would you mind putting out your cigars, please?
That's right.
This is a custom seat gangster for your car.
Let's do an analysis for Rico.
Kitover, Illinois 16. Good.
Was he paying analysis?
I'm not going to do a full analysis. I'm just going to look at
Appreciation.
have like one earnings.
And that gives you less use it to manipulate financials. Not the financial side, the financials are the financials. So they try to manipulate it's not good for your mind.
Price are good to manipulate.
Well, like if you do an exercise at then you're increasing your expenses earlier on. You're not making as much profit. However, it's good on your capital. But at the same time, it's fine. We care more about the income statement anyways. What that
U.S. Constitution.
Future.
That's when you value of money, the money's worth more because you're waiting for it.
The trick is in making it seem like we have less profits now, but it makes it seem like our profitability is getting higher with time. So that investors will just go with that stock. They go, hey, look, oh, this company has increasing profitability. In reality, they don't.
Yeah, because the cash flow statement is what matters, not the income.
Right. Right.
Because they're non-cash expenses. I think you're fair to say.
Well, they are cash. The appreciation is not cash, right. But it's still a cost.
Yeah, it's designed to knock down your income so you pay less taxes.
It doesn't kill cost because you're going to have to replenish that capital and depreciate.
That's right.
Okay. So the more capital that depreciates, the more we're going to expense on capital, right? To maintain the capital gain.
That's right.
So initially our expenses go through the roof, but then with time, it makes it seem overall, it will seem like our profitability is going up with time, when that's not the case. Our profitability has been staying the same, nothing changed. So this is just an old school trick to scam some investors legally.
That's right. Because it's gap.
Yeah, but not just that, but I don't trust their image. For these reasons, I just don't give two shits about their image, obviously.
You're learning, you're figuring it out. You're figuring out why Bitcoin is a great investment. And it's hard
No, you aren't. Half the ratios are earnings, but to me, it's like half the ratios are useless.